Chapter 3966. So this is what the legendary Xianyuan celestial sect looks like. Look at that statue. Its upper body is broken and only its feet are left, but it is thousands of meters high and emits an oppressive aura. Before it was destroyed, it was probably the formation eye that could kill great emperors. A great emperor sighed. The place he was pointing at was dozens of miles away from the crowd. They could see two statues that looked like feet from afar. Although they were far away, they could still make the cultivators below the third revolution of the great emperor realm tremble. Xianyuan celestial sects 9 in 1 immortal slaughtering formation. Xianyuan Lin murmured to Ningqi. When vice sect leader Yun and the others heard this, they glanced at him in surprise. They didn't know anything about the 9 return to 1 immortal slaying formation, but they thought that Xianyuan Lin had mistaken the scene before him for something he had experienced before. Only Ningqi knew that Xianyuan Lin was the son of the cultivator at the 7th step of the Xianyuan celestial sect. Therefore, they had to treat everything he said with caution. Is the 9 in 1 immortal slaughtering formation very powerful? Ningqi asked. Powerful, very powerful. When this formation is fully activated, it can kill 99 9 revolution emperors in a short period of time. It's extremely powerful, but I've never activated it fully since I was a child. But now it seems that the immortal slaying formation has not only been fully activated, but also destroyed. 99 immortal slaying giants, which were refined with the 9 heavens fairy fire, the essence of the sun and other precious materials, were destroyed, leaving only half of them. Xianyuan Lin clenched his fists and then loosened them. What had happened could not go back to the past. Now he only hoped that there was still some hope left in the Xianyuan Immortal School to help him take revenge. Fully activated, it can kill 99 9 revolution great emperors in a short period of time. The power of this formation must have surpassed the top chaotic supreme treasure, right? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. At this moment, Xianyuan Lin's voice rang in his ears. Boss, I have the mnemonic to activate the 9 in 1 immortal slaughtering formation. Although the half of the immortal slaughtering giant has been destroyed, the remaining 2 legs still have some power. Xianyuan Lin then told Ningqi the mnemonic he knew. A strange expression flashed across Ningqi's face, and he silently thought for a while. As a result, he found that there was a special fluctuation coming from the stump of the statue in the distance. Xianyuan Lin was right. The 9 in 1 immortal slaying array could still be activated, but he didn't know how powerful the remaining 2 legs were. So. Hong Yin Shao, do you, and the other sect leaders of the 13 divine sects broke through the sky and stood in the void. The other 12 people did not speak. Only the sect leader of the Demon Face sect, who was ranked first among the 13 divine sects, a middle-aged cultivator with a long beard who gave off a scholarly aura, spoke slowly. His voice reverberated within a radius of a few hundred miles. The resentment in the ruins of the Xianyuan Immortal sect has almost dissipated, but there is still a trace of resentment left in some places. Ordinary great emperors will easily be possessed by the resentment. In addition, there are still a lot of formations and traps left in the ruins of the Xianyuan Immortal sect. If you enter this place, you must be careful at every step. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. After saying this, he looked around the forces that did not belong to the 13 divine sects and said lightly, This place originally belonged to the 13 divine sects, but there is another cave inside with a vast territory. Maybe there are some opportunities left there. If you dare to enter this place, you can also enter, but only great emperors. What? Hearing this, the great emperors of the 13 divine sects showed a trace of surprise on their faces. How could they allow other forces to enter such a good place, sharing the opportunities with others for nothing? Seeing this, the great emperors who came to try their luck showed a trace of joy on their faces, and their minds immediately became active. Kong Shan looked at his sect leader in shock. In the end, he realized that the sect leaders of the other divine sects seemed to have the same attitude towards this. They all allowed other forces to enter the burial site and take a share of the profits. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Not only did they allow the great emperors of their own divine sects to enter this place, but they also allowed the great emperors of other forces to enter the burial site. I'm afraid they have other motives. The key to their motive should be the number of great emperors. Obviously, the more the better. A hint of contemplation flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Not only did he notice this, but many great emperors, including the ordinary great emperors of other forces, also noticed this point. However, they did not dwell on it. As long as they were allowed to enter the burial site, it was already a pleasant surprise. They did not care about what the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were thinking. If they could obtain the opportunities, it would belong to them. Who could take it away from them? The great emperors looked at each other and tacitly looked away. All right, you can enter. The sect leader of Demonic Face sect swept his gaze across and said faintly. Hearing this, Kong Shan immediately soared into the sky and rushed into the burial site with Huang Shenba and other great emperors of Demonic Face sect. The other great emperors of other divine sects followed suit, afraid that they would be one step behind. When the first great emperor who did not belong to the 13 divine sects entered the burial site, the other great emperors of other forces also rushed into the burial site. However, compared to the 13 divine sects, they seemed to be relatively weak. Basically, they were all alone. As soon as they left, many juniors in the 5th and 4th step were left looking at each other in dismay. Brother Wu, please consider my suggestion. Vice sect leader Yin looked at Ning Qi and persuaded him again. Then he led vice sect leader Shui, Bloodless Blade, and other great emperors of Moon Elephant sect into the burial site. Very soon, other than the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects, there were less than 3 to 5 great emperors left outside the burial site. Boss, it seems that I can't go in. This ring is for you. I will wait for you outside. It is a treasure of chaos, and it comes from Shenyuan Immortal Sect. With it, your safety in Shenyuan Immortal Sect will be guaranteed. Shenyuan Lin glanced at Diyu and the others, took off the ring, and passed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took the ring and didn't check it carefully. With a thought, he put it into the space bag. The aura of the ring was a little strange. If he checked it now, he would inevitably attract the attention of Diyu and the others. Patting Shenyuan Lin's shoulder gently, Ning Qi smiled and said, "It's not safe to wait for me here. I will send you somewhere." Soon, Ning Qi and Shenyuan Lin disappeared from the spot. Hong Yin Xiao looked at the spot where Ning Qi had been standing and looked at Diyu and the others in surprise. What kind of escape skill did he use? In less than half a second, Ning Qi, who had disappeared, appeared in the same spot again and flew into the burial site. Wait, what is the origin of that skill? Hong Yin Xiao frowned. The other divine sect masters were also curious. To be able to disappear without a trace, right under their noses. This was a little thought-provoking. Go in. Unexpectedly, Diyu waved his hand at Ning Qi and looked at Hong Yin Xiao. It is taboo to ask others about their skills. Then I won't ask. Hong Yin Xiao nodded casually. Upon seeing this, Ning Qi smiled at Diyu and rushed into the bone burial site. Chapter 39:67. As soon as he entered the burial site, Ning Qi suddenly felt his body freeze, and even his speed slowed down. There seemed to be an invisible pressure here that was suppressing his strength. Could this pressure be the resentment of the cultivators from Shenyuan Immortal Sect who died here? Ning Qi thought to himself. He felt that his strength had been suppressed to below the 6th step, which was equivalent to the Eternal Realm. If the resentment was at its peak, wouldn't ordinary great emperors be suppressed to the 4th step if they entered this place? They might even be at the 3rd step. I wonder where the Godhead is. Ning Qi looked around and saw many cultivators standing under the broken limbs of the immortal Slayer Giant. He moved slightly and flew over. Since he didn't have an accurate destination, he could only use the stupidest method, which was to dig 3 feet into the ground. He couldn't let go of even an inch or a foot. This statue should have some background, but only its legs are left. It might be crippled. There are no other mysteries here. Why don't we look for opportunities in other places? Kongshan said overbearingly to Emperor Shenba. The great emperors of Demon Aspect Sect stood behind the two of them, looking like they were following their lead. Obviously, Emperor Shenba and Kongshan were the core of Demon Aspect Sect's expedition into the burial site. The other great emperors of divine sects also stood scattered around, including those great emperors who didn't belong to the 13 divine sects. After all, this broken statue was the first place they saw that might have opportunities after entering this place. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't search it before leaving. This statue is not ordinary. Let's observe it more. Emperor Shenba shook his head slightly and used his divine will to scan the broken limbs of the statue. Su Tong, Menglong, Do Qianfan, Monk Duyu of Mountain Sea Temple, Su Qingqiu of Beidou Sect, and the others were also using their divine will to observe the statue. Seeing Ning Qi appear, Vice Sect leader Yun sighed softly in his heart. You came after all. Maybe I can find opportunities in here that will allow me to fight against Green Dragon and Venerable Ice. Ning Qi smiled. Vice Sect leader Yin was slightly stunned. She then closed her eyes and continued to examine the broken pieces of the statue. In her opinion, it was very unlikely for Ning Qi to obtain the opportunity in here. Putting aside the fact that the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects had been here for many years, there are more than 100 great emperors who had entered this place. Among them, there were many experts like Huang Shenba. Even if there was an opportunity, it was unlikely that Ning Qi would be able to obtain it. Ning Qi realized that when he chanted the incantation in his heart, the fluctuations on the statue's broken limbs became more and more obvious. It seemed that as long as he chanted the complete incantation, he could immediately control the statue. Outside the burial site, Hong Yin Xiao and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw everyone staying near the statue's remains. In its heyday, this immortal-slaying giant was as powerful as a 9th Revolution great emperor like us. I heard that there were 99 immortal-slaying giants in the heyday of Xianyuan Immortal School. Each of them contained the great Tao pattern of a chaos supreme treasure and was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this immortal-slaying giant has been destroyed, and there is no power left in it. The person who spoke was the Dean of Magic Light Academy. Du Yu, Hong Yin Xiao, and the others nodded slightly. He was right. When the 13 of them first entered the burial site, they had already checked the remains of the immortal-slaying giant and confirmed that there was no power left in it. If there is really someone among this group of great emperors who can obtain the recognition of the source, then, according to the rules, the great emperor of the sect who obtains the source will belong to that sect. As for the great emperors of other forces, we will have to rely on our own abilities. Hong Yin Xiao said lightly, Fellow Hong, since we have set the rules, we will not break them. A bald, old monk smiled and nodded. He was the abbot of Mountain Sea Temple and also the master of Monk Duoyu. His aura was thick and even slightly stronger than Hong Yin Xiao's. However, among the 13 of them, the one with the strongest cultivation and closest to the 7th step should be the sect master of Demon Aspect Sect. He just stood quietly in the void, but he gave off a feeling that no one dared to look at him directly. After a few dozen breaths, everyone opened their eyes. They found that there was indeed no opportunity hidden in the statue. Even Huang Shenba couldn't help but shake his head and prepared to leave. You still dare to enter this place? Su Tong, the young master of True Void Sect, was just about to leave when he saw Ning Qi. He shouted coldly at Ning Qi. Menglong, the young master of Magic Light Academy, Do Qianfan of Stainless Sect, Huang Shenba of Demon Aspect Sect, Monk Duoyu of Mountain Sea Temple, Su Qingqiu and Shilong of Big Dipper sect. Everyone's attention was attracted by the shout, and they all looked towards Ningqi. Vice sect Master Shui and the rest had a slight change in expression. They could sense a trace of malice from Su Tong. He was likely to make use of this opportunity to make Moon Elephant sect suffer heavy casualties. I don't know what method you used to make Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice so fearful of you. However, they didn't kill you because the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were present. Since you dared to enter the burial site, shouldn't we continue with our previous duel? Meng Long said faintly. One-on-one, we won't gang up on you. Dou Qianfan said coldly. We came here in search of opportunities. Since we haven't found any, there's no need to fight. Vice Sect Master Yun frowned. That's a different matter. I challenged him fairly, and your Moon Elephant sect intends to stop me? Then it might not be a one-on-one. Dou Qianfan smiled faintly. The great emperors of the Stainless sect laughed when they heard this. They looked at the people of Moon Elephant sect with a hint of fighting spirit in their eyes. It was the same for the people of the Vacuum God cult and the Magic Light Academy. Vice Sect Master Yin. They want to make use of this opportunity to join forces with the 3 sects to deal with Moon Elephant sect. Vice Sect Master Shui transmitted his voice to Vice Sect Master Yin. I know. Vice Sect Leader Yun nodded, slightly with a troubled look on his face. If he were to protect Ningqi, he might cause Moon Elephant sect to be besieged. If he were to not protect Ningqi, since you want to spar with me, come on then. Ningqi smiled and flew to Dou Qianfan. He said to the people around him, make way. Your opponent this time is me. Su Tong's eyes lit up. He flew forward and smiled at Dou Qianfan. Brother Dou, how about giving this opportunity to me first? All right. Dou Qianfan thought for a few breaths, nodded slightly, and retreated to the side. Soon, there was an empty space in the surroundings for Ningqi and Su Tong to duel. Su Tong looked at Ningqi and said with a smile, Elder Wu, I know your cultivation is not as good as mine, but you should have noticed that everyone's cultivation has been suppressed here. You should only have the strength of the imperishable realm, while I have the strength of a first revolution great emperor. But I will suppress my strength and fight you with the same cultivation as you. Let's cut the nonsense. Make your move. Chapter 3968. Su Tong's aura gradually weakened. In the end, he suppressed his strength to the same level as Ningqi. Many people couldn't help but praise him. The magical techniques of the Church of the True Void are extraordinary. Elder Wu, are you ready? Su Tong heard the compliments, and his eyes flashed with pride. Ready for what? Ningqi yawned. I'm a little tired. Let's end this battle quickly. Su Tong's expression changed. He was the young master of the True Void sect, and he was about to spar with a new, great emperor. How dare he treat him with such an attitude? He was purposely humiliating him in front of the other great emperors. All right, let me see how capable you are to be Azure Dragon's opponent. Su Tong sneered. In the next moment, a special formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet. With him as the center, it was densely packed. With him as the center, densely packed lines swept in all directions. The aura of the array became more and more terrifying, but everyone was sure that Su Tong had only used the strength of an eternal realm. He didn't go back on his words. This seems to be the blood-devouring array of vacuum ghosts. Some great emperors who didn't belong to the 13 divine sects had their eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have the chance to see under normal circumstances. They wouldn't have had the chance to see Su Tong roar. Terrifying faces suddenly appeared in the array. Those great emperors who knew the origin of this array were a little puzzled. Strange, these faces were basically the experts of the various races that had died in Su Tong's hands. With just a casual glance, they could tell that there were more than 10,000 faces in the array. This array is extremely powerful. elder who hasn't learned any spells of our moon elephant sect. I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with it. Vice sect leader Shui said solemnly, the blood-devouring array of vacuum ghosts requires constant killing to strengthen its power. Su Tong's hands are stained with blood. I've heard that the true void god cult leader's true void myriad ghosts devouring formation has millions of ghost faces. I wonder if it's true. Bloodless Blade's eyes were filled with worry. Elder Wu is the reincarnation of an expert. He should have a way to deal with this array. There's no need to worry too much. Otherwise, Azure Dragon wouldn't have been scared away with just a few words. Vice Sect Master Yin, on the other hand, could see it clearly. She could vaguely sense that Su Tong was going to suffer a setback today. Meanwhile, Su Qingqiu and Shi Lung looked at the blood-devouring formation before them with anticipation in their eyes. Third Elder, I'm afraid that even you wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this formation, right? Shi Lung transmitted his voice. Su Qingqiu nodded slightly and did not deny it. In the true Void God sect, there were no more than 3 great emperors who could cultivate this formation, and Su Tong was one of them. How powerful it was! The aura of the true Void ghost-devouring array continued to rise. Su Tong's eyes revealed a faint smile. When it reached its peak, it killed Ning Qi with a single blow. This way, even Di would not be able to lend a helping hand in time and could use this as an excuse to form a grudge with Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice. Good karma, why not? This was the real reason why he had taken the initiative to ask Dou Qianfan to give him the opportunity to fight this time. Thinking of this, his expression became a little ugly. At this moment, Su Tong suddenly realized that Ning Qi was walking towards him. He couldn't help but laugh. I set up the vacuum, 10,000 ghosts devouring blood. Not only is its attack top-notch, its defense is top-notch as well. As long as I set it up, you won't be able to break it. If you escape from the burial ruins now, you might have a chance of survival. Walking to the front of the formation, Ning Qi heard this and raised his head slightly. Is that so? The 9 inner hidden gates opened. In just an instant, Ning Qi transformed into a giant ape. His mountainous fists landed abruptly on the vacuum, 10,000 ghosts devouring blood. On the formation, there was a loud bang. The formation was broken. Su Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, a look of disbelief on his face. The great emperors of the true Void God sect were very surprised. They couldn't help but straighten their bodies. Then Ning Qi's fists landed again. This time his target was Su Tong. Bang! Su Tong, who was still in shock, was smashed into the ground by Ning Qi's fists. Ning Qi didn't stop his movements. He continued to swing his fists wildly, landing one punch after another on the ground. The area several hundred zhang around Ning Qi continued to sink, and soon a large crater appeared in front of everyone. Ning Qi, the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into, was still swinging its fists wildly inside. It was unknown whether Su Tong was dead or alive. Young sect master. When the great emperors of the true Void God sect saw this, their eyes flashed with anxiety. They almost wanted to intervene. Vice sect master Guoyin saw this and immediately soared into the air. They are fighting fairly. If you dare intervene, you are breaking the rules. Don't blame me for being merciless. Vice sect master Yin said coldly. You, the great emperors of the true Void God sect, looked anxious. None of them was a match for Vice sect master Yin. Just then, an extremely angry roar suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, and the giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into seemed to be hit by a strong force. The giant ape that Ning Qi had transformed into was sent flying. It's the young sect master. The people of the true Void God sect all looked happy. They could tell that the voice was from Su Tong. Su Tong flew out of the pit in a daze. He stood in mid-air, looking extremely disheveled. His eyes flashed with hatred as he stared at Ning Qi. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his strength. Ning Qi returned to his human form and looked at Su Tong with a smile that was not a smile. "Didn't you say you wanted to spar with the same level of cultivation as me?" Su Tong's complexion alternated between green and white. Finally, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared. "No one has ever humiliated me like this. Today, I want you dead." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that there was a patch of darkness above his head. When Su Tong looked up, he saw a huge black shadow. The sole of his foot soared through the air and stomped towards him. Boom! Su Tong did not have time to react and was firmly stepped on the ground by the sole of this foot. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end, and they immediately retreated several hundred meters away. They stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The limb actually moved, and he even stepped on Su Tong. What was going on? Outside the burial site, Hong Yin Xiao and the others looked at each other. Didn't they say that the immortal slaughtering giant's severed limb no longer has any power? Du Yu said with a strange expression. The true Void sect leader's face was ashen, and he looked at Du Yu suspiciously. "What are you looking at? You think I'm behind this? Do you think that's possible?" Du Yu said calmly. Hearing this, the true Void sect leader no longer looked at Du Yu. Instead, he looked at the burial site with a serious expression. After so long, they still hadn't discovered that the immortal slaughtering giant could still be moved. This meant that in these years they really did have a lot of places that they hadn't excavated. After stepping on Su Tong's foot, the statue slowly lifted up and returned to its original position. The true Void sect emperor hurriedly pulled Su Tong out. Su Tong's eyes were tightly shut, and his head was somewhat deformed. "He's still breathing, don't be so nervous." Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said this, the true Void sect emperors glared at him angrily. "Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free?" Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. No waiting. Equals sign. Chapter 3969. It should be a defensive formation set up by the Shenyuan celestial sect. It's just that it's so broken and I couldn't sense any power from it. Why did it suddenly attack Su Tong? Huang Shenba looked at the broken limbs of the immortal slaughtering giant with doubt in his eyes. If the immortal slaughtering giant was powerful, the sect masters of the 13 sects would have warned them. Kong Shan also found it strange. What a pity! With Su Tong's strength, he should have been able to suppress that Wu Gai. Who would have thought that something like this would appear out of nowhere? Su Tong and the others should be the strongest cultivators in the burial site this time. Even he couldn't resist it and was knocked unconscious by it. If it had stepped on me, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Shi Lung's eyes flashed with unwillingness. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear towards the burial site. They had just entered, and the first strange thing they encountered was already so terrifying. What kind of danger would they encounter if they went deeper? Is it your Yu Xiang sect's doing? A great emperor from the God of Vacuum sect saw that Su Tong was fine and would only need a few years to recover. He turned to look at Ning Qi and the others with a trace of anger in his eyes. As soon as he said this, many great emperors looked at Ning Qi and the others with a strange look in their eyes. If what happened just now was really the Yu Xiang sect's doing, wouldn't they be in danger in the burial site? Ning Qi smiled and glanced at Meng Long and Do Qianfan, who were staring at him. Finally, his eyes fell on the great emperor from the God of Vacuum sect. I think that Su Tong broke his promise, and even the heavens couldn't stand it. That's why they used the broken limbs of the statue to punish him. Don't you think so? Everyone was speechless. But after thinking about it carefully, the broken limbs of the statue did suddenly suppress Su Tong when he was about to kill Ning Qi with all his strength. Could it be that there really was such a law in the Shenyuan celestial sect? What Mr. Wu said might be possible. In order to prevent the strong from bullying the weak, many sects will also set up some special formations. If a high-level cultivator attacks a low-level cultivator, he will be punished by the formation. Monk Duyu said with a smile. His words carried a lot more weight than Ning Qi's. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. Many martial monarchs were overjoyed, regardless of whether the words were true or not. At least after this incident, the 7th Revolution martial monarchs and 8th Revolution martial monarchs would not dare to recklessly attack ordinary martial monarchs. Otherwise, they might suffer the same fate as Su Tong. Meng Long, Do Qianfan, it's your turn. I'll allow you to use your full strength. There's no need to suppress your cultivation like Su Tong. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I've never met a worthy opponent in the same realm. Suppressing one's cultivation is a joke. Ning Qi looked at the two and smiled faintly. Invincible among those of the same level? Although some people felt that Ning Qi was exaggerating, the scene of Ning Qi beating up Su Tong still appeared in their minds from time to time. For a moment, they couldn't say anything to refute. Many martial monarchs were already prepared to watch a good show. Su Tong had suppressed his cultivation and wasn't Ning Qi's match. He was beaten up and could only use his full strength. However, he was suppressed by the statue's broken limb and fainted. This situation was very embarrassing for Meng Long and Do Qianfan. The two's strength was similar to Su Tong's. If they agreed to spar, their outcome was obvious. Do Qianfan did not say anything. Meng Long also did not say anything. After a while, seeing that everyone was looking at the two of them, Do Qianfan looked at Ning Qi with a cold expression. This time we came here to search for fortuitous encounters, not to fight fiercely. There's no need for a spar. Many martial monarchs curled their lips. Do Qianfan pretended not to see their expressions. Instead, he led the martial monarchs of Stainless Sect to study the statue's broken limb. Seeing this, Meng Long also pretended that nothing had happened. He led the martial monarchs of Devil Light Academy to study the statue's broken limb. Seeing this, everyone knew that the spar wouldn't happen. At least in the short term, Meng Long and Do Qianfan wouldn't dare to attack Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with mockery. He continued to walk towards the depths of the burial ruins. Seeing this, Vice Sect Leader Yin hurriedly stopped him. Elder Wu, where are you going? Continue to explore this place. Ning Qi was surprised. This broken limb of the statue is hiding something. Don't you want to investigate it? Moreover, entering the depths of the burial ruins alone might be dangerous. Why don't you wait for us and move together? Vice Sect Leader Yun advised. Even experts at the level of the 13 sect leaders can't discover its secrets. I don't think we'll be able to discover anything. Why don't we go ahead and see if there are any fortuitous encounters in the depths of the burial ruins? Ning Qi smiled. Then, without waiting for Vice Sect Leader Yun's advice, he made a move and headed towards the depths of the burial ruins. Many great emperors from the other factions followed suit. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay and investigate the secret of the broken limb of the statue, but they knew that even if they discovered something, they wouldn't be able to snatch the fortuitous encounters from the 13 divine sects. Therefore, they might as well follow Ning Qi and explore the depths of the burial ruins. Vice Sect Leader Yin. What is Elder Wu doing? Vice Sect Leader Shui was slightly stunned. Let him be. Perhaps with his skills he might really be able to find some fortuitous encounters in the burial ruins. Vice Sect Leader Yin shook his head and led the crowd closer to the broken limb of the statue to study it. As long as they could figure out the formation on the broken limb of the statue, it would be a great reward for them. Let's go too. Su Qingqiu gave Shileng a look. Shileng immediately understood, and the group of martial emperors of Beidu sect immediately chased after Ning Qi. Elder Kong, the Beidu sect, seems to be taking this opportunity to take revenge. Shall we go and take a look? Huang Shenba smiled. Kong Shan was stunned. He glanced at the broken limb of the statue and asked, "Are we not going to study it?" The sect leader, and the others are here. If they really find any fortuitous encounters, we, the demonic aspect sect, will get our share. Huang Shenba smiled faintly. Kong Shan came to a realization when he heard this. As Huang Shenba and the others left, Monk Duyu and the other great emperors of the Mountain Sea Temple also headed towards the depths of the burial ruins. There really is another world in the burial ruins. Ning Qi was deep in thought as he flew. The distance he flew was much larger than the burial ruins he saw from the outside world. It was obvious that there was a spatial formation supporting the burial ruins. The actual territory of the burial ruins must be very vast. Suddenly, Ning Qi turned around and saw Su Qingqiu, Shilong, and the other great emperors of Beidou sect chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3970. Third Elder, he's over there. Shilong soon saw Ning Qi's figure and couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Su Qingqiu transmitted his voice calmly. We will help you block his path, but only you can kill him. I understand. I will not let you take the risk. Shilong nodded. Su Tong's defeat was still fresh in their minds. The great emperors of Big Dipper sect didn't dare to fight Ning Qi. No one of the same level was Ning Qi's match. Only with the Big Dipper sect's treasure, the 7-star lamp, did he have the confidence to suppress Ning Qi. The power of this chaos treasure was extremely terrifying. Shilong had seen an invading rank 8 great emperor with his own eyes. He died under the 7-star lamp without any resistance. If Buqing Shao hadn't died in Ning Qi's hands, Big Dipper sect wouldn't have asked for the 7-star lamp and even given it to Shilong. Such a low-level great emperor used it. Oh no, he's escaping. Su Qingqiu's expression changed slightly. Ning Qi smiled at Su Qingqiu and the others before turning to leave. This was out of their expectations. They thought that with Ning Qi's temper, he would at least stay and fight with them. Does he know our goal? Shilong's eyes were filled with suspicion. Ning Qi wasn't even afraid of Azure Dragon and dared to fight Su Tong. There was no reason for him to be so decisive when he saw Big Dipper sect's great emperor. How could he run away? This is our only chance to kill him. Only by killing him can we win back some face for Big Dipper sect. Everyone chase after him. Su Qingqiu transmitted his voice. Next, many great emperors saw a group of Big Dipper sect's great emperors chasing after a person like crazy. That person was the new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect, Elder Wu, who had just beaten Su Tong up. The 13 divine sects don't seem to be united. Instead of searching for opportunities, you're here to seek revenge? Seek revenge? Of all times, you have to do it now. A great emperor from Tai Li shook his head. There used to be 1 pavilion for clans and 13 caves in Tai Li. This great emperor was one of the cave masters. Since the Tai Li great emperor, no matter what grudges they had in the past, they were now gathered together and huddled together for warmth. The affairs of the 13 divine sects have nothing to do with us. We need to think carefully about why the sect masters of the 13 divine sects are so weak. You want us to come here and bask in your glory for no reason? They definitely have their own plans, but so what? Apart from the 13 divine sects, none of the great emperors who had entered this place had entered. There were at least 80 out of 100. There were so many people from all over the Shenlua world. Even the 13 divine sects wouldn't dare to act recklessly. As long as a dozen of them die, they will be held accountable by the Supreme Saint Council. That's true. A golden light is erupting over there. Could it be that something has happened to a treasure? Go. Far away, a red sun seemed to rise from the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Every great emperor was looking at it. He immediately rushed over there. This also included Ning Qi and the people from the Beidou sect. Xian Yuanlin hasn't seen what origin looks like, and Senior Silver Dragon can't say what godhood looks like either. I hope we didn't come here for nothing. Let's go. Ning Qi quickly approached the place where the golden light was erupting. He hoped that the change this time had something to do with godhood. As long as he got the godhood, no matter what, he would go straight to the creation god realm. As for his enemies in the Shenlua world, he would deal with them one by one in the future. If there's a fortuitous encounter, we'll take it first. Otherwise, when the rest of the divine sects arrive, we won't be able to do anything. Su Qingqiu transmitted her voice. Everyone nodded. Ever since Bu Qingxiao of the Beidou sect had been killed by Ning Qi, the second echelon of experts had always been slightly weaker than the other divine sects. Just like the Demon Aspect sect, the True Void Divine sect, the Nirmala sect, the Mountain Sea Temple, and the Demonic Light Academy, the other divine sects. If the sect masters didn't show up, their strength would be 1 or even 2 times stronger than the Beidou sect. Everyone got closer and closer to the area enveloped by the golden light. Soon, when the first great emperor saw the true nature of the golden light, he was stunned. He didn't dare to take another step forward. More and more great emperors arrived. They all stood in the air and looked at the golden light in disbelief. Surprise flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. Right in front of him, there was a throne that seemed to be made of gold, and a figure was sitting on the throne. It was a brawny man in golden armor. He was sizing up the crowd indifferently. The golden light that everyone saw just now was emitted from the brawny man and the throne. It was emitted from the brawny man and the throne. There was actually someone alive in the bone burial site. Everyone was shocked and didn't even dare to make a sound. They could only wait and see. They secretly guessed that if the golden armored man was from the Xianyuan immortal sect, didn't that mean that the Xianyuan immortal sect hadn't been truly annihilated all along? The moment this thought came to mind, all the great emperors felt chills down their spines. If the Xianyuan immortal sect hadn't been annihilated, then there must be something behind it. The machine was just too scary. They still didn't know that the moment the golden-armored, brawny man appeared, the entire bone burial site seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The sect masters of the 13 divine sects who were guarding outside the bone burial site all looked at each other in shock. What's going on? Hong Yinxiao's expression was extremely gloomy. He had prepared for many years for this bone burial site. All these years he had been clearing the grievances in the bone burial site. He had been seriously injured and lost a few treasures. He was finally about to enjoy the fruits of the harvest. But the entire orchard had disappeared? Du Yu was calmer than Hong Yinxiao. She scanned the area with her divine will and confirmed that the bone burial site had indeed disappeared. There was no grievance at all. It was very ordinary. She looked at the demon face sect master, who was the closest to the 7th step of cultivation. He was here. We might have been deceived. The demon face sect master said slowly after a few moments of silence. Deceived? Who deceived us? Hong Yinxiao frowned slightly. Could it be the Holy Saint Council? That was unlikely. If the Holy Saint Council really wanted this bone burial site, they only needed to say one word. Would the 13 divine sects dare to force them to stay? They could only give it up with both hands. Since it wasn't the Holy Saint Council, who else would be so generous as to steal the victory from under the 13 of them? The fruit of profit? There might still be people alive in the Xianyuan immortal sect. The great emperor who went missing might not have been killed by the grievances. He might have been killed by the one who was struggling at death's door. The demon face sect master said in a low voice. When the crowd heard this, they gasped. This guess was too scary. Living from that period until now, even an idiot could have cultivated to an unfathomable level, right? Even if he was no 7th step expert, he would not be weaker than the demon face sect master. Should we report this to the Holy Saint Council? Du Yu glanced at everyone. Let's wait and see for a while. When we were inside, he didn't dare to attack us. This means that he is still afraid of us. If we find his weakness, we might be able to find the source. The demon face sect master thought for a while and said with a solemn expression, Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. Equals sign. Chapter 3971. Just as the 13 sect leaders were trying to find the burial site, Huang Shenba, Do Qianfan, vice sect leader Yin, and the others had already arrived near the golden armored man. He had already arrived near the golden armored man and was looking at the golden armored man on the golden throne with a serious expression. Everyone, this person might be a cultivator from the Xianyuan immortal sect. His body did not rot after his death, and there is still some power left. He should have some fortuitous encounters. Why don't we discuss how to distribute them? Magic Light Academy's young institute master Menglong looked around and said loudly. If one looked closely, they would realize that Menglong's eyes were mainly on Huang Shenba and Monk Duyu. Distribute. Monk Duyu smiled, pressed his palms together, and uttered a Buddhist proclamation. Amitabha, this senior is still alive. How can we snatch the fortuitous encounter from him? Still alive? Only then did everyone realize that the bald men from the mountain sea temple had solemn expressions as they stared at the golden armored man without blinking, thinking about how they usually practiced Buddhism and had a deeper understanding of life and death. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at the golden armored man, only to see the golden armored man slowly turn his neck and open his eyes. His gaze was calm. His gaze was calm as he looked at Menglong. He was really alive. At this moment, all the great emperors present were shocked. They had lived for many years. Even the weakest great emperor in the Shenluo world was in control of a region. He was also in existence that wielded power. But now he was faced with an unknown origin, and it was extremely likely that he had survived since the ancient times. They were afraid of experts. Their hearts began to beat like drums, and a trace of timidity rose in them. May I ask for senior's name? Huang Shenba cupped his hands and bowed. The golden armored man ignored him and continued to look at Menglong. The great emperors from the Magic Light Academy couldn't help but feel bitter. Menglong shouldn't have stood out just now that he was being stared at by this unknown existence. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen. They didn't even dare to imagine what would happen. Say, Senior, Junior was rude just now. I hope Senior won't take it to heart. Menglong cupped his hands and forced a smile. Many years ago, there were also people like you who were discussing how to distribute the Xianyuan immortal sect. However, they were much stronger than you. I remember there was a Qilin, a dragon, a titan, an eagle, a phoenix, a ghost, and some others I can't remember. The golden armored man spoke slowly. His voice was calm, without a trace of anger. It was as if he was talking to a junior in his family. However, the words he said shocked all the great emperors present. There seemed to be a terrifying meaning hidden in these words. A Qilin, a dragon, a titan, an eagle, a phoenix, and a ghost. Could these 6 be the Heavenly Lord, a member of the Holy Council? Ning Qi's mind raced. The Qilin must be the King Qilin, and the dragon must be the White Dragon Counselor. As for the rest, Ning Qi was not sure. The Titan race, the Monster race, and even the Ghost race were considered to be races with extremely low statuses in the God Luo world. It was understandable. If those 3 races also had 7th-step cultivators, how could their forces not develop? Or could it be that at the 7th step, these things were no longer important? Ning Qi couldn't understand. The others couldn't figure it out either. But they were sure that the golden armored man in front of them was indeed from the Xianyuan Immortal School. The cultivators of Xianyuan Immortal School, which was rumored to have been annihilated, actually survived. Senior, Menglong wanted to explain. However, the golden armored man raised his hand slightly, and a ray of golden light flashed and penetrated Menglong's forehead. Menglong died on the spot, and his physical body turned into powder in front of the great emperors and was blown away by the wind. It was as if Menglong had never appeared. It was as if it had just appeared, leaving no trace behind. No one dared to make a sound. Even the group of great emperors from the Magic Light Academy could only watch Meng Long die. Su Tong, who had just woken up, saw this scene. His eyes rolled back in fright, and he fainted once again. However, no one knew if he had really fainted or pretended to be dead. At this moment, no one was in the mood to think about this. Everyone was looking at the golden-armored man. Sorry, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. The golden-armored man glanced at his palm and smiled apologetically at everyone. No one made a sound. After a few breaths of silence, Huang Shenba slowly said, "Senior, we didn't know that there was a Xian Yuan cultivator in the burial ruins. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. We are willing to leave the burial ruins." Everyone nodded in their hearts. What was the point of looking for fortuitous encounters at this time? They thought that there was no one in the other party's family, but it turned out that they were right. Not only did the Fong family have people, but they also had such terrifying means. It would be extremely lucky if they could leave this place alive. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Looking at the time, the calamity should be coming soon. I want to know, who are the top 100 ultimate gods in Shenluo world now? The golden-armored man smiled faintly. Top 100 ultimate gods? Everyone had a strange expression. Even if they hadn't been to the creation divine domain, they knew that there are people called ultimate gods there. Experts were seventh-step cultivators. The golden-armored man mentioned the top 100 ultimate gods. Were there really so many powerful seventh-step cultivators in that era? But why did they decline to this point? Senior, apart from those secretive counselors of the Holy Assembly in Shenluo world, there are no more ultimate gods. Experts are still alive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone looked at the person who spoke in shock and disbelief. How could someone describe the Holy Assembly as secretive? Counselors? That was the true ruler of Shenluo world. Was he really not afraid of death? What are you looking at me for? Every time a counselor appears, he only shows one eye. Isn't he secretive? Ning Qi swept his gaze and smiled. No one made a sound, only looking at Ning Qi with a "you're dead" expression. Even Vice Sect Leader Shui and the rest subconsciously, even Deputy Sect Master Shui and the rest subconsciously moved a few steps away. The golden-armored man's gaze landed on Ning Qi. Holy Assembly? Are you talking about the Holy Alliance? Could it be that they had another name in ancient times? I think so. Ning Qi said, "How many ultimate gods are there in the Holy Alliance?" The golden-armored man said in a deep voice, 3 to 5 to 7? I'm not sure, but that should be it. Ning Qi said, "Ha ha ha, these guys really believe in that legend. They actually massacred the ultimate gods of Shenluo world. 3 to 5 to 7? What a joke. When the Great Tribulation arrives, will there still be any cultivators left in Shenluo world?" The golden-armored man looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with mockery. "Senior, what is the Great Tribulation you're talking about?" Ning Qi's eyes moved. Could the Great Tribulation he was talking about be the same as what Silver Dragon said? He was still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3972. You want to know what the Great Tribulation is. The muscular man in golden armor looked at Ning Qi. The others nodded in their hearts. We want to know too. What great tribulation could Shenluo world face? Could it be that the members of the Holy Council couldn't handle it? If there was a great tribulation in the myriad worlds, it would only happen during the War of the Myriad Races. Those ordinary small worlds would have to face the so-called Great Tribulation, right? In the War of the Myriad Races, Shenluo world played a leading role. What great tribulation would befall Shenluo world? If it's possible. Ning Qi smiled. Ha ha ha, it's about time. Even if I don't tell you, you'll find out soon enough. The entire Shenluo world, the entire myriad worlds will be annexed by a certain world. The owner of that world was once in existence exiled by Shenlua world. The muscular man in golden armor smiled. After a pause, he continued, "When the time comes, even our cultivation titles will not be preserved. You can imagine what would happen when countless small worlds are rubbed together like a piece of paper into a ball. What kind of scene would that be? As long as this happens, countless cultivators won't be able to withstand the violent shock waves caused by the collision of the worlds and will die on the spot. Not to mention those mortals who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Wherever you look, corpses will be everywhere, and blood will gather to form rivers and lakes that will flow into the universe." Someone couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He looked at the muscular man in golden armor as if he was a madman. The entire myriad worlds will be rubbed together? Even a seventh-step cultivator wouldn't be able to do that, right? Even a seventh-step cultivator wouldn't be able to rub two small worlds together, let alone the entire myriad worlds. Ning Qi couldn't imagine what the muscular man in golden armor was describing. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly said, "Senior, what you mean by rubbing together? Countless worlds, including the planets in these worlds, will be merged together to form a new world?" This great tribulation obviously wasn't the one that Silver Dragon had described. It sounded terrifying, but it was still within an acceptable range. At least Ning Qi had the system. He could bring people to the courtyard in the creation divine realm at any time. He believed that with the power of the system, it would be able to withstand the shockwaves from the collision of worlds. Something like that. The golden-armored man smiled faintly. At this moment, a great emperor plucked up his courage and said, "Even so, our divine Luo world's cultivators are the strongest in the myriad worlds. Some small worlds only have second-step cultivators, and even first-step cultivators are invincible. However, our Holy Assembly has seventh-step cultivators. Indeed, if it's just a combination of ordinary worlds, the Shenlua world is indeed very strong. However, have you forgotten what I said just now? In the world I'm talking about, what are seventh-step cultivators? All of you should know in your hearts that this world I'm talking about, you just don't want to admit it." The golden-armored man chuckled. The creation divine realm, sacred mountain, the expressions of all the great emperors changed slightly. If the golden-armored muscular man was referring to this world, then Shenluo world might really be facing a calamity. Although emperors were unable to enter the creation divine domain, there were many sects and races in the primordial lands that controlled the path to the creation divine domain. All these years, information regarding the creation celestial domain wasn't a secret among the higher-ups. It was just that the higher-ups of the divine Luo world weren't willing to admit that their world was weaker than the creation celestial domain. Hence, they rarely mentioned this place. "Senior, even if it's the other side, they probably don't have the ability to combine all the worlds, right? They can't even enter Shenlua world." A great emperor forced a smile. If that really happened, the great emperors of Shenlua world would become very worthless. By then, all the great emperors present would be greatly affected. Also, the so-called 13 divine sects and those top forces would be affected even more. In the creation divine domain, any one of the top 100 sects would be much stronger than the divine sects. Not only did the 3 holy kingdoms of the human race have unimaginable divine kings, but there were also various ultimate gods. If those existences descended, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on Shenluo world's #1 position in the myriad worlds. Your cultivation levels are too low. Let's not talk about this for now. This time, I cooperated with the sect masters of the 13 divine sects to let you enter this place because I want to pick out someone who can inherit my mantle." The golden-armored, muscular man changed the topic. "It's here." It turned out to be an inheritance. The gloominess in the hearts of the great emperors was instantly swept away. They no longer cared about the great tribulation. Instead, the inheritance mentioned by the golden-armored, muscular man piqued their interest. The golden-armored, muscular man was definitely a cultivator of Xianyuan Immortal Sect. Xianyuan Immortal Sect was a large sect that had a seventh-step cultivator. How could such a powerful sect's inheritance be simple? Senior, may I know your position in Xianyuan Immortal Sect? Huang Shenba suddenly cupped his hands and asked. In Xianyuan Immortal Sect, I'm just a gatekeeper. Otherwise, why would those guys miss out on me? The golden-armored, muscular man smiled faintly. Everyone's expression instantly changed when they heard that. Gatekeeper? What kind of inheritance could there be? No matter how powerful the Xianyuan Immortal Sect's techniques were, the gatekeeper wouldn't know, right? Those who are unwilling to accept the inheritance can leave now. The golden-armored, muscular man smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. A golden door appeared in front of everyone. Senior, I'd better go back the way I came. One of the great emperors smiled. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept the inheritance. He was only a first-stage great emperor. Even the great emperors who guarded the door of Xianyuan Immortal Sect were much stronger than him. However, he knew that he couldn't compete with others. In addition, Su Tong had been easily killed. He felt that his life would be in danger if he stayed here. Sure. The golden-armored, muscular man chuckled. Hearing that, the great emperor turned around and left. A few more great emperors left one after another. Soon, they flew back with a dazed and fearful expression. There's no way out, right? The golden-armored, muscular man smiled. Senior, then this door. The great emperor glanced at the golden door with doubt in his eyes. If you give up on inheriting my mantle, you can choose to enter this door. The golden-armored, muscular man smiled. The great emperor hesitated for a while before walking towards the golden door. The others wanted to follow, but when the great emperor entered the golden door, everyone saw him appear behind the door. Oh, aye! The great emperor stared at the strong man in golden armor, dumbfounded. He didn't know what this meant, but in the next moment he found that his flesh was covered with many blood-red lines, and blood was seeping out of them. With a swoosh, the great emperor's body suddenly turned into pieces, and he died on the spot. Everyone gasped. The golden-armored, muscular man looked at everyone with a smile and said, "Who else wants to leave?" "Leave. Leave my ass. Whoever leaves will die." Everyone was silent. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3973. Is no one planning to leave? The burly man in golden armor crossed his legs and rested his hand on the back of the golden throne as he looked at the crowd with a faint smile. The crowd remained silent. They had witnessed the outcome of the martial monarchs who had tried to leave. No one dared to ask for trouble. "All right, you go first." The burly man in golden armor pointed at a martial monarch. The martial monarch was startled and confused. "Senior, why should I go first?" "Inherit my legacy," the burly man in golden armor said. That's it. The martial monarch was overjoyed. He was only a first-rank martial monarch. Even if the burly man was just a gatekeeper, he was still a ninth-rank martial monarch. It would only benefit him if he could inherit the burly man's legacy. Apart from Huang Shenba and the others, many martial monarchs who were not part of the 13 divine sects were envious. They did not expect the burly man to look for a successor in such a childish manner. Countless pairs of envious eyes watched as the martial monarch walked toward the burly man in golden armor and stopped 3 zhang away from him. "I'm going to start. Close your eyes." The burly man in golden armor smiled. The martial monarch hesitated for a moment before closing his eyes. The crowd could see a golden orb floating out from the burly man's palm and flying into the martial monarch's forehead. The next moment, the martial monarch's body emitted rays of golden light as his aura continued to rise. First rank martial monarch. Second rank martial monarch. Third rank martial monarch. Fourth rank martial monarch. The crowd was startled as their eyes reddened. They did not expect the burly man in golden armor's legacy to be so terrifying that it could directly increase a martial monarch's cultivation. It was extremely difficult for them to break through a small realm. Only geniuses like Huang Shenba could reach the 8th rank martial monarch realm in such a short period of time. Ordinary martial monarchs would be stuck between the 1st and 3rd rank martial monarchs for the rest of their lives. However, this unknown martial monarch had surpassed the 3rd rank martial monarch realm and reached the 4th rank. Furthermore, his aura was still rising. He must be extremely lucky. Damn it. Why didn't I get to enjoy such a good thing? Shi Lung's expression became extremely savage. His physical body had been shattered twice, and his origin was damaged. He might have to stay in the first revolution of the Great Emperor realm for the rest of his life. If he could obtain this inheritance, wouldn't his cultivation increase tremendously? This way, even if he didn't have the 7-star lamp, he would still dare to seek revenge on Ning Qi. He believed that the inheritance of the muscular man in golden armor must be very powerful, because even the sect leaders of the 13 deities sects couldn't make someone's cultivation soar in an instant. The martial emperor who was receiving the inheritance seemed to sense his cultivation rising rapidly, and he could not help but smile. However, in the next moment, his body turned to ashes in the golden light. The golden orb floated in the air for a few breaths' time, then flew back to the golden-armored man's hand. When the crowd saw this, it took several breaths of time for them to react. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Looks like he can't accept my inheritance. The golden-armored man sighed softly. Seeing this, Huang Shenba could not help but speak. Senior, will those who fail to accept your succession die too? Yeah. The golden-armored man nodded with a smile. After a moment of silence, Vice Sect Leader Yin suddenly spoke. Those who don't accept the inheritance will die, and those who accept it will die too. There should only be one person who can accept Senior's inheritance. Doesn't that mean only one of us can survive? If the next one succeeds, the rest of us won't have to die. The one who spoke was Ning Qi. The golden-armored man said with a smile, "You're right. As long as the next one succeeds, the rest of us will be fine, and will be able to obtain some of the treasures I found in the Shenyuan immortal sect. Senior, if none of us can accept your succession," a martial emperor said with a pale face, "that won't happen. Back then, someone told me that today the person who can inherit my legacy will definitely appear. That person is very intelligent and even discovered some secrets that are related to the myriad of worlds. I believe his words. That's not possible. That person told me that today the person who can inherit my legacy will definitely appear." The golden-armored man said with a smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. It had been countless years since the Shenyuan immortal sect was wiped out. Was there really someone who could predict the future? You don't believe me? Everything he told me has come true. I won't blame him, even if he miscalculated the last time. Come, let's continue. You come here. The golden-armored man smiled and pointed at another martial emperor. Seeing this, the great emperor swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly walked up to the golden-armored brawny man. Senior, is it possible to stay alive if the inheritance fails? Impossible, the golden-armored, muscular man said as he waved his hand. The golden light ball immediately entered the great emperor's body. Then, the great emperor's cultivation base skyrocketed from the 2nd revolution to the 7th revolution. He was even close to the 8th revolution of the great emperor. He was much better than the previous great emperor. If he hadn't turned into ashes, the crowd would have thought that he could accept the golden-armored man's inheritance. Not really. What a pity. The golden-armored, muscular man shook his head and pointed at another great emperor. The chosen great emperor smiled bitterly. In such a situation, it was impossible for him to escape. He could only try his luck. If he succeeded, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket. 10 minutes later, a dozen martial emperors died. Duo Yu suddenly put his palms together and said to the golden-armored man, "Senior, you've killed too many people." Killed? My Xianyuan immortal sect had 103,506 cultivators, but I'm the only one left in one night. Little monk, who do you think has killed too many people? The golden-armored man looked at Duo Yu and smiled. But we aren't the culprit. It would be too unjust to die here. Duo Yu said. There were 13 Ninth Revolution martial emperors that stayed here for many years. Do you know what they were looking for? The golden-armored man said calmly. No idea. Duo Yu shook his head. What they're looking for is my inheritance. You're too young to know that there's a rule in Xianyuan celestial sect. Every generation's sect master has to be the gatekeeper of the sect, which is what I said just now, the gatekeeper. The golden-armored man said with an indifferent smile. Hearing this, the crowd felt their blood run cold. Could this gatekeeper be the sect master of the Xianyuan immortal sect? Is my inheritance not worth risking your life for? The golden-armored man said with a smile. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3974. The sect master was guarding the sect. Everyone finally understood what the golden armor man meant when he said he would guard the gate. The sect master of Xianyuan immortal sect. A seventh-step cultivator. They were facing a seventh-step powerhouse from ancient times. Even Huang Shenba, Duo Yu, and the other Emperor Realm prodigies were shocked. They had cultivated for many years, but had never met a seventh-step cultivator. At most, they would see an eyeball that was as bright as the sun when they were undergoing a heavenly tribulation. In Shenluo world, the only people who had seen the members of the Supreme Saint Council were probably the experts at the level of the sect masters of the 13 deity sects. If it's the inheritance of a seventh-step cultivator, it's indeed worth exchanging my life for. Duo Yu was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the muscular man in golden armor with a solemn expression. Senior, are you really the sect master of Xianyuan immortal sect? Then why is Xianyuan immortal sect still in danger after so many years? That's right. If the sect master of Xianyuan immortal sect wasn't dead, why would the burial site still exist? Xianyuan immortal sect had reopened its doors a long time ago. With a seventh-step cultivator, it would be too easy for them to rise again. If you can accept my inheritance, you will understand. It's getting late, let's continue. The muscular man in golden armor smiled faintly. You come here. The great emperor that was pointed at paled instantly. Although the inheritance of a seventh-step cultivator was indeed coveted, failing the inheritance would result in death. This condition was too harsh. A dozen breaths later, as expected, the great emperor failed and died. Everyone watched as the revered great emperors of Shenluo world died one after another. They suddenly felt like they were on the chopping block. Ever since they became great emperors, when had they ever felt like this? But in front of the muscular man's absolute strength, even the 13 divine sects couldn't resist. Elder Kong, have you contacted the sect master? Huang Shenba asked telepathically. He wasn't the only one. The other great emperors were also trying to contact their sect masters. The muscular man might not be at his peak strength. If the 13 sect masters could come here, there should be a chance to turn things around. I can't contact him. This place is completely isolated. I suspect that what the sect master got rid of was just an illusion. The burial site has never changed. Kong Shan said with a solemn expression. This will be difficult. Huang Shenba's expression was solemn. Kong Shan's suspicions were not unreasonable. If it was true, the 13 divine sect masters were easily fooled by the golden-armored, muscular man right under their noses. In the end, They even sent more than 200 great emperors here to provide inheritors for the golden-armored, muscular man. Elder Wu, if I die here today, I hope that Elder Wu can take care of my disciples. Also, my ancestral home is in the extreme flame lands. Cultivation there has already declined, and there are only 2 or 3 great emperors. Because of my care, my clan is quite famous in the extreme flame lands. But if I die, my enemies will definitely come looking for me. If it is convenient for Elder Wu, could you do me a favor? Bloodless Blade suddenly transmitted to Ning Qi. Ning Qi was slightly startled as he looked at Bloodless Blade. I can tell that the order he chooses is based on the level of cultivation. I reckon it won't be long before my turn. Bloodless Blade revealed a bitter smile. You come here. Another great emperor died. The golden-armored, muscular man shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Moon Elephant sect. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Bloodless Blade. He was right. Yes, Senior. Bloodless Blade nodded with a heavy heart. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't answer him, he felt a little disappointed. Just as he was about to walk over to the golden-armored, muscular man, someone grabbed his arm. Elder Wu, what are you doing? Bloodless Blade looked at Ning Qi in a daze. Elder Wu, let go of me. This person is moody. Be careful not to harm your life because of this. Vice Sect Master Yun immediately transmitted a message to remind him. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Why can't it be him? Shi Lung shook his head in disappointment. Protect your clan and take care of your disciples. Let me take care of the 7th step cultivator's inheritance first. Ning Qi smiled at Bloodless Blade and stepped into the air, landing in front of the golden-armored, muscular man. Seeing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. Bloodless Blade's lips trembled as he stared at Ning Qi's back. He was somewhat speechless. I didn't expect this kid to be so loyal. Do Qianfan looked at Ning Qi with a flash of regret in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Su Tong and the others to become enemies with Ning Qi. Fortunately, the enmity between the two hadn't reached a very deep point and could still be resolved. However, in his eyes, Ning Qi was already a dead man. Even if the enmity was resolved, it would be meaningless. What a pity. Do Qianfan shook his head inwardly. This guy. Vice Sect Master Yun frowned deeply and glanced at Bloodless Blade. As far as he knew, Bloodless Blade and Ning Qi's friendship wasn't very deep. It was just a friendship between gentlemen. It's better to die early than late. Elder Wu, you see this point better than us. Vice Sect Master Shui couldn't help but sigh. Hee, there's no need for me to take action. Seeing you die in front of me is also a relief to my resentment. Shi Lung looked at Ning Qi with a strange smile. I'm talking about him, not you. The golden-armored man looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi took out a ring from his spatial bag and wore it on his hand. He smiled at the golden-armored man and said, Senior, you don't know who can accept your inheritance anyway. It doesn't matter who comes first. The golden-armored man's gaze fell on the ring in Ning Qi's hand. His expression suddenly changed, but he quickly concealed his emotions and said to Ning Qi indifferently, The ring in your hand is a little special. Where did you get it? A little brother gave it to me. Ning Qi smiled. He had already caught the change in the golden-armored man's expression. He was sure that even if the golden-armored man wasn't Xianyuan Lin's father, he was definitely a cultivator of the Xianyuan immortal sect. How is the little brother who gave you the ring? The golden-armored man asked in a deep voice. He's in a very safe place. Even if he faces the great calamity that you mentioned, his life shouldn't be in danger. Ning Qi smiled. The golden-armored man fell silent. After a while, he looked at Ning Qi and said, If you can't accept my inheritance, I'll try my best to protect your life. The two communicated through telepathy. Therefore, The crowd only saw Ning Qi and the golden-armored man silently looking at each other. They didn't know that the two had already communicated privately. "Senior, please." Ning Qi's expression gradually became solemn. He hoped that the golden-armored man's inheritance was the godhead that the silver dragon mentioned. Otherwise, if the mission failed and the godhead was obtained by others in the future, the myriad worlds would really face a great calamity. The golden light ball flew up from the golden-armored brawny man's palm and entered Ning Qi's glabella. In the next moment, Ning Qi's aura started to increase rapidly, just like the other great emperors. Chapter 3975. Everyone stared at Ning Qi with different expressions on their faces. "Die. Hurry up and die." Shi Lung wore an expectant look. He wanted to see if Ning Qi would still be as arrogant as before he died. "Elder Wu, you can't let anything happen to you." Bloodless Blade clenched his fists nervously. Ning Qi was already at the peak of the 6th Order Martial Monarch realm, and he was only a step away from the 7th Order Martial Monarch realm. After receiving the inheritance from the Golden Sphere, his aura had easily broken through to the 7th Order Martial Monarch realm, then the 8th Order Martial Monarch realm. His aura soon surpassed everyone present. Even Emperor Shenba and Monk Dui were no match for Ning Qi. He's about to reach the 9th Order Martial Monarch realm. Can he really succeed in inheriting the inheritance? Who wouldn't want the inheritance of a 7th Order Martial Monarch realm cultivator? Everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy when they saw that Ning Qi did not die as they had expected. They wished that they were the ones who were receiving the inheritance. The golden-armored man's eyes flickered with astonishment when he saw Ning Qi's current state. Could he really be the one who was destined to inherit his legacy? Ning Qi had completely lost his senses of the outside world. He had returned to the boundless universe. The star giant, which was made of bright stars, slowly turned its head and looked at him. At the same time, he extended his right hand, as if gesturing for Ning Qi to come to his palm. Strange, is the inheritance of the Xianyuan immortal sect related to the star giant? Ning Qi's eyes flickered with astonishment. However, he did not think too much about it and flew straight toward the star giant. It was his trump card, and it would not harm him. The closer he got to the star giant, the stronger the power of the stars that surged from the void washed over Ning Qi's body. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, apart from the golden glow emitting from Ning Qi's body, there was also a thin layer of mist-like silver glow that merged with the golden glow. What's going on? Huang Shenba and the others were puzzled. All the previous martial monarchs had died because they failed to inherit the inheritance. But not only had Ning Qi persisted, he had lasted longer than any of the previous martial monarchs, and there was another phenomenon on his body. Was Elder Wu the reincarnation of a 7th Order martial monarch realm cultivator in his previous life? Bloodless Blade muttered to himself. Vice Sect Master Yin and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. They recalled that Ning Qi possessed the Qilin spirit beast, had a feud with the Azure Dragon, and that the Azure Dragon had been scared away by Ning Qi's words. All of this seemed to fit Bloodless Blade's description. If he's really a 7th step cultivator, then it's normal for him to inherit the inheritance of the Xianyuan celestial sect. Vice Sect Master Yin looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Impossible. How could this be? Shi Lung stared at Ning Qi as he muttered to himself. Ning Qi's cultivation had risen to the 9th cycle of the martial monarch realm. The terrifying aura was the same as when he faced his sect leader, Hong Yin Shao. Out of all the great emperors who had died, none of them had been able to accept this. At this moment, the sky was suddenly torn apart, and more than 10 suns appeared. The scorching light nearly blinded everyone. Everyone couldn't look straight at it. They were all shocked, thinking that some sort of change had occurred in the bone burial site. But after several breaths of time, the sunlight dimmed, and everyone discovered that what appeared wasn't a sun, but eyeballs. These eyeballs scanned the crowd continuously. The representatives of the Supreme Saint Council, the great emperors, were overjoyed. Compared to the golden-armored brawny man who killed people easily, they felt closer to the representatives. I, Su Qingqiu of the Big Dipper sect. Greet the representatives. Su Qingqiu immediately stepped forward and bowed to the sky. The next moment, he pointed at the golden-armored, brawny man. Representatives, this person is the sect leader of the Xianyuan celestial sect. He killed more than 10 great emperors of the Shenlua world. Please send down the lightning tribulation to punish him. After several breaths of time, Su Qingqiu didn't receive any response and felt a little strange. But when he saw the faint smile on the golden-armored brawny man's face, his heart skipped a beat. Elder Su, the representatives don't seem to be able to see us? Shi Lung sent a voice transmission, and his voice was trembling. Tell me, I found them. Su Qingqiu's expression turned extremely ugly. The dozens of eyeballs scanned the crowd continuously, but didn't look at anyone. This meant that the eyeballs didn't see anything at all. I already guessed that I would be discovered once I appeared, so I set up an array here. They will have to wait at least 10 days to half a month to find you. The golden-armored brawny man smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of eyeballs disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Even the representatives couldn't see through him. How powerful was he? Senior, Su Qingqiu knelt on the ground decisively. You don't need to say anything. Leave your last words, and I will send you to reincarnation. The golden-armored, brawny man smiled. Su Qingqiu's expression instantly froze. He muttered to himself, if I am the one who can inherit Senior's legacy, doesn't that mean, with your character, if you are really the one who can inherit my legacy, I would rather no one inherit it than give it to you? The golden-armored, brawny man laughed. There are so many people, but no one dared to act rashly. Even if you inherit my legacy, do you think you can live to the end with such a brain? You'll probably be beaten to death the moment you step out. Su Qingqiu's face alternated between green and white. His blood surged, and he almost vomited blood when he saw everyone looking at him with pity and mockery. Since you have no last words, go to hell. The golden-armored, brawny man laughed loudly and slapped out with his palm. Su Qingqiu couldn't resist at all, and his entire body dissipated into nothingness like sand blown away by the wind. Shi Lung and the other Big Dipper sect cultivators were furious, but didn't dare to say anything. They lowered their heads and didn't even have the guts to look at the golden-armored, brawny man. I hope you can hurry up. The golden-armored, brawny man looked at Ning Qi with an undetectable hint of worry in his eyes. There were already 7th step cultivators who had noticed this. If Ning Qi didn't accept the legacy before they found them, the consequences would be unimaginable. His legacy might be stolen by the other party. This was something the golden-armored, brawny man would never allow. The destruction of the Xianyuan Immortal School had a lot to do with this legacy. He faked his own death and endured for countless years. He definitely couldn't lose at the last moment. In the cosmic void, Ning Qi had already arrived at the palm of the star giant. Below him was a palm formed by countless stars. At such a close distance, it was impossible to see its original appearance. This was the first time Ning Qi was so close to the star giant. He could also feel his body growing rapidly. The star giant lowered its head and looked at Ning Qi. The next moment, a golden ball of light floated out of Ning Qi's body and flew to the center of the star giant's eyebrows, slowly merging with it. Still looking for the strongest dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. == Chapter 3976. Boom! After the golden ball of light merged into the star giant's glabella, Ning Qi heard a terrifying roar in his ears. Silver ripples surged in all directions with the star giant as the center. However, in just a few breaths, the silver ripples retreated and entered the star giant's body. The star giant shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally disappeared without a trace. Ning Qi left the void at the same time. However, when his spiritual force returned to his body, he was shocked to find that his body was gone. The golden-armored, burly man, Vice Sect Master Yin, and the other great emperors watched as Ning Qi's body turned into golden light spots. Among these light spots, there were also silver light spots. What's going on? The golden-armored, burly man was puzzled. He was once a seventh-step cultivator, but he couldn't understand the changes in Ning Qi's body. However, he could see more clearly than anyone else that the light spots that Ning Qi's body had turned into were not light spots at all. They were planets that had shrunk several times. It was as if Ning Qi had become a universe of his own, filled with countless golden and silver motes of light. They were all planets in this universe, and because they were so small and detailed, it looked like his fleshly body was crumbling, and he was following in the footsteps of the previous Grand Emperors. Did he fail to inherit? Shilun was pleasantly surprised. Bloodless Blade and the other great emperors of the Moon Elephant sect were very worried. The other great emperors were originally jealous, but when Ning Qi's body really collapsed, they were terrified. If Ning Qi's inheritance failed, who knew how many great emperors would die because of this inheritance? Perhaps the changes in Ning Qi's body were too unusual. The dozen sun-like eyeballs that had disappeared just now appeared again. This time, their gazes locked onto Ning Qi at almost the same time. Oh no! The golden-armored, burly man's eyes flashed solemnly. He realized that although the gazes of the seventh-step cultivators didn't penetrate the restrictive spell he had set up, due to the extraordinary changes in Ning Qi's body, they were able to see through the restrictive spell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the divine essence. The system notification suddenly sounded. Ning Qi, who was shocked by the changes in his body, could not help but reveal a hint of ecstasy when he heard the notification. He succeeded. He really succeeded in obtaining the godhood. According to the original words of the Silver Dragon, he would be qualified to step into the legendary ninth step after obtaining the godhead. He would become a divine master and control the universe. Ning Qi wasn't very interested in this. The only thing he was happy about was that everyone he cared about wouldn't be killed just because someone had become a god master. After that, Ning Qi discovered that his body had reformed once again. When his body was completely reformed, although it did not look much different from before, every cell and every piece of tissue in his body was completely different from before. His life form had once again obtained a qualitative evolution. This is definitely not the body of a great emperor. Ning Qi was shocked. He scanned his physical body with his divine will. What he saw was a universe, a planet full of vitality. His physical body had turned into a universe. My cultivation realm seems to have changed to a certain extent. Although I haven't broken through the limit of the sixth step, I have the cultivation of a ninth transformation, Great Emperor. However, my strength should have far exceeded this limit. Is this the benefit of obtaining the godhood? Ning Qi gently clenched his fists. He could feel that his fists were filled with a power that could destroy a planet. Right, the star giant. Ning Qi suddenly thought of this matter. The star giant had disappeared in the end, and his corporeal body had become so mysterious. Could it be that the star giant had fused with his corporeal body under the influence of godhood? If that was the case, it would explain the terrifying strength that Ning Qi currently possessed. Have you fully accepted my inheritance? The muscular man in golden armor asked slowly. His tone was filled with uncertainty. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Why would the muscular man in golden armor use such a tone? Could it be that the changes that had happened to Ning Qi's body were not under his control? You should have accepted it, right? Ning Qi smiled. He did not obtain the cultivation technique of the Shenyuan celestial sect, nor did he obtain any other benefits. However, Ning Qi had already obtained the greatest benefit. He could feel that the so-called cultivation technique and magical arts were no longer able to restrain him. His physical body was a universe that could accommodate all things. Every move he made was the art of an emperor. Then why aren't you running away? They've found you. The muscular man in golden armor glanced at the sky. Ning Qi slowly raised his head and looked at the dozens of suns in the sky. These eyeballs were constantly emitting a dazzling light, as if they wanted to break through some kind of boundary and see more clearly. You like to peep so much. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His eyes were covered with a faint layer of golden light. The golden light was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, under everyone's astonished gazes, Ning Qi's eyes shot out two golden rays that were even more dazzling than the eyeballs in the sky. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the suns in the sky had dimmed a little. Finally, the eyeballs were no longer emotionless. Instead, they produced intense, emotional fluctuations. Everyone saw shock and astonishment. These eyeballs represented the members of the Supreme Saint Assembly, a seventh-step cultivator. Even they were shocked by Ning Qi's current state. Everyone gasped in unison, and they found it difficult to imagine what sort of situation this was. The stare lasted for a full 10 seconds. In these 10 seconds, everyone held their breaths and watched the scene in silence. The emotional fluctuations in the eyeballs gradually subsided. Then, as if they had made an agreement, the eyeballs disappeared at the same time. The void returned to normal. Ning Qi's eyes finally returned to normal. He looked at the muscular man in golden armor and frowned slightly. Your soul has a strange fluctuation. The myriad realms' reincarnation probably won't accept you. You can tell that I'm only left with my soul? The muscular man in golden armor smiled bitterly. I sacrificed my soul to a very ancient existence long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive for so many years. You have indeed accepted my inheritance. According to the agreement, my soul belongs to it now. A black palm suddenly descended from the sky and grabbed the muscular man in golden armor. Then it retracted back into the void in front of everyone. Ning Qi suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with shock. The owner of that arm just now was most likely an existence that surpassed the seventh step. There was such a person in the Shenluo realm. Could it be that terrifying universe? Ning Qi suddenly remembered the scene when he first entered the universe. Countless hands of unknown origin reached out from the void. At that time, Ning Qi was almost left behind in the universe. It could be said that this universe might be the most mysterious existence in the Shenluo realm. Still looking for the strongest dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion, Speed Reading Without Waiting, =. Chapter 3977. With the disappearance of the golden armored man, the bone burial site seemed to have returned to normal. Kong Shan, Huang Shenba, and the others all looked at Ning Qi. There was a trace of fear and shock in their eyes. A ninth revolution emperor was not scary. What was scary was that when Ning Qi looked at the counselors of the Supreme Sacred Council, his eyes were even brighter than those seventh-step cultivators. They could not determine what level Ning Qi's current strength had reached. Elder Wu, are you all right? Bloodless Blade was the first to speak. I'm fine. This feeling has never been better. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In terms of cultivation realm, he was indeed only a ninth revolution emperor. However, his life form had evolved once again and was no longer within the scope of the sixth step. Even a seventh-step cultivator wouldn't be able to understand what kind of state his body was in right now. His body was like the universe, enveloping thousands of stars. He had probably reached the level of grasping the sun, moon, and stars. You really obtained a godhead? Silver Dragon's voice suddenly rang in Ning Qi's ears. His tone was filled with disbelief. Senior Silver Dragon, Didn't you call me here because you thought I could obtain a godhead? Ning Qi was slightly startled. Oh, yes, I guessed from the beginning that you could definitely fuse with a godhead. Ha ha ha, I finally have a chance to make up for the loss of most of my essence Qi. Silver Dragon's voice was filled with joy. This had never happened before. Ning Qi realized that the silver dragon tattoo on his body had come to life again. A silver dragon soared into the sky and circled above everyone's heads for a few breaths before suddenly falling down like a waterfall. The silver light instantly condensed into a figure. Silver Man. Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. The human form formed by the silver dragon was silver in color from head to toe, as if it had been constructed from mercury. I can finally transform into a human again, although I can't last long. Silver Dragon walked in front of Ning Qi and sized him up with a smile. Then, he gently patted Ning Qi's shoulder. I see hope in you. He smiled meaningfully before turning into a silver dragon and attaching himself to Ning Qi's body again. Hope of life? Could it be that the silver dragon was referring to the fact that it was still dead and needed to recover to a certain extent before it could be revived? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He had a feeling that the meaning behind the silver dragon's words might not be as simple as it seemed. Right at this moment, 13 figures dashed over and appeared above everyone's heads. Master! The great emperors of the 13 divine sects hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. They all heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, now that the sect master was here, they had a pillar of support. What happened this time was simply too terrifying. The feeling of their lives being controlled by someone else and being unable to do anything about it made them feel like they had become mortals again. What's going on here? Hong Yinxiao's gaze swept over, and there was still a trace of bewilderment on her face. Just now, the disappeared burial site suddenly reappeared. They immediately felt that there was something strange about it. Perhaps the thing they had been looking for so many years had finally appeared. Sect leader, Elder Su's body is dead. Shi Lung hurriedly spoke. Hong Yinxiao's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, What's going on? Bu Qingxiao was dead, and now Su Qingqiu was also dead? This meant that the Big Dipper sect had lost 2 high-level experts in a short period of time. This was a huge loss to the Big Dipper sect. Shi Lung hurriedly recounted what had happened. When they heard that there were survivors of the Xianyuan celestial sect in the burial site, the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were shocked. When they found out that the muscular man in golden armor was most likely the sect leader of the Xianyuan celestial sect, the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were not only shocked, but also fearful. They had actually caused trouble in the house of a 7th-step cultivator for so many years. If it wasn't for the other party's ulterior motives, the 13 of them would have died here long ago. Indeed, many people have died. Du Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard from Shi Lung that the muscular man in golden armor was looking for someone to inherit his legacy. In addition, many great emperors who had entered the burial site had died, and there were only slightly more than 100 of them left. This was enough to show that Shi Lung was not lying. Where's the legacy? The demon face sect leader asked faintly. Kong Shan was about to speak when he heard that, but he was stopped by Huang Shenba. Shi Lung subconsciously looked at Ning Qi and said, He has already obtained the legacy, the 9th revolution of the great emperor. The sect leaders of the 13 divine sects all looked at Ning Qi. When Hong Yinxiao saw that Ning Qi's aura had risen from the 6th revolution of the great emperor to the 9th revolution of the great emperor, she was sure that the legacy that they had been searching for so many years had fallen into Ning Qi's hands. Do you, according to our previous agreement, even if the legacy falls into the hands of the cultivators of your sect, you are not allowed to take it for yourself. You have to follow the rules. Hong Yinxiao looked at Diyu and said faintly, Sect leader? Vice sect leader Yin and the rest were slightly stunned. Previous agreement? Could it be that they had come here to be the vanguard for the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects? Could it be that the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects could forcefully take the legacy away from the cultivators who had obtained it? Ning Qi was also attracted by Hong Yinxiao's words and looked at her with a faint smile. Of course, we will follow the rules. Du Yu nodded slightly and looked at Ning Qi. Elder Wu, although your cultivation level is the same as ours, the burial site was opened up by the 13 of us together. The legacy has fallen into your hands, and you have to hand it over eventually. Don't worry, we only want one item. As for the other spells of the Xianyuan celestial sect, we can exchange them for equal value. What you want is the source. Ning Qi smiled. It really is with him. Hong Yinxiao's aura became much heavier, and he stared at Ning Qi with undisguised greed in his eyes. That's right. Du Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. You may have misunderstood. The thing that I have obtained is not the source. Ning Qi smiled faintly. There's no use in quibbling. Do you think you can escape from the 13th Revolution, Great Emperors today? The sect leader of the True Void sect said faintly. Escape? Why bother? I think your cultivation level has reached a bottleneck. Why don't I send the Thunder Tribulation to you in advance? If you pass it, I will allow you to advance to the 7th step. What do you think? Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with a strange look. Send the Thunder Tribulation? Isn't this something that only the counselors can do? My cultivation level has suddenly increased so much that I don't even know who I am anymore. The sect leader of Zhengkongxi was so angry that he laughed. But the next moment, Ning Qi just raised his hand slightly and the sky was instantly torn apart. An eyeball appeared. Is it familiar? Ning Qi smiled. Of course it is. This eyeball is exactly the same as Ning Qi's. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, the sect leader of Zhengkongxi had a bad premonition. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3978. Sect Master Kong Kong. Don't you want the source and want to advance to the 7th step? As long as you survive the lightning tribulation, I'll allow you to advance to the 7th step. Ning Qi chuckled. Before anyone could react, countless thunder tribulations fell from the void. Master Zhengkongxi was instantly enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Du Yu and the others fled tens of kilometers away as they watched the scene unfold before them in shock. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning tribulation continued to fall. At first, Zhengkongxi's sect leader was able to resist a few strikes, but later, even if he used all his skills, he could only struggle to survive under the lightning tribulation. Senior, I was wrong. The master of Kong Zhengkongxi roared at Ning Qi with a look of fear and despair on his face. The great emperors of the True Void God sect were filled with fear when they saw their sect leader in such a state. If the sect leader of the True Void God sect died, would the True Void God sect still be one of the 13 divine sects? The cultivation resources controlled by the True Void God sect would most likely be divided up by others overnight. The Great Tribulation, the great calamity of the True Void sect. You're not wrong. It's normal for you to want the source. I'm just testing you to see if you have the qualifications to advance to the 7th step. Ning Qi laughed. The lightning tribulation grew fiercer and fiercer. After a dozen breaths, the thunder tribulation gradually dissipated. The place where Zhengkongxi sect leader had been standing was now pitch black, other than a pile of powder on the ground. Zhengkongxi sect leader's figure could no longer be seen. He was struck into ashes by the thunder tribulation in front of countless great emperors. Even when he was dying, he did not dare to curse Ning Qi with resentment. This was because the method Ning Qi displayed was comparable to a 7th step cultivator. No one knew if a seventh-step cultivator could interfere with the reincarnation of 10,000 realms. All was quiet now. A few breaths later, Ning Chi's gaze landed on Devil Aspect Sect Master and the others. Instantly, they felt their hair stand on end, and their hair stand on end. Do you still need the source? Ning Chi laughed. No, don't. The Demon Aspect Sect Master forced a laugh and hurriedly cupped his hands towards Ning Chi. We didn't know that Senior had reached such a realm. Please forgive us if we offended you. Please forgive me, Senior. Hong Yin Xiao and the others also cupped their hands and bowed, admitting defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although the 13 divine sects were strong, it was still within the scope of everyone's imagination. The seventh step was already at a level that even the great Emperor realm couldn't understand. The fate of sect leaders in Kangzhou was still fresh in their minds. Who would dare to covet Ning Chi's belongings? They only hated that they didn't have the opportunity. If they had the opportunity, perhaps they were the only ones that had the right to summon the tribulation of a ninth-order martial monarch realm expert. All right, I forgive you. Ning Chi smiled. The Devil Aspect Sect Master and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, can we leave now? The Demon Aspect Sect Master cupped his fists and said, Go ahead. Ning Chi smiled faintly. A dozen breaths later, there were only cultivators of Moon Elephant Sect left in the burial site where there were more than 100 great emperors. Because Ning Chi didn't leave, Diyu didn't dare to move. She didn't know what Ning Chi's attitude towards Moon Elephant Sect was. Just now, she had the intention to seize the inheritance of Xianyuan Immortal Sect from Ning Chi. This misunderstanding might need to be resolved. If it could be resolved successfully, Moon Elephant Sect would become a god with Ning Chi in charge, the head of the sect. No, the other divine sects were no longer fit to be called divine sects. Elder Wu. Diyu cupped his fists at Ning Chi. The misunderstanding earlier, I didn't take it to heart. Ning Chi smiled. That's good. Diyu heaved a sigh of relief. Do you think that's possible? Ning Chi changed the topic. Diyu was stunned. Earlier on, Azure Dragon and Venerable Ice wanted to deal with me. You helped me chase them away. I'm grateful for this favor, but we're even now. Ning Chi smiled faintly. It's good that we're even. Diyu forced a smile on her face. At this moment, Vice Sect Leader Yin revealed a curious expression and asked a question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. Elder Wu, has your cultivation reached the 7th step? I'm still at the 6th step, but I can use some of the power of the 7th step. For example, this. Ning Chi smiled, and another eyeball appeared in the sky. This was called using it. Everyone had just witnessed sect masters in Kangxi being struck by the tribulation and being turned into ashes. At the thought that Ning Chi had mastered the technique of summoning the tribulation, everyone looked at Ning Chi with a hint of respect. Every cultivator present had faced the tribulation countless times in their lives. The counselors who controlled everyone's path of advancement had always been the most mysterious and revered existence in their hearts. And now, a person who was like a counselor stood in front of them. He's not at the 7th step, but he can use the technique of the 7th step. The legacy of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect is indeed unfathomable. Vice Sect Master Yin was shocked. Ning Chi smiled and did not explain. The real reason he could use this technique had nothing to do with the legacy of the Xianyuan Immortal Sect. It was the golden ball of light. It was not the source that everyone thought it was, but the Godhead that surpassed everyone's understanding. The qualification to become a god. Hong Yin Xiao led the group on their journey until they returned to the Beidou sect. Hong Yin Xiao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he recalled the scene of Sect Master Zinkangxi's death. I'm afraid I won't get another chance like this in this lifetime. What a pity. Hong Yin Xiao sighed in a low voice. After a pause, his gaze landed on Shilong. You have the scent of the seven-star lamp on you. Why is this chaos treasure in your hands? Shi Lung hurriedly took out the seven-star lamp and returned it to Hong Yin Shao. Sect Master, Elder Su wanted me to take this to avenge Elder Bu, but what? Did you do anything to him? Hong Yin Shao was slightly stunned, and then he flew into a rage. Damn thing! Didn't you see what happened to the Zhengkongshi sect? They were planning to kill the Beidou sect. No, we didn't do anything. We weren't prepared to do anything when the golden-armored man appeared. Shi Lung hurriedly waved his hand, and the others nodded as proof. However, after a few breaths, Shi Lung's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Sect Master, although we didn't do anything, he seemed to have discovered that we were following him. Hong Yin Shao, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, wanted to curse. However, the next moment he looked up into the sky and saw that an eyeball had appeared in the sky above the Beidou sect. This eyeball suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. The light dyed the entire Beidou sect in a golden color. Shi Lung, come and undergo the tribulation. A deep voice exploded in everyone's ears. Although there was some change in the voice, everyone could recognize that it was definitely Elder Wu of the Moon Elephant sect. Shi Lung's legs turned to jelly, and he almost knelt on the spot. Chapter 39-79. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the skies as the winds and clouds surged. The faint golden eyeball was like a divine being that looked down at the Beidou sect cultivators from above. Sect leader. Shi Lung looked at Hong Yin Shao with pleading eyes. Senior must have sensed that your cultivation is about to break through. Hurry up and undergo your tribulation. Hong Yin Shao said indifferently. Shi Lung's expression turned ugly. He looked at the other great monarchs of Beidou sect. They didn't dare to look him in the eye and looked away in silence. Seeing this, Shi Lung revealed a look of despair. He walked to the empty space and raised his head to look at the eyeball in the sky. Senior, my cultivation is only at the first revolution of the great Emperor realm. I have yet to reach the pinnacle and can't undergo the tribulation so quickly. Please have mercy on me. Are you saying that I have seen wrongly? The atmosphere instantly froze. No, it's not that Senior has seen wrongly. What I mean is, can I delay the tribulation for a little longer? Junior is not fully prepared yet. Shi Lung quickly changed his words. I said that you are going to undergo the tribulation, so you shall undergo it. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to prepare. If you succeed, you will advance to the second revolution of the great Emperor realm. 10 breaths of time? Shi Lung's expression instantly turned paler. 10 breaths of time passed very quickly. Everyone realized that the tribulation clouds in the sky thickened with every breath that passed. When it reached 8 to 9 breaths of time, the lightning energy contained in the tribulation clouds was comparable to the 9th revolution of the great Emperor realm. How is this tribulation? This is clearly electrocution. Shi Lung went from despair to bewilderment and to despair again. His face revealed a trace of hatred as he scolded towards the sky. I know who you are. You are abusing your position. You are abusing your position to take revenge. Do you think I am that group of counselors? Ning Qi's voice rang out again. Shi Lung was instantly stunned. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, slamming into Shi Lung's head. In just an instant, Shi Lung was turned into a pile of ashes. Everyone could faintly feel the space around them trembling. They could basically guess that Shi Lung's immortal palace had also been destroyed. In this way, Shi Lung was as good as dead. The group of Big Dipper sect's great emperors watched as Shi Lung was struck to death by the lightning calamity in front of them. They felt a little apprehensive in their hearts. After a few breaths, they realized that the eyeballs didn't show any signs of disappearing. Their hearts instantly tensed up. The golden eyeball slowly swept across Hong Yin Shao and the others. The atmosphere was very quiet, so much so that no one dared to breathe. They held their breaths, and after a dozen breaths, the eyeball suddenly disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Hong Yin Xiao immediately cupped his hands. "Farewell, senior." The group of Big Dipper Sect's great emperors cupped their fists in greeting. Another 10 minutes passed. After Hong Yin Xiao confirmed that Ning Qi had left, he sighed softly and said to one of the great emperors, "There might be chaos in Shenluo world for a period of time. If you don't have anything else to do, cultivate in the sect and don't run around." "Yes, sect leader." On the other side, after Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice left, they did not stray too far from the burial site. Both of them had reached an agreement to join forces against Ning Qi. "The king's intention is for me to capture him alive and bring him back to the Qilin clan's territory. However, since you plan to kill him, I won't stop you." Venerable Lord Ice had already thought it through. Since Ning Qi dared to treat the Qilin clan as a spiritual beast, he might as well kill him instead of capturing him alive. After all, the Qilin who had signed the life and death contract with Ning Qi would die as well, which would solve the problem perfectly. However, the Qilin clan could not simply take action, or else they would bear the reputation of harming their own clan. To the Qilin clan, which had an extremely small population, this was a very serious crime. So serious that even the Qilin king dared not bear it lightly. "I understand. With my ability, killing him is a piece of cake. There won't be any news. When the time comes, you can just hide and watch from afar. There's no need to show yourself." Azure Dragon said lightly. How could he not know what Venerable Lord Ice was thinking? There's something strange about the burial site. Venerable Lord Ice's gaze suddenly moved as he looked into the void far away. They were about a few thousand miles away from the burial site, not too far away. They've all left? In such a short time, the 13 divine sects have already gotten their hands on the items in the burial site? Azure Dragon frowned slightly. "Hurry up and chase after them. The burial site is settled. The 13 divine sects will not stop you anymore." Venerable Lord Ice scoffed coldly. Hearing that, Azure Dragon turned into a ray of green light and arrived at the burial site in an instant. He scanned the area and realized that everyone had already left. However, very quickly, Azure Dragon's eyes lit up as he locked onto a figure that walked out of the burial site. "Your Moon Elephant Sex leader is not here. Who can protect you?" Azure Dragon chuckled and landed opposite the figure. Ning Qi smiled and looked around. "They're walking very fast." He then looked at Azure Dragon. "Are you planning to kill me?" "Yes." Azure Dragon smiled and nodded. "If I don't kill you, I will never be able to get rid of my inner demon. Can you tell me, how did I bully you in the past? How did I leave such a deep impression on you that you want to kill me every time you reincarnate?" Ning Qi asked with a strange expression. Azure Dragon's face turned green and white before he finally laughed coldly. "You're a dead man anyway. There's no need for you to know so much. It seems like the trauma I've left on you is not an ordinary one. You don't even dare to recall it now." Ning Qi shook his head and sighed. "Suppress." Azure Dragon's expression turned cold as he waved his hand towards Ning Qi. An Azure Dragon emerged from the void and charged towards Ning Qi with a roar. From afar, Venerable Lord Ice's lips curled up slightly when he saw the scene. As long as Ning Qi died, the scandal of the Qilin clan would end here. The Azure Dragon in the void carried a great power, as if it could tear everything apart. However, when it collided with Ning Qi's body, it collapsed by itself. How is this possible? Azure Dragon was slightly stunned. His opponent was only a 6th transformation Martial Emperor. How could he possibly block his attack? "You're not strong enough. Do you want to try again?" Ning Qi smiled. Azure Dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. "Suppress." This time it was 2 Azure Dragons. Boom! The 2 Azure Dragons collapsed on their own once again. Ning Qi's skin was not even harmed. From afar, Venerable Lord Ice had already sensed something amiss. The two rank 8 great Emperor Cheelants behind him exchanged a surprised look as an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. How can this be? Azure Dragon, subconsciously, looked towards Ning Chi with a trace of confusion in his eyes. I forgot to tell you. My current strength should be a little stronger than when I bullied you back then. You might not be able to kill me. Ning Chi smiled. Impossible. Azure Dragon's eyes gradually changed. He immediately used his divine sense to check on Ning Chi. However, when his divine sense touched Ning Chi, it disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. He had no way of knowing Ning Chi's current cultivation. This discovery caused Azure Dragon's face to instantly turn pale. A thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 3980. Venerable, something is not right. The two great Emperor rank 8 Cheelants also noticed something, and their expressions turned ugly. Let's wait and see. If Azure Dragon can't take him down, we can only capture him alive and bring him back to the clan. Venerable Ice's expression turned solemn. Right now, the one in the worst mood should be the Azure Dragon. No matter what method he used, Ning Chi just stood there, unable to hurt him at all. His strength was beyond Azure Dragon's imagination. You what? Azure Dragon was sweating profusely. He looked at Ning Chi and couldn't even finish his sentence. Do you want to know how strong I am now? Ning Chi smiled. The fear in Azure Dragon's eyes intensified. He hadn't felt this for many years. Only a very long time ago, when he was with Ning Chi, would he occasionally have such a feeling. Back then, he was known as the #1 genius of the Azure Dragon clan. Even among the clans of Shenlua world, there was almost no one who could compare to him. Only in front of Ning Chi did he feel suffocated. In terms of seniority, he was much higher than Ning Chi in his previous life. However, Ning Chi, who was immortal, spent 300 years to surpass him in terms of strength. From then on, he had always compared himself to Ning Chi, be it when he met his friends or the elders in the council. Everyone's attention was on Ning Chi. This feeling made Azure Dragon feel like there was a venomous snake biting his heart all day long. But in reality, when Ning Chi died in the end, he did not receive the same treatment as Ning Chi. The Azure Dragon attributed this to his inner demons, so he wanted to find every life of Ning Chi and kill him again and again, hoping to get rid of his inner demons. In the end, he realized that not only could he not get rid of it, but it would also worsen as he couldn't face Ning Chi directly. Now that Azure Dragon had made up his mind to get rid of the inner demon in his heart, he realized that the inner demon in front of him was much stronger than he imagined. This feeling, it was hard to describe. What is your strength? Azure Dragon gritted his teeth. Not much different from the 7th step, right? However, in terms of cultivation base, I'm still a great Emperor rank 9 and haven't broken through the boundary of the 6th step. In terms of techniques, I feel like I can kill a white dragon. Ning Chi smiled. Impossible. If your cultivation base is still a great Emperor rank 9, how can you have techniques comparable to the 7th step? Azure Dragon's expression changed again. He knew who the white dragon Ning Chi mentioned was. He was an existence that had lived in the Azure Dragon tribe for countless years. No one even knew if he had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon tribe. All they knew was that he was one of the dozen or so counselors of the Holy Assembly. His cultivation was unfathomable. With your strength, you won't be able to understand it. All I can say is that our life forms are completely different. Ning Chi chuckled. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It was an inner demon. I must have been blinded by my inner demons. You're a fake. You are an illusion. I'll kill you. Azure Dragon roared and rushed towards Ning Chi. XDW ate during this process. His body actually kept shrinking, and because his clothes were no longer fitting, they even fell to the ground. A few breaths later, a kid about 7 or 8 years old with his buttocks bare looked at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded expression. What kind of trick is this? Where is my cultivation? Where's my cultivation? Your cultivation base is gone. Ning Chi laughed. Far away, Venerable Lord Ice saw this with his own eyes and felt chills run down his spine. His expression was solemn as he said, "Let's go. This child's trick is strange. Let's go back and report to King Qilin before we make a decision." Yes, the two Qilins could not wait to run. Seeing that Venerable Lord Ice did not attack Ning Chi forcefully, they quickly nodded in agreement. Go. Go where? A voice suddenly rang in the ears of the three Qilins. Venerable Lord Ice froze slightly and turned to see Ning Chi carrying Azure Dragon, who had turned into a child. They did not know when they had appeared before them. Venerable Lord Ice, didn't you receive orders to capture me and bring me back to the Qilin tribe? Why did you send Azure Dragon to kill me? I really didn't know that the Qilin tribe is so hypocritical. Ning Chi laughed. What do you want? Venerable Lord Ice said in a low voice. I don't want anything. I still lack a few Qilin mounts. Why don't you make do for me? Ning Chi laughed. Make them mounts? Venerable Lord Ice was enraged. How dare you? Our Qilin King is also a 7-step existence. If you dare to capture us as mounts, our Qilin King will not let you go no matter where you run to. What about the creation god territory? Can he enter? Ning Chi smiled faintly. The creation god territory. A chill suddenly rose from the soles of Venerable Lord Ice's feet and rushed to the top of his head. At this moment he understood something. Could it be that the other party could enter and leave the creation god territory freely? The fire Qilin that brought shame to the Qilin tribe was also hidden in the creation god territory. A trace of fear surged in Venerable Lord Ice's eyes. In the next moment, 3 arms suddenly appeared on Ning Chi's body and directly grabbed Venerable Lord Ice and the other 2 Qilins. After the 3 Qilins were grabbed, they felt that their cultivation base was completely sealed and they could not break free at all. Let's go. I'll show you the scenery of the creation god territory. Ning Chi laughed loudly. The creation god territory. In the courtyard, when Ning Chi appeared, Zhao Er and Lady Zhuo were chatting with Xian Yuanlin. When they saw Ning Chi with a child and 3 Qilins, their expressions became strange. Boss, is the matter at the burial ruins over? Xian Yuanlin rushed forward excitedly. It's over. Ning Chi nodded slightly and roughly explained the matter. After hearing about the appearance of the muscular man in golden armor, Xian Yuanlin's expression changed rapidly. Father is still alive? Xian Yuanlin's voice was trembling. Father? Who is this kid? Azure Dragon, Venerable Lord Ice, and the 2 great Emperor Qilins looked at Xian Yuanlin in a different light. He should still be alive, but he was taken away by an unknown existence. Ning Chi nodded slightly. He was not sure if the muscular man in golden armor was still alive, but he did not want Xian Yuanlin to have no hope at all. Therefore, he did not tell Xian Yuanlin the details. As long as father is still alive, Xian Yuanlin's expression became increasingly agitated. Young master, who are they? Zhao Er looked at Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice curiously. Captives. Ning Chi smiled. Ning Beixian, are you planning to kill me? Azure Dragon spoke slowly. He knew that he had already lost, but he had already accepted it. The winner was king, and the loser was the thief. At most, he would die. I usually don't kill some particularly annoying enemies. Ning Chi smiled. Then a bad premonition arose in Azure Dragon's heart. Then he was brought to Emperor Lu's clone by Azure Dragon. With a light toss, Azure Dragon, whose cultivation had dropped to step 5, was hung on it. Jiang Posha, and the rest were not surprised to see a newcomer. However, when they saw the three Qilins behind Ning Qi, their expressions changed. Chapter 3981. Qilin? His Qilin spirit beast has already undergone nirvana and is qualified to become a king. Logically speaking, the Qilin clan should have killed him. Why is it still with him? Jiang Posha had many questions in his mind. Ning Beixian, how long are you going to hang me here? Azure Dragon stared at Ning Qi. Don't worry, I've been hanging for thousands of years. Jiang Tianshu had a gloating look in his eyes. Although he couldn't escape Lu Huang's control, he was still in a good mood to see a newcomer. Thousands of years? That's not long. Azure Dragon's eyes moved. Ning Qi smiled. As long as you don't die, keep hanging here. Perhaps one day you will see me advance to the 9th step Divine Lord Realm. Keep hanging here? Divine Lord Realm? Azure Dragon felt as if a rock was pressing on his heart, and he almost couldn't breathe. He could imagine the feeling of being hung here for the rest of his life. This was even more terrifying than killing him. Venerable One, this is indeed the creation God realm. The two great Emperor rank 8 Qilin didn't consider that they had become captives. Instead, they were excited about the spirit Qi here. They had really arrived at the creation God realm. Usually, only 4th step cultivators could enter this place. Because the Qilin clan was stronger than the other, it was difficult to find a 4th step Qilin. For so many years, they could only watch as the forces of other clans transported all kinds of cultivation resources from the creation God realm to Shenlua world. This included the Qilin heart. This was like a sacred fruit to the Qilin clan, but it didn't seem expensive in the creation God realm. I know. Venerable Lord Ice nodded slightly. His gaze towards Ning Qi was tinged with shock. The other party could enter and leave the creation God realm freely. This was something even the high and mighty Qilin king couldn't do. Where did this kid come from? What's the 9th step Divine Lord that he mentioned just now? Venerable Ice's thoughts were a mess. Ning Beixian, why don't you just slit my neck? Why are you humiliating me like this? Azure Dragon gritted his teeth. No matter what, I am the young master of the Azure Dragon clan, a 9th step great emperor. You can't treat me like this. The young master of the Azure Dragon clan? A 9th revolution great emperor expert? Jiang Tianshu, who was gloating a moment ago, now had the same expression as Jiang Posha, Jiang Wankong, and the others. His eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. He can even suppress a 9 transformation martial monarch realm expert? What's his cultivation? Jiang Tianshu's face was pale as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How long has it been? His cultivation has actually soared to such an extent. Jiang Posha took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with despair once more. Back when he had fought against Ning Qi hadn't even reached the 6th step. But now Ning Qi could even suppress a 9th revolution great emperor expert. Even when the Jiang family was at its peak, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant when compared to a 9th revolution emperor. Every time I reincarnate, you try to kill me. Now I'm just hanging you here. You should kowtow and thank me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Azure Dragon still wanted to speak, but a willow twig suddenly waved and slapped Azure Dragon thousands of times. His head swelled up like a pig's head, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Venerable Lord Ice and the others were shocked, and a trace of panic flashed across their eyes. With Azure Dragon's identity, he was being humiliated in such a manner. This made them feel as if they were interdependent. Once they thought that they might have to suffer the same fate, Venerable Lord Ice and the others could no longer be as tough as before. Azure Dragon's cultivation base of the 6th step had been completely destroyed by Ning Qi. When he faced Emperor Lu's clone that was comparable to a great emperor, He had no way of fighting back and was knocked out by thousands of slaps. Gulp. Venerable Lord Ice gulped. In the next moment, he realized that Ning Qi was already looking at him. You have two choices. One is to be like Azure Dragon and hang yourself here. The other is to be a spiritual beast of the heavenly court and sign a life and death contract with the person I choose. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'll give you 10 breaths time to consider. Sign a life and death contract? Wouldn't that be embarrassing the Qilin clan? No, absolutely not. Even if it meant death, they could never be a spiritual beast. This was the first thought that came to Venerable Lord Ice and the others. However, on second thought, if they were to be reduced to the same state as Azure Dragon, it would no longer be a matter of embarrassing the Qilin clan. It would be a complete humiliation to the Qilin clan. If one day there was a rumor in the divine Luo world that the Qilin clan had 3 Qilins hanging on a willow tree in the creation god realm, would the Qilin clan still have any face left? 10 breaths' time was not short, but it was not long either. Venerable Lord Ice quickly made up her mind. Blue light flowed around her. After a few breaths' time, she turned into human form and bowed at Ning Qi. I choose the second option. Seeing this, the other 2 Qilins followed suit and turned into 2 girls, choosing the second option as well. Qilins usually did not like human forms, but when the Qilins turned into human forms, it meant that there was a slight change in their attitudes. After all this time, all of you are female? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with surprise. From the beginning, he had always thought that the 3 Qilins were male. It was only when they turned into human forms that he realized he had misjudged them. Female? He could not be angry, he could not be angry. He had to endure the humiliation to survive. Venerable Lord Ice suppressed the anger in him and agreed softly. That's great. All 3 of my wives lack a mount. You guys will do. Ning Qi laughed and flew towards the heavens with Xianyuan Lin and the 3 Qilins. His divine telekinesis had already captured Fang Lingming and the other 2 ladies. Coincidentally, they were at the heaven's side. Venerable Lord Ice heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. To them, it was a consolation that they had signed the life and death contract with a female. Watching Ning Qi and the rest disappear from his sight, Jiang Tianshu suddenly asked Jiang Posha, Grandfather, do we still have a chance to escape in this lifetime? The chances are slim, unless he dies outside. However, he can even suppress a 9th transformation Great Emperor and force the Qilin clan to sign the life and death contract to become a spirit beast. Only those at the 7th step can kill him. Jiang Posha closed his eyes slowly. He did not want Jiang Tianshu to see the despair in his eyes. If there was no hope at all and they were left hanging like this, it would not be long before their humanity was erased and they would become lifeless rocks. Chapter 3982. In the vast willow forest, there were many majestic buildings. The southern sky gate was the tallest, and behind it was the Ling Shao Palace of the Golden Arches. Other than that, Ning Qi also saw many people who came to learn from him. It seemed that the heavenly court had returned to normal while he was away. Madam, young master is back. Supreme Palace of Jade Purity. Little Yu. I was pleasantly surprised when she saw Ning Qi. Fang Lingming, Wang Shui, and Li Exan put down their cards and looked at Ning Qi. You guys are playing landlord. Ning Qi looked at the cards with a strange expression. Yes, second sister won the most. I really don't know why she's so good at landlord when she's never been on Earth. Li Exan said helplessly, I have over 100 Qilin hearts, but they were all won by her. Yay! Wang Shui proudly raised 2 fingers at Ning Qi. Beixian, these 3 are? Fang Lingming stood up slowly and glanced at Venerable Ice and the other 2 women. Zuolinger and Xiao Yuer had already noticed the 3 women long ago, so their gazes had never left the 3 women from the very beginning. Their eyes were filled with a trace of hostility. You plan to expand the harem? Li Exan smiled slyly. them captives. Ning Qi smiled. Captives? Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the women instantly turned strange. However, little Yu clearly heaved a sigh of relief. With a condescending gaze, she indifferently sized up the three women. In the end, she discovered that the cultivation of the three women was extremely profound. They were not inferior to Emperor Lu. Grade 6 Celestial Realm Warrior? Fong Lingming smiled. You can say that. She's called Venerable Ice in Shenlua World. A 9 transformation, Great Emperor Qilin. Ning Qi pointed at Venerable Ice and introduced, as if he was introducing a commodity. Venerable Ice was unhappy, but she didn't dare to show it. She would rather sign a life and death contract with the human race than to be hung on the willow tree for the rest of her life. I don't know what these two are called, but they're 8 transformation Great Emperor Qilin. I plan to let them sign a life and death contract with you guys. This way, it'll help your cultivation base and give you some protection when you go out. Ning Qi smiled. They're like Sister Hua? All Qilin? Little Yu was shocked. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Fong Lingming's face immediately revealed a trace of a smile. She was finally sure that Ning Qi wasn't planning to expand his harem. Under Ning Qi's guidance, Venerable Lord Ice and Fong Lingming signed the life and death pact, while the other 2 Qilins signed the pact with Wang Shui and Li Exen. Normally, I won't restrict your freedom. If you want to roam around, just roam around. This is the creation divine realm. The thearchs of the divine Lua world have never been here before. Fong Lingming smiled at Venerable Lord Ice. You won't restrict my freedom? Venerable Lord Ice was slightly taken aback, clearly in disbelief. You too. Wang Shui and Li Exan smiled. Thank you. Venerable Lord Ice and the other 2 felt a surge of gratitude. They had thought that they would have to work hard for them, but the 3 ladies did not plan to restrict their freedom. Perhaps there's nothing wrong with signing the life and death pact. A strange thought grew in their hearts. Before long, Venerable Lord Ice and the other 2 ladies transformed into their Qilin forms and flew out of the supreme Jade Pure Palace, leaving the heavenly palaces. This was the creation divine realm. They had never been here before. However, Ning Qi secretly warned them not to stray too far from the 3 ladies. Otherwise, he would hang them on the trees. What's that? Those who came to the heavenly palaces to be apprentices watched the 3 Qilins leave in a daze. It looks like a Qilin? That's a legendary divine beast. I've never seen a Qilin in my life. I didn't expect the heavenly palaces to be so powerful that they even have such a divine beast. I heard that Celestial Darch is even more powerful. We didn't make a mistake coming here. The strength of the heavenly palaces might be comparable to the top 100 sects. The appearance of the 3 Qilins alarmed the old lord and the others. They hurried to the supreme Jade Pure Palace and heaved a sigh of relief after learning the whole story. Celestial Darch, your strength seems to be... The old lord suddenly looked at Ning Qi and frowned slightly. He seemed to have sensed something, but was not too sure. At that moment, almost all the higher-ups of the heavenly palaces were present, apart from Duan Ingjun, Niu Dezhuang Deguzi, and the others who were still looking for opportunities in other places. Dongfang Haojie and the others did not fall behind. After the establishment of the heavenly palaces, there were Grand Elder Duan, a veteran who was particularly good at management, and Fei Yan. Some cultivation resources had been continuously sent to the heavenly palaces from afar and were basically enough to meet everyone's daily cultivation needs. Therefore, Dongfang Haojie and the others did not need to go out to look for opportunities and could directly guard the heavenly palaces. Old Lord, I've obtained a great opportunity this time. Not only did it help me avert a crisis, but it also greatly increased my strength. Although I'm only a 9th transformation Great Emperor, my strength should be comparable to an ultimate god. Ning Qi smiled. Ultimate god. Wasn't that a cultivator at the seventh step? Everyone was shocked at first. Then they were immediately overjoyed. Ning Qi had achieved the seventh step, and the heavenly palace's position in the creation divine realm was directly stabilized. After all, the heavenly star divine kingdom only had 8 ultimate gods. Dongfang Haojie's face showed a hint of excitement. Congratulations, Celestial Arch, for achieving the ultimate god position. The bull demon king roared, and at the same time, a hint of flattery appeared in his eyes. Congratulations, Celestial Arch, for achieving the ultimate god position. Congratulations, Celestial Arch, for achieving the ultimate god position. Waves of voices spread wildly in all directions. Those who were planning to be apprenticed in the heavenly palaces suddenly felt their hair stand on end. The mysterious celestial arch of the heavenly palaces had already achieved the ultimate god position? Wasn't that the 9th ultimate god of the heavenly star divine kingdom? I want to be apprenticed. I beg you, please accept me into the heavenly palaces. I'm very talented, and I'm already advanced grade for divine realm warrior at such a young age. I definitely have the potential to become a grade 6. I want to be apprenticed too. Senior, please accept me. Please accept me. Those who were in charge of the apprenticeship assessment were basically the older generation of the Cloud Rising sect with Meng Qingling as their leader. She heard the earth-shattering congratulations from the Supreme Palace of Jade Pure Palace, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She then looked at the group of people who wanted to be apprenticed. The heavenly palaces don't accept trash, people with bad temperament, or ingrates. If you think you're qualified to stay, then start to accept my assessment. Supreme Palace of Jade Pure Palace. I originally planned to keep a low profile, but with your actions, there will probably be ultimate gods visiting the heavenly palaces in a few days. Ning Beixian smiled bitterly. Sometimes it's not bad to be high profile. The old lord said confidently, the heavenly palaces have just been established. If there are ultimate gods guarding it, the heavenly palaces will be in the creation celestial realm and will be indestructible for eternity. Ning Qi smiled and nodded slightly when he heard that. He then looked around and suddenly saw little Yu, looking in the direction where the 3 Qilins left with a faint trace of envy on her face. Little Yu, do you also want a Qilin mount? Ning Qi smiled. Fortunately, Venerable Lord Ice and the rest were not present. Otherwise, they would definitely have goosebumps. Chapter 3983. Can I? Little Yu. Ari's face revealed a trace of hope. When Zhuo Ling heard this, she hurriedly looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. I'll bring one for each of you when I come back from Shenlua World. Otherwise, King Qilin will definitely fall out with me. Ning Qi smiled. Thank you, young master. The 2 girls hugged Ning Qi's arms excitedly and shook them. Fang Lingming could not help but reveal a smile on her face. Celestial ruler, look at me. The bull demon king said shyly. He wanted to say something, but stopped. You want to ride a Qilin too? It's good that you didn't get caught as a mount. You still want a mount? Ning Qi sneered. I used to have a jade crystal beast too. Bull Demon King mumbled. Ning Qi ignored him. After asking about the development of the heavenly court, Old Lord and the rest left. Beixian, now that you're so powerful, where is Haoyan? Fang Lingming waited for everyone to leave before looking at Ning Qi with anticipation. I tried my best to find Haoyan after I broke through, but I couldn't find any clues. I suspect that Haoyan might not be in Shenlua World. Ning Qi's expression turned serious. Not in Shenlua World? Where would she be? Wang Shui was stunned. When I was in the Celestial World, I thought Haoyan was brought to Shenlua World. Now, it seems that it's possible. But don't worry, Haoyan should be fine. Otherwise, with my cultivation, I would have sensed it. Ning Qi comforted. Fang Lingming heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Haoyan was related to her and Ning Qi by blood after all. If anything happened to Ning Haoyan, Ning Qi would definitely have sensed it. She believed in Ning Qi. She also believed that Ning Haoyan was still alive in some unknown world. At the same time, in a place far away from Shenlua world, a purple figure was holding a little girl's hand as they walked on a busy street. "Master, it's so crowded here. What did you say this place was called?" The little girl looked around excitedly. Her body surged with a very tyrannical aura, but the surrounding mortals could not see it at all. Even if there were cultivators, their strength was far from the little girl's. The purple-clothed woman smiled faintly and said, "This place used to be the Qin Tang Empire, but the world has changed. I don't know how many dynasties have changed. I think it's called the Ming Dynasty now." Qin Tang Empire, the little girl pondered. "I seem to have been here with my father." After a pause, she looked at the purple-clothed woman in confusion. "Master, this should be the place where father was born. Could it be that father is nearby? Your father should be in the God Luo world now. I am only bringing you here for a stroll, after which I will bring you to another place. That place is where your father was truly born," the purple-robed woman said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. The two of them had not walked far in the crowd when the little girl suddenly realized that there was a group of people in front of them. It seemed to be very lively. Seeing this, the little girl immediately pulled the purple-clothed woman forward. The crowd was parted by the invisible aura of the little girl, and she easily came to the source of the noise. Heavenly Sin Palace. A trace of doubt flashed in the little girl's eyes. In front of her, there was a palace, and in front of the palace, there were a few figures and a few skeletons kneeling. "It's here. Senior brothers and senior sisters, quickly come and take a look. There are really people kneeling here. Don't tell me they're the devils that Master mentioned were punished by the heavens. It's them. They've been kneeling for countless years. Although they can't speak or move, they're still alive. However, don't get too close to them. If the heavens discover that you're trying to save them, you'll be bound by some sort of power and forced to kneel with them. In the past, there was a great devil that even Master was no match for. He had a whimsical idea of rescuing these devils and teaming up with them. In the end, the devil was also imprisoned by a mysterious power and knelt until his lifespan was exhausted. Look, that corpse should be that devil's. Senior brother, I really want to know where these demons came from. Why are there no records of them in history? It has been too many years. Even if there were records, they have long been lost. However, I once read an ancient book and heard that this group of demons should have the surname Ning. It seems that they are from a big family in a very, very early dynasty. Oh, I really hope that they can speak. Then at least I can know why they are kneeling here. Let's go. For mortals, a snap of our fingers is their lifetime. It has been so long that they don't even remember what your father did." The woman in purple smiled and shook her head. Then she pulled the little girl and suddenly disappeared into the crowd. "System, I have already obtained the godhood. Why haven't you given me the reward you mentioned?" In the Taiwei Jade Pure Palace, Ning Qi had a rare moment of leisure. While chatting with Fang Lingming and the others, he suddenly remembered this matter and immediately asked. Back then, the system had given him the godhood as a mission. Since it was a mission, there should be a reward. Could it be that the system's strength was not enough to give him, who was equivalent to a cultivator of the seventh step, a mission reward? A trace of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. "The reward is being prepared. Host, please be patient." The system's notification sounded. In preparation. It took so long? Ning Qi's suspicions grew. However, he was also very curious about what reward the system was going to give him. If even the system had to prepare, the reward must be extraordinary. "Beixian, your enemies are here." Fang Lingming walked over from afar and said with a smile. Venerable Lord Ice had already turned into a Qilin and followed Fang Lingming closely. In these few days she had been to many places and had confirmed that this was the creation celestial realm. Not only were there seventh step ultimate gods, but there were also eighth step divine kings. If she had stayed in Shenlua world, Venerable Lord Ice felt that she did not have much hope of advancing to the seventh step. After all, the advancement process was controlled by the Holy Assembly members. Even if there was a possibility of advancing to the seventh step, she would probably be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. However, it was different in the creation celestial realm. Venerable Lord Ice already felt that her cultivation base, which had not improved for many years, had loosened in just a few days. She felt that being captured and brought to the creation celestial realm and becoming a spirit beast was actually an opportunity. Ning Qi's divine consciousness moved, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. I know. I really didn't expect him to find this place. Numinous Sky Hall. Lin Xin and a few experts under the giant, ghost divine venerable stood in front of Lu Huang, facing off against Lu Huang, Dongfang Haojia, Bull Demon King, and the others. Lu Lingyu stood behind Lin Xin with a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Chapter 3984. Senior brother, let's just forget about this. Lu Lingyu advised softly. The rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce had a lot to do with the fact that they were able to find this place. Grand Secretary Duan had no intention of keeping it a secret. Anyone who asked around would find out that the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was a subsidiary of the Heavenly Court, which had recently risen to power. I can't let this go. Today, I will return the humiliation I suffered back, then 100-fold. Lin Xin shook her head slowly. Brother Lin, could he be the guy you were talking about? I saw that he had just entered level 6, and his strength was not strong at all. How could he have humiliated you back then? The person who spoke was dressed in black and held a black fan in his hand. Judging from his aura, he was already at the advanced 6th grade. He was roughly equivalent to a rank 8 Great Emperor, on par with divine Luo World, Su Tong, and the others. Standing next to the black-robed man were a group of people with similar cultivation bases, all of whom Lin Xin had invited from the divine giant ghost side. He didn't plan to rely on the everlasting god sect behind him to take revenge. He didn't want the news to leak out and he would lose all face. It's not him. Lin Xin looked at Lu Huang and shook her head slightly. Then she shouted coldly, "Hurry up and ask that Wu Gai to come out. Otherwise, I will destroy your heavenly court." We don't have anyone with the surname Wu here. Dongfang Haojia frowned. But as grade 6 god realm warriors, you dare to come to my heavenly court and behave atrociously. No matter what happens today, don't you dare leave. Ha ha ha. Black Shirt couldn't help but let out a long laugh. He said to Lin Xin, "You really didn't lie to me. This group of people is really arrogant. A mere 5th grade celestial warrior actually dares to talk nonsense about keeping us here. What a joke, what a joke. Is it funny?" No one knew when a figure had appeared in the Lingxiao Hall, looking at Lin Xin and the others indifferently. Seeing this, Dongfang Haojia and the others immediately cupped their hands and greeted, "Heavenly Emperor." Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Court? He's the master of the Heavenly Court? Lu Lingyu had a strange look in her eyes. She had heard of the 2 words, Celestial Emperor, before coming here. If Ning Qi was the master of the Heavenly Court, then the power of the Heavenly Court should be weaker than she had imagined. Woo! You're finally willing to show yourself. When Lin Xin saw Ning Qi, her pupils constricted subconsciously. Then he suddenly laughed. Celestial Emperor? You are the Celestial Darch of the Heavenly Court? Ha ha ha. So the Heavenly Court is just such a weak force. Junior sister, you were afraid that I would provoke some old seniors. But it seems like you are thinking too much. Hearing this, Lu Lingyu smiled bitterly at Ning Qi. Senior brother can't let go of that matter. It's okay. I'll make him let it go. Ning Qi smiled at Lu Lingyu. Lu Lingyu was slightly taken aback, and her expression became even weirder. After a pause, Ning Chi looked at Lin Xen. Wu Yin is just my fake name. My real name is Ning Beixian. Remember this name. It will be with you for a long time. I don't care if your name is real or fake. Brothers, please help me suppress this kid. I want to give you a taste of your own medicine. Lin Xen shouted coldly and cupped her hands at He, Yi, and the others. I'm sorry. Brother Lin has been friends with us for many years. We can't do anything about you offending him. The man in black smiled at Ning Chi. You are from the divine giant ghost? Ning Chi looked them up and down and could sense a familiar aura coming from them. Back when he had escaped from the sea folk, the city magistrate of the Hague City had tried to put him down. In the end, it had been God Giant Ghost who had taken him away. You have seen us before? He Yi's eyes moved. Ning Chi recognized them, but he had no impression of Ning Chi at all. I have seen the divine giant ghost once. You have his aura on you. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Do you think you are worthy of seeing the divine giant ghost? Everyone, he may be stalling for time. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Xen sneered. Hearing this, He Yi smiled at Ning Chi. No matter what, you must be suppressed today. Why don't you surrender and save us some energy? Is that so? Ning Chi smiled nonchalantly. An aura that far exceeded that of a Ninth Revolution emperor slowly emanated from his body. The expressions of He Yi and the others changed. They had only seen such an aura on the divine giant ghost before. How could it be? Lu Lingyu and Lin Xen were also shocked by Ning Chi's aura. This feeling made their hair stand on end, and their hair stand on end. Senior is a divine giant? He Yi stammered. For the sake of the divine giant ghost, I will not make things difficult for you. You may leave. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Yes, Senior. We will take our leave now. Please forgive us for disturbing you today. He Yi and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They did not even look at Lin Xen and Lu Lingyu as they turned and fled the heavenly court. After leaving the heavenly court, they felt that their clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Divine Giant, our heavenly star divine kingdom has a ninth divine giant. He muttered to himself. Unexpected, really unexpected. The others were also very shocked. Quick, let's hurry back and report this to the Lord. He immediately said. Lin Xen. One of them hesitated. Him? The Eternal God sect may be strong, but how can they compare to a divine giant? Lin Xen almost made us offend a divine giant. Even if he leaves the heavenly court alive, I will teach him a lesson in the future. He Yi's face gradually turned cold. The few of them quickly reached a consensus. They looked at the heavenly court behind them and immediately rushed to where the divine giant ghost was. The heavenly court, the cloudy palace of the golden arches. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lin Xen, who had come to seek revenge, had a stiff expression as she stared at Ning Chi, unable to say anything. Lu Lingyu, on the other hand, wanted to say something several times but stopped herself. City Lord Lu said that you still can't let go of that matter. Ning Chi smiled. That's why you came here to settle the score. Tell me, how should we settle it now? Lin Xen. Settle my ass. He never thought that the other party would be a divine giant. As such, he finally understood why he was so easily suppressed. The other party had been hiding his cultivation level. Lin Xen absolutely did not believe that Ning Chi could become a divine giant in such a short period of time. It could only mean that he was a divine giant and had been hiding his cultivation level. As such, the humiliation in his heart seemed to have lessened a little. He wanted to cause trouble for the divine giant, but the divine giant had only let him kneel for a while. It seemed like he was already being merciful. Senior, I was wrong. Lin Xen said with a pale face. You can even admit your mistake. Not bad. Get him a broom and punish him to sweep the floor in front of Ling Xiao Hall for 100 years. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Sweep the floor for 100 years? Lin Xian's face was deathly pale. The Bull Demon King walked in front of him with a strange smile. A broom had appeared in his hand. Brother, please. Still looking for the strongest dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3985. Lin Xian looked at the broom, and his expression changed a few times before he finally reached out to take it. He had thought it through. An ultimate god was not someone he could afford to offend. Even the eternal god sect behind him was powerless against an ultimate god. Rather than implicating the sect and risking his life, it was better for him to obediently accept his punishment. That was the best outcome for him. Lin Xian arrived outside the soaring palace of the Golden Arches and began sweeping the non-existent dust. Lu Lingyu hurriedly cupped her hands at Ning Qi and said, "Thank you, Brother Wu. No, thank you, Senior Ning, for sparing my senior brother's life. He's not very smart. I hope that sweeping for 100 years will help him understand something. As for what happened between him and me, most of it was instigated by vile people." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Vile people? Feng Cici's face appeared in Lu Lingyu's mind, and she could not help but nod. "I know what to do." After a pause, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. "Senior Ning, I'll have to trouble you to look after my senior brother. As long as he obediently sweeps the floor in front of the soaring Heaven King Palace, he will naturally be safe." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lu Lingyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. It made sense. Who would dare to mess around in a place with an ultimate god expert? Although Lin Xian was being punished to sweep the floor for 100 years, it was also a fortuitous opportunity for him. If he could use these 100 years to establish a good relationship with the Heavenly Court, it would be extremely beneficial to both the everlasting God sect and Lin Xian. Lu Lingyu's mood was much better after thinking about that. She left in a hurry after giving Lin Xian some instructions. This news had to be reported to the Eternal God sect as soon as possible. "Old Lord, since everyone is here, there's a piece of news that I have to tell you so that you can make sufficient preparations to deal with the upcoming trouble." Ning Qi looked at the Old Lord and the others with a solemn expression. "Heavenly Emperor, please speak." The Old Lord's expression changed slightly. If Ning Qi felt that it was a troublesome matter, then the seriousness of this matter was somewhat frightening. "This matter was told to me by your father." Ning Qi looked at the corner of the soaring palace of the Golden Arches. Xianyuan Lin was standing there as if he was watching a show. After hearing Ning Qi's words, a trace of shock appeared on his face. "Boss, what did father say?" Xianyuan Lin hurriedly asked. Ning Qi first took out the ring that Xianyuan Lin had given him. He hadn't used this ring in the burial ruins. After returning it to Xianyuan Lin, he slowly said, that not long from now, the myriad worlds will welcome a great calamity. At that time, regardless of whether it's a great world or a small world, every universe, every planet, including the creation divine realm and the divine Lua world, they will be like paper crumpled together. Rub them together. Like a ball? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as a trace of disbelief appeared in their eyes. Not to mention the fortune divine realm and divine Lua world. Even a small world could contain countless planets. For example, the place they were born in, the immortal realm. That place was divided into several immortal domains, and in these immortal domains there are countless planets. If all these planets were fused together, what kind of scene would that be? Everyone found it hard to imagine. Moreover, what Ning Qi said was something even more serious than that. It was not just the fusion of all the planets in one immortal realm, but perhaps 10,000 universes like the immortal realm were fused into a single sphere. How many planets similar to the ancestral planet would there be? Innumerable. In addition to the Fortune Divine Realm, Divine Lua World, and some of the top-ranked worlds in the all heavens, even the seventh step, doesn't have such a method. Even if the God Kings in the Fortune Divine Realm joined forces, they wouldn't have such a method. Could it be that the heavens... The old Lord muttered to himself as he slowly raised his head to look at the sky. Heavenly Tharch, if this really happens, I'm afraid that countless living beings will die. Dongfang Haojia's expression was extremely solemn. That's right, such a change will not be silent. When the time comes, the aftermath of the fusion will cause a scene of misery and suffering. However, since such a change has occurred, it means that there should be a force controlling it from behind, so not many people will die. However, there is one thing that we can already foresee. Ning Qi said, if all the worlds in the all heavens fuse together, the world will definitely be in chaos. In Divine Lua World, the Holy Assembly is supreme, but in the Fortune Divine Realm, the power of a God nation can easily suppress the Holy Assembly. There will definitely be a huge battle among the higher-ups. Apart from that, the small worlds will not be peaceful, and there will also be wars everywhere. Our heavenly court must be prepared in advance to deal with this turmoil. Heavenly Tharch, with you guarding this place, even if the great calamity comes, it won't have too much of an impact on our heavenly court. Since that person can know that there will be a great calamity, I believe that the counselors of the Holy Assembly are not ignorant of this matter. I finally understand why the Holy Assembly will launch a war of 10,000 races every year. This is because they are dividing the forces under them. Many small worlds have probably long been controlled by these counselors, and when the all heavens fuse, they will directly become the combat force under the Holy Assembly. The old Lord stroked his beard and said, hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly showed a hint of understanding. The older, the wiser. Ning Qi sighed after pondering for a moment. The reason why the Holy Assembly launched a war of 10,000 races was probably the same as what the Elder Lord had guessed. If they hadn't known beforehand that the world would suffer a great calamity, why would the counselors care about those small worlds? Perhaps there were already many counselors in those unknown small worlds who had developed forces that were stronger than those in Divine Lua World. This could explain why the counselors basically didn't appear in Divine Lua World, and the forces under them weren't particularly conspicuous. Other than the Qilin clan, no one could guess the origins of some counselors. This move might not be to hide it from the cultivators of Divine Lua World, but to hide it from the cultivators of the Fortune Divine Realm after the Great Calamity. The counselors were merely seventh-step cultivators. Since they knew that there were divine king powerhouses in the Fortune Divine Realm, it was normal for them to make some preparations beforehand. Thinking of this, Ning Qi was almost certain that the forces of the various counselors of the Holy Assembly might be hidden in the all heavens, and the Divine Lua World was only on the surface. Heavenly Tharch, Elder Lord, actually, if there really is such a change, it might not be a bad thing for the heavenly court. There will always be many opportunities when the forces change and dynasties change. Dongfang Haojia said in a low voice. He had once been a court eunuch, so he understood this logic more than ordinary cultivators. No matter what, for the time being, don't let the people of the heavenly court run too far away. If there are any changes, return to the small courtyard. At least that place can withstand the aftermath of the great calamity. Ning Qi said in a low voice. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3986. Heavenly Star God Kingdom. Forgotten River Prefecture. It was one of the 9 prefectures of the Heavenly Star God Kingdom, and also the cultivation ground of the giant ghost god. Black Robe and the others returned to the Forgotten River Prefecture at top speed. They entered a majestic building, and it didn't take long for them to see the giant ghost god. What urgent matter do you have? The giant ghost god sat on a high seat, looking down at Black Robe and the others. The black-robed man bowed in greeting, then lowered his voice. "Divine Giant Ghost," he said, "we were asked by Lin Xan of the Everlasting God sect to take care of an enemy of hers." Who could have guessed that her enemy was also a divine giant ghost? Godly? The divine giant ghost's eyes flickered, and he looked over at the black-robed man. "Are you sure?" "His aura is almost the same as yours, my lord. I'm almost certain." Black Robe said, "Interesting. Heavenly Star God Kingdom hasn't had anyone reach the godly realm in all these years. What's the background of this heavenly court? What's the background of that celestial emperor?" The giant ghost god smiled. Black Robe immediately told him everything he knew. When he heard that the celestial emperor had met him, the giant ghost god's expression became extremely strange. "He really said that I met him?" The giant ghost god asked. "My lord, that is indeed the case, and we were able to come back alive because he knows you, my lord. Otherwise, we would have offended a godly expert, and we would have been dead long ago." Black Robe was a little scared. The divine giant ghost nodded slightly. "If he really is a god, then considering how brazenly you humiliated him, it wouldn't be surprising if he killed you. And I have no reason to do anything to avenge you. Well, I guess I owe him a favor. We are useless and implicated you, God." Everyone hurriedly bowed. "I'll go personally." Curiosity flickered in the divine giant ghost's eyes, but even as the words left his mouth, everyone looked up to find that the divine giant ghost was gone. "Will the giant ghost god fight with that person?" Someone whispered. "Hey!" He shook his head. "Since that person has given Master face with Master's temper, he will only treat him politely. Both sides will not fight. We made a mistake this time. Perhaps we can rope in a strong ally for the Forgotten River Mansion." Heavenly Court. Back in the palace of the Supreme Palace of Jade Purity, Ning Qi suddenly sensed an aura that was very similar to his own. Blurring into motion, he vanished, and when he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Giant Ghost. "It's you?" The divine giant ghost looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression on his face. He thought that the other party should be an extremely old upper 6th grade warrior who had broken through to the godly venerable realm by chance. He did not expect that the fellow in front of him was actually a middle 6th grade celestial realm warrior that he had casually saved. "Long time no see, divine giant ghost." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. "Not long. At least for us. This amount of time is no different from the blink of an eye. It's just that back then you were only a middle stage rank 6 and had to escape from the Sea Clan. Now you're actually at the same level as me." A strange expression appeared on the giant ghost's face. After a pause, he continued, "The ultimate god realm is divided into 4 stages. You've just entered the ultimate god realm, so you should be a first tribulation ultimate god. However, why is your aura a little different from a first tribulation ultimate god? I can't sense any tribulation energy from you. Maybe it's because I haven't really broken through to the ultimate god realm." Ning Qi smiled. The divine giant ghost was taken aback. He looked Ning Qi up and down, then said in surprise, "You really are a upper 6th grade celestial. You haven't really entered the 7th grade celestial realm, but that aura you give off, I get it." The divine giant ghost looked a bit shocked. "Your fleshly body is no different from a godly venerable god's. In fact, it's even stronger than ordinary godly venerable gods. The reason you give off an aura similar to mine is because you broke through to the ultimate god realm with your fleshly body. But your true cultivation base is still at upper 6th grade celestial." A look of deep curiosity appeared on the divine giant ghost's face. It said that a long, long time ago, there were people like you who broke through to the ultimate god realm with pure, fleshly body power. Those people were far stronger than ordinary, godly, venerable gods. If you're like that, I'd like to spar with you and see how strong you are. How many years has it been since someone like that appeared, divine giant ghost? Ning Qi said with a smile. As for sparring, he didn't need the divine giant ghost to mention it. He wanted to know how strong he was compared to other godly, venerable gods. It's been years, the divine giant ghost said. After all, there's no technique that can allow someone to step into the ultimate god realm with pure fleshly body power. Generally speaking, it's only because of all sorts of external factors. But unlike us, people who can step into the ultimate god realm with pure fleshly body power don't need to transcend for tribulations. Although they don't have tribulation energy, their fleshly body power is far beyond that of ordinary, godly, venerable gods. The divine giant ghost said, "How many tribulations does godly, venerable giant ghost have?" Ning Qi nodded slightly, then asked curiously, "2 tribulations." The divine giant ghost smiled. "If you want to know more about godly, venerable gods, let's spar. After we're done, I'll tell you more. In that case, I'll have to thank you in advance, divine giant ghost." Ning Qi smiled and clasped hands. The atmosphere was growing more and more solemn. After a few breaths of time passed, the divine giant ghost suddenly raised his hand. In the next moment, Ning Qi felt as if the air around him had solidified, and a terrifying pressure bore down on him from all directions. However, as soon as the pressure touched Ning Qi's fleshly body, it dissipated into nothingness. An expert who can step into the ultimate god realm with pure, fleshly body power really is impressive. The divine giant ghost sighed. "I used 80% of my power just now, but I couldn't hurt you. Your fleshly body is beyond my imagination. You're at least a second tribulation, godly, venerable god. That's it? I haven't even made my move yet." Ning Qi was taken aback. "What move? Given our strength, if we were to fight, the mountains would crumble and the earth would shatter. Other godly venerables would come and watch. And if one of my enemies were to attack from the shadows, wouldn't that put me in danger? I already know the extent of your strength, and that's enough." The divine giant ghost laughed. "That's a good point." Ning Qi nodded. After hearing the divine giant ghost's words, he was no longer in the mood to spar. Since the divine giant ghost said that he had the strength of a second tribulation, godly venerable, that should be true. If he had the chance to meet a third tribulation, godly venerable god, he could see the gap between him and a third tribulation, godly venerable god. "I heard from my subordinates that you're the celestial emperor of the heavenly court. If it's convenient, I'd like to go over and have a chat." The divine giant ghost laughed. "Of course. Please." Ning Qi smiled. "Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. No waiting. =. Chapter 3987. Heavenly Court. The fact that divine giant ghost was here as a guest made the cultivators of the Heavenly Court feel very honored. At the same time, they realized that the Heavenly Court had grown to a very high level of power, and most of it was thanks to Ning Qi. Pavilion Elder, is the divine giant ghost really chatting with the celestial emperor? Fei Yan stood behind Grand Elder Duan and glanced at the palace of the Golden Arches from time to time. "Of course it's true. I heard that the Heavenly Emperor has advanced to the 7th grade. Shouldn't you expand the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce under you?" Grand Elder Duan said with a smile. "Of course." A look of excitement appeared on Fei Yan's face. During this period of time, he had finally been able to show off his abilities. He had led the cultivators of the Heavenly Court to establish the Rising Dragon Merchant Association in the various large cities. The Qiankuan rings were filled with the items on a list given by Ning Qi. At the same time, the cultivation resources that Ning Qi had brought from Shenlua World were easily sold at a high price. The amount of God Domain stones earned from this round trip was almost unimaginable. Fei Yan felt that even those hierarchs wouldn't earn as much as the Heavenly Court. Now that he knew Ning Qi had also become an ultimate god, the worry in his heart was completely gone. Even if the rising dragon chamber of commerce developed a little faster and attracted the jealousy of other chambers of commerce, there was no need to be afraid. Soaring Heaven King Palace, Ning-Chi asked about the godly Paragon Realm, and Divine Giant Ghost didn't hold anything back. Instead, he patiently explained everything. That included the most important ultimate god 4 tribulations. First of all, to break through to the Hierarch Realm, one must pass the first tribulation. That tribulation was the most difficult among the 4 ultimate god tribulations, as one would not be able to advance to the ultimate god realm if one could not pass through that tribulation. However, the difficulty did not lie in the difficulty of the tribulation, but in the qualification of a peak advanced level 6 expert to face that tribulation. Many peak advanced rank 6 martial artists did not have the qualifications to go through the heavenly tribulation until they died. Back then, Blood Ghost had captured so many rank excess and brought them to the Sea Clan because he wanted to use these rank 6 god territory warriors in a special sacrificial ceremony so that he would have the opportunity to go through the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the first tribulation wasn't the lightning tribulation, but the tribulation of the heart. If one was unable to overcome this tribulation, then one's cultivation would regress, and if it was severe, one's body would perish. The first tribulation is the heart tribulation, Divine Giant Ghost. What about the second tribulation? Ning-Chi asked. The second tribulation is the fate tribulation, the third is the calamity tribulation, and the fourth is the Tao tribulation. The god of Giant Ghost chuckled. Other than the first and second tribulations, I haven't transcended the last 2 tribulations, so I'm not very clear about them. However, I can explain the first 2 tribulations to you in detail. Everyone is different. If you listen to me, it might be a hindrance to your future tribulations. Many thanks, Divine Giant Ghost, for clearing my confusion. Ning-Chi nodded slightly to express his understanding. By the way, there's one more thing I think you should know. The Divine Giant Ghost chuckled. Please go ahead, Divine Giant Ghost. Ning-Chi said, I've received news that Shui-Gui is ready to sacrifice and is about to undergo the heart tribulation. If he succeeds, he will advance to the ultimate god realm. The Divine Giant Ghost smiled. Ning-Chi's expression flickered, and he looked over at the Divine Giant Ghost. Blood Ghost captured so many rank 6 humans. Don't tell me the God King isn't planning on saving them? How can a God King make a move? The Sea King is the strongest under heaven. The God King isn't going to join forces with the other 2 to fight the Sea King over 100 or so rank 6 humans. The Divine Giant Ghost chuckled and shook his head. As for us God Kings, we can't make a move either. We'll be discovered before we even set foot in the Sea God Kingdom. If that happens, we might not even be able to make it back alive, much less save those 100 or so. He paused for a moment. That said, the number of rank 6 sea folk who died recently is many times higher than in previous years. That's the only way to avenge them. Ning-Chi was silent for a few breaths of time. Then a strange smile broke out on his face. Divine Giant Ghost, are you hinting at something by telling me all of this? I'll get straight to the point. News of your ascension to the ultimate god realm hasn't spread yet, and the sea folk aren't aware of your existence. The fact that you were able to escape from the Sea God Kingdom shows that you have a special way of concealing your aura. If you can ruin Shui-Gui's sacrificial ceremony, won't you be able to vent some of our anger? If you're lucky, you might even be able to bring back a few rank 6 humans. The Divine Giant Ghost chuckled. Ning-Chi fell silent. The Divine Giant Ghost's suggestion was not bad. If he could ruin Shui-Gui's sacrificial ceremony, he would definitely be furious, wouldn't he? However, the Sea God Kingdom had many godly venerable experts, and Shui-Gui also had a backer. His backer might be present during his ascension. Ruining the sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. If he wasn't careful, Ning-Chi felt that he might be forced to stay in the Sea God Kingdom. It's just a suggestion. Think about it yourself. I'll return to the Forgotten River Prefecture first. Feel free to drop by when you have time." The divine giant ghost chuckled, rose to his feet, and left. Ningqi watched him leave the heavenly court. After a moment of thought, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. There was no reason to let Shui Gui become a godly venerable just like that. Not to mention that he was sacrificing the lives of over 100 rank 6 God Realm warriors. It doesn't matter if I can ruin it or not. I'll go take a look. If I can't, I'll use the opportunity to lure Shui Gui out of the Sea God Kingdom. Then I'll kill him. After making his decision, Ningqi called Silver Dragon. Silver Dragon seemed to have benefited a lot from his ascension to the godly venerable realm. After learning that Ningqi wanted him to transform into a member of the Sea Clan, Silver Dragon agreed after 3 breaths of time. "I sense the aura of many experts in the Sea God Kingdom. You'd better keep a low profile this time. Be careful. Don't lose your life right after obtaining the godhood. I'm still waiting for you to become a godly lord," Silver Dragon reminded. "Don't worry. I'll act if there's a chance. If not, I'll just wait and see." Ningqi smiled. He then told Fong Lingming and the others before flying towards the nearest sea. When he reached the bottom of the sea, he turned into a huge mantis shrimp. "Senior Silver Dragon, the dragon body from last time was not bad. I'll just change my face," Ningqi said. "The last one was too high profile. This one is more low profile. That's fine too." Ningqi the mantis shrimp rushed towards the Sea God Kingdom. He was extremely fast. Even if he met some rank 6 Sea Clan members along the way, they only dared to look at Ningqi from afar. When they sensed the terrifying aura of the Sea Clan on Ningqi, they did not dare to get close. They did not suspect that this mantis shrimp was a human. When Ningqi arrived at the Sea God Kingdom, he transformed into a half-man, half-shrimp form and successfully passed the inspection of the Sea Clan members at the city gates. Chapter 3988. Senior Blood Ghost is going to ascend to the ultimate god realm this time. The sacrificial ceremony must be very exciting. I'm so happy just thinking about the hundreds of rank 6 humans' terrified faces before they died. What are we waiting for? Bring me there quickly. I want to see if those rank 6 humans will cry and beg for mercy. You might not know this, but Senior Blood Ghost made a mistake and caused the death of more than 300 rank 6 members of the Sea Clan. This time, he was allowed to set up the sacrificial array because Lord Qinlong of the Sea King's bloodline was his backer. That's why he was able to get this opportunity. If Senior Blood Ghost fails to advance successfully, he will immediately be punished for the deaths of more than 300 members of the Sea Clan. I've heard about this, but the one who killed our Sea Clansman was a rank 6 human. What does it have to do with Senior Blood Ghost? He's innocent. If Senior Blood Ghost didn't let his guard down, would this have happened? All right, stop arguing. I heard that to watch Senior Blood Ghost ascend to the ultimate god realm, you have to pay a huge sum of divine territory stones. How much is it? Not much, 100,000. 100,000 is not much? I don't have enough money. Can anyone lend me some? Ningqi did not even need to ask around for information. He had already gotten most of the information about Blood Ghost's advancement from passersby. Most of the Sea Clansmen were rushing in the same direction. Needless to say, that must be the place where Blood Ghost was advancing. Moreover, Ningqi could hear many people discussing the matter along the way. Will he be punished if he fails to advance? A faint smile appeared in Ningqi's eyes, but then he inadvertently glanced at the sky, and a dragon-like creature slowly swam past. It was the general in charge of guarding the Sea God Nation's divine capital. Blood Ghost once said that there were a total of 108 such beings in the divine capital. They were like an inescapable net that covered the entire divine capital. If there was any chaos in the divine capital, they would appear immediately to suppress it. If I really want to interrupt blood ghost's advancement, the first thing I need to consider is how to escape from the hands of this group of generals. Ning Qi's expression turned serious. However, if it was a one-on-one battle, he felt that the general from before was no match for him at all. Its cultivation level should only be at the first tribulation. He just didn't know if the other generals' cultivation levels were similar. Not long after, Ning Qi followed the crowd to a familiar place. Godly Capital Gladiator Arena. Ning Qi didn't expect Blood Ghost to advance here. It's probably to shut up the mouths of the sea race who want to punish him. If he can successfully advance, not only will he not be punished for what happened back then, but he can also establish his might on the spot. Ning Qi thought to himself. This time, there were many members of the oceanic race who came to watch. Even to enter the Divine Capital's Gladiator Arena, there was a long queue. Soon, when it was Ning Qi's turn, he saw another familiar face. 100,000 God domain stones. Ling Keisai said expressionlessly. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. A dignified, advanced rank 6 oceanic race was reduced to collecting an entrance fee. It was a humiliation to him. However, Blood Ghost's current situation was indeed awkward. Some people were angry, but because of Qinlong's support, they couldn't do anything to him before they knew if Blood Ghost could successfully advance to the ultimate god level. Hence, they could only use him as an example. Prior to this, Ling Keisai had been provoked by several advanced rank 6 oceanic race experts, but he endured it in the end. If it wasn't for his deep understanding of the principle of living without purpose, he might have been beaten to death by now. 100,000 God domain stones. We're here to watch Blood Ghost advance because we're giving him face. You're still collecting God domain stones? Is that right? Ning Qi frowned and asked loudly. Ling Keisai was stunned. He finally raised his eyelids and looked straight at Ning Qi. He wanted to see which idiot dared to pick a fight at this time. However, Ning Qi's words resonated with many members of the oceanic race. That's right. 100,000 God domain stones is too expensive. If Senior Blood Ghost fails to advance, we won't be able to learn anything from it. Wouldn't that be a waste? It's not a big deal to collect some God domain stones. I think a few thousand is enough. 100,000 per person. If we fill up the entire arena, even if we can't advance to the ultimate god level, we can still earn tens of billions of God domain stones, right? Ling Keisai ignored those people's sarcastic words and stared at Ning Qi. If you don't want to watch, get out. You told me to get out, but I'm going in. Here are 101 God domain stones. The extra one is your tip. Ning Qi smiled lightly and threw the God domain stones at Ling Keisai's face. Ling Keisai was enraged and almost wanted to slap Ning Qi to death. However, he changed his mind. Today was an important day. If he made any mistakes and affected Blood Ghost's advancement, he might have to face the wrath of the oceanic race's higher-ups together with Blood Ghost. He would have to pay for the 300 oceanic race members who died in vain. Ling Keisai suppressed the anger in his heart and whispered to Ning Qi, "When Master Blood Ghost successfully advances, I'll wait for you at the Divine Capital Arena." What? You're threatening me? Come on, beat me up if you dare. If not, then shut your dog mouth and wait for me at the Divine Capital Arena? I'm afraid you won't dare to come. Son of a B****. Ning Qi cursed. The commotion attracted several gazes. Ling Keisai's face paled when he noticed this. He immediately said to Ning Qi, "Go in quickly. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Have a better attitude." Ning Qi sneered. "Go in." Ling Keisai took a deep breath and a stiff smile appeared on his face. "That's more like it." Ning Qi smiled and entered the arena. If he was not in the Oceanic Kingdom, Ling Keisai would not even be left with his bones. Angering him was also collecting some interest. He could feel that Ling Keisai was glaring at him with extreme hatred. It was obvious that he was thinking of ways to take revenge. In the arena, Blood Ghost sat cross-legged in the center. On the ground, there were many red patterns that seemed to be alive and were constantly moving. Around Blood Ghost, a large group of rank 6 humans were kneeling. Among them were those who had been captured by Blood Ghost and brought to the Oceanic Kingdom. There were also Chai Ching, Useless Scholar, and the others who had been captured along with Ning Chi. At that moment, these rank 6 humans were suppressed by a terrifying aura. They could not stand up and could only kneel in humiliation. Ning Chi's gaze swept across them and then landed on a high platform in the divine capital arena. There sat a group of Oceanic race members. The lowest cultivation level among them was at mid-level rank 6. These Oceanic race members would occasionally look at the person in the middle with respect. So there's a divine paragon standing guard for him. Ning Chi's gaze fell on Qinlong. He didn't know much about Qinlong's background, but he did know that he was at the peak of the first tribulation. Compared to the divine giant ghost, he was still a long way off. Still looking for the most powerful dragon-slaying system. For free? Baidu search. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. Equals sign. Chapter 3989. As if sensing Ning Chi's gaze, Qinlong lifted his eyelids and looked in Ning Chi's direction. 9 transformations of the great emperor. A trace of doubt flashed in Qinlong's eyes. He felt that Ning Chi's aura was strange. At this time, Ning Chi grinned at Qinlong seeing this. Qinlong harumphed coldly and looked away. This guy is arrogant. His background must be extraordinary. Ning Chi sneered in his heart. Then his gaze fell on Blood Ghost. His mind raced, hoping to find a way to stop Blood Ghost's advancement before he began his sacrifice. A few hours passed. The seats in the divine capital gladiator arena were filled with people from the Sea clan. Most of them were below rank 5. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 rank 6 Sea clansmen. Most of the rank 6 Sea clansmen were sitting on the stage where Qinlong was. They seemed to know each other and would occasionally whisper to each other. Ling Keisai completed his task and went up to the stage. He did not sit down but stood behind Qinlong, respectfully. From his direction, he happened to see Ning Chi, who was grinning at him. It's him. Ling Keisai's eyes turned cold as he stared at Ning Chi. Suddenly, he made a throat-slitting gesture and grinned hideously. Are you going to kill me? Ning Chi transmitted his voice. Ling Keisai wanted to scold him back. However, considering that he was standing behind Qinlong, Qinlong would be able to sense his transmission. Hence, he gave up on the idea. Why aren't you talking? Are you afraid? Say something. Damn you! You're dead. Ling Keisai could not hold back and scolded. Qinlong frowned as he sensed Ling Keisai's transmission. Who are you talking to? Master Qinlong, that Sea clansman has been provoking me. I could not hold it in. Please forgive me. Ling Keisai quickly bowed. He hated Ning Chi to the core. Qinlong followed Ling Keisai's gaze and looked at Ning Chi again. It's this guy. I think he's a little strange. Help me keep an eye on him. Qinlong said calmly. A little strange. Ling Keisai's heart was filled with doubt, but since Qinlong had spoken, he naturally would not refute. He immediately glared at Ning Chi with a ferocious expression, not concealing the killing intent in his eyes. Blood Demon, I think it's about time. Let's begin. Qinlong looked at Blood Ghost and said plainly. Vampire, whose eyes had been closed all this while, opened them immediately and nodded. The atmosphere in Shendu's gladiator arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone could see that Vampire's aura was increasing exponentially. As his aura increased, the blood-colored patterns on the ground became more animated. Like little blood-red snakes, they eventually condensed into a special, strange array under the feet of the human rank X. Following that, Blood Ghost suddenly stood up and muttered a bunch of words that Ning Qi couldn't understand. These words seemed to be incantations, and Blood Ghost's tone gradually became hurried. Suddenly, a crack appeared above his head, and seawater poured in. The terrifying suction force almost caused chaos in the arena. Fortunately, this state only lasted for a few breaths of time before the seawater stopped flowing. The Sea Clan's expression became more solemn. They had heard of such a formation before. It seemed to be a transaction with some kind of existence in order to obtain the qualification to advance to the ultimate God realm. However, most of the Sea Clan who advanced to the ultimate God realm relied on years of accumulation and exceptional talent to break through. Blood Ghost was actually a little anxious. With Blood Ghost's talent, as long as he cultivated for a period of time, he could actually use his talent and strength to trigger the ultimate God realm's first tribulation without sacrificing anything. This aura. Ning Qi looked at the crack with a serious expression. He sensed a very familiar aura. Previously at the burial site, the black arm had taken the golden-armored, muscular man away. The aura of the black arm was somewhat similar to the aura coming from the crack. Could it be that the Sea Clan can communicate with that existence, like Xianyuan Lin's father? Ning Qi was shocked. If it was true, it meant that the creation divine realm and Shenluo world were in the same universe. Because according to his guess, that existence definitely lived in that strange and unfathomable universe. Blood Ghost, you'll die a horrible death. A sixth-rank human suddenly realized that his cultivation base was constantly being absorbed by the red patterns on the ground. He could not help but roar at Blood Ghost. Blood Ghost ignored him and showed a faint sneer on his face as he continued to chant some kind of incantation. There's not enough time. Ning Qi sighed helplessly before suddenly standing up and leaping up. He pointed at Blood Ghost and shouted, "Damn Blood Ghost, you killed my brother and sister-in-law, and you still want to advance to the ultimate God realm? Today, I'll take your life as a sacrifice to the souls of my brother and sister-in-law in heaven." Blood Ghost's deafening roar almost made him chant the wrong incantation. He looked at Ning Qi in shock and was sure that he had never seen Ning Qi before. The group of sixth-rank human subconsciously raised their heads with excitement in their eyes. They thought that the human clan had sent someone to rescue them. In the end, they realized that the person who came out to curse at Blood Ghost was also from the Sea Clan. Their hearts sank again. Blood Ghost was chanting an incantation and could not deal with Ning Qi. He could only look at the high platform with a pleading gaze. Qin Long's eyes turned cold, while Ling Keisai was extremely shocked and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. "Your Excellency, Blood Ghost is advancing to the ultimate God realm today. Don't disturb him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Qin Long said lightly. "Sir, let me finish him." Ling Keisai immediately roared after regaining his senses. Without waiting for Qin Long's order, he had already rushed toward Ning Qi and was ready to suppress Ning Qi with lightning speed. "Ha ha ha! You're dead meat!" Ling Keisai laughed maniacally through telepathy. When he arrived in front of Ning Qi waved his hand and punched him. Ling Keisai howled in pain and fell toward Blood Ghost. Blood Ghost's eyes became extremely anxious when he saw that. He could not move and could not interrupt the incantation. If he was hit by Ling Keisai, the sacrifice this time would be in vain. "How dare you!" Qin Long shouted in a low voice. He reached out and grabbed Ling Keisai's body. Ling Keisai's body immediately stopped and was dragged to his side. Ling Keisai shook his head. The dizziness he felt was somewhat alleviated. He seemed to have realized that he had almost ruined Blood Ghost's sacrificial ceremony. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and knelt in front of Qin Long, kowtowing continuously. "Sir, please forgive me. Please forgive me." He never thought that the guy who provoked him for 100,000 celestial realm stones would actually defeat him with a single punch, still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free. Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. Read without waiting. == Chapter 3990. Kneel aside. You can't do anything right. Qinlong shouted coldly. Ling Keisai instantly let out a sigh of relief. He followed Qinlong's order and knelt to the side. He glared at Ning Qi with a venomous gaze, but his heart was filled with lingering fear. It was obvious that Ning Qi had come with ill intentions. Otherwise, how could he not have noticed that Ning Qi's cultivation had already reached the 9th transformation martial monarch realm? Sir, what kind of grudge do you have with Xue Gui? Why do you have to ruin his sacrificial ceremony at this time? Qinlong looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Because of this sudden turn of events, the attention of the sea race in the Divine Capital's arena shifted from Blood Ghost to Ning Qi. Some of the sea race who had personally witnessed Ning Qi and Ling Keisai's quarrel sucked in a breath of cold air. They were secretly glad that they did not follow Ning Qi's lead. Who would have thought that this fellow was deliberately here to cause trouble? What grudge? If he hadn't captured a rank 6 human to the Sea clan and released a rank 6 human, would my brother and sister-in-law have died in the hands of that rank 6 human? Over 300 rank 6 human. They died just like that. Xue Gui should have killed himself after making such a big mistake. How could he be qualified to advance to the ultimate god realm? Ning Qi shouted with a sad and angry expression. Many Divine Capital Gladiator clan members also showed sad and angry expressions. Over 300 rank 6 human was definitely not a small number. Many of the Divine Capital Gladiator clan members in the Gladiator arena were the descendants, relatives, and friends of those Divine Capital Gladiator clan members. They came mainly to see if Xue Gui could successfully advance to the ultimate god realm. If he failed, they would be able to witness Xue Gui's punishment with their own eyes. Qinlong's face darkened a little as he realized why he felt something was wrong with Xue Gui's aura. It turned out that Xue Gui came with a trace of hostility. Qinlong felt a headache when he thought about what Xue Gui had done. If he was not a direct descendant of the Sea King, he would not have been able to suppress the matter even if he was a first tribulation ultimate god. He thought the matter was almost settled and the matter could be erased as long as Xue Gui succeeded in his advancement. He did not expect someone to take advantage of that day to make things difficult for Xue Gui. Bloodwraith glared at Ning Qi. He wanted to curse out loud, but he had to focus on chanting his incantation. Your Excellency, I've already told everyone about this matter. The humans slaughtered the Sea clan's rank 6 experts. Once Xue Gui ascends to the ultimate god realm, he will give everyone an explanation. Today is the day Xue Gui sacrifices himself to ascend to the ultimate god realm. I hope your Excellency will not interfere. Qinlong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. If not for the fact that there were so many people present with his temperament, he would have directly suppressed the other party. Why would he bother explaining? This is too unfair. He had killed so many Oceanic clan members, yet he still had the chance to ascend to the ultimate god realm. Among the 300 or so rank 6 Sea clan members, there might be 2 or even more who could become ultimate gods in the future. It's all because of Xue Gui's greed that he killed those Sea clan members who could become ultimate gods in the future. It's fine if others don't stand up for me, but I'll avenge my brother and sister-in-law no matter what. I'll beat up anyone who tries to stop me. Ning Qi shouted with a strong sense of righteousness. Those words made the blood of the Oceanic clan members who had accumulated a lot of anger in their hearts boil. Many Oceanic clan members in the Shen Capital Gladiator arena stood up upon hearing that and stared at Xue Gui. They wanted to skin him alive and eat his flesh. There was no lack of rank 6 experts among those Oceanic clan members. You'll beat up anyone who tries to stop you? Qinlong suddenly laughed. His body suddenly exuded an aura that surpassed rank 6. Those restless Oceanic clan members immediately sat back in their seats when they felt the aura. They broke out in a cold sweat. They almost forgot that Shwe Gui's backer was not to be underestimated. If they ruined Shwe Gui's ascension to the ultimate god realm, the other party might not say anything on the surface, but there was no telling how he would take revenge in secret. So what if you're an ultimate god? I'll beat you up if you try to stop me. Ningqi sneered and charged straight at Shwe Gui. After saying so much, he had already determined his purpose. Even if he ruined Shwe Gui's ascension and offended the Oceanic clan's ultimate god, it would be easy to clean up the mess afterward. Everyone would only think that Ningqi did that because he was eager for revenge. By the time they found out the truth, Ningqi would have already returned to the shore. Shwe Gui immediately sped up his chanting when he saw that. At the same time, a trace of anxiety arose in his heart. Qianlong's face suddenly turned extremely cold when he saw that even his ultimate god identity could not make Ningqi repent. His body moved and disappeared on the spot. He appeared between Ningqi and Shwe Gui and stared coldly at Ningqi. "How dare you stop me? I'll beat you to death." Ningqi roared and punched at Qianlong. The corner of Qianlong's mouth slightly curled up into a cold smile. The next moment he was hit by Ningqi's punch and flew out of the Shin Capital Gladiator Arena like a meteor and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Somewhere in the calm sea, a terrifying whirlpool suddenly appeared below. The surrounding fishes and prawns fled in all directions when they saw that. Soon the whirlpool exploded. A figure rushed out of the sea and flew towards the sky. He could not stop his body at all and kept coughing blood as he flew. Silence. Everyone looked at Ningqi in disbelief. He sent an ultimate god flying with just one punch? That was enough to prove that Ningqi was also an ultimate god. Ling Keisai was kneeling on the ground with his legs trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Ningqi with eyes full of horror. Did he just attack an ultimate god? On the high platform, the grade 6 Sea Clan members who did not care about the matter stood up one by one and looked at Ningqi with a solemn expression. Deep in their eyes, there was a trace of shock flowing. These members of the Sea Clan had an extraordinary identity. Although some of them had low cultivation bases, their identities were much stronger than Shwe Gui, who was at the peak of advanced rank 6. Shwe Gui's face turned extremely pale in an instant. His upper and lower lips moved quickly. He wanted to use the last bit of time to complete the sacrifice. If he could advance to the ultimate god level, he might still have a chance to live. You still want to advance to the ultimate god level. Go to hell. Ningqi landed next to Blood Ghost, and with a look of despair on his face, Ningqi kicked Blood Ghost's face. Blood Ghost howled miserably and slammed into the arena's wall. Ningqi did not kill him with that kick, so Shwe Gui did not die. He just fainted. However, his attitude would definitely spread after today. He was going to lose face for sure. As soon as the incantation was interrupted, the crack in the void immediately began to close up. Suddenly, there was a faint roar with a hint of anger coming from within. When the crack finally closed up, the blood-colored formation under the feet of the countless grade 6 humans also gradually dissipated. Chai Qing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment and were secretly relieved. Although they did not know what would happen in the future, at least they did not have to die today. Still looking for the Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3991. The rank 6 Sea Clan members on the high platform looked at the scene in a daze. They wanted to say something, but when they recalled how Qianlong was sent flying by Ningqi's punch, they immediately gave up on the idea. The advancement failed. Ling Keisai was in a trance. He could not help but feel a tinge of despair. Blood Ghost had killed hundreds of Sea Clan members and had already angered everyone. Now that he had failed his advancement, he would be facing a very harsh punishment from Blood Ghost. As Blood Ghost's trusted follower, there was no way he could get out of this. The Shen capital gladiator arena was silent. Only when two generals appeared in the sky did everyone come to their senses. Generals! He attacked Shui Gui for no reason and even injured Big Brother Qin. I asked the two generals to take him down. A female Sea clan member on the high platform suddenly shouted. No reason. Are you lying through your teeth? Ning Qi looked at the female Sea clan member and sneered. The female Sea clan member was shocked and looked away guiltily. Everyone thought that the generals would take action, but the two generals only hovered in the sky for a while before leaving. Ning Qi laughed in his heart. His previous publicity was indeed effective. The current matter could be regarded as a personal grudge between him and Blood Ghost at most. Moreover, Ning Qi was not the only one who had a grudge against Blood Ghost. Most of the Sea clan members present were related to those rank 6 Sea clan members who died. The generals had noticed the situation earlier and could not see through the Sea clan aura that Silver Dragon had faked for Ning Qi. They did not expect that Ning Qi's real purpose was to stop Blood Ghost's advancement and create an opportunity to rescue the hundreds of rank 6 Sea clan members. It seems that the generals are really fair and just. Even they can't stand Blood Ghost's actions. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Many of the Sea clan members nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the female Sea clan member on the high platform had a terrible expression on her face. Fortunately, Qinlong, who was sent flying by Ning Qi's punch, returned after a few breaths. From his appearance, there did not seem to be any injuries on his body. However, everyone could vaguely feel that Qinlong's face was paler than before. I was wrong. You're not a peak advanced rank 6. You're an ultimate god. Qinlong glared at Ning Qi, his heart filled with shame and anger. He had thought that he could easily suppress Ning Qi, but in the end he was sent flying with a single punch. He had lost all face in front of countless Sea tribe members. Apart from that, when he returned, he discovered that Blood Ghost's advancement had failed. Even Blood Ghost had been knocked unconscious and hung from the gladiator arena's wall in disgrace. Qinlong's hair stood on end. If he had been as pathetic as Bloody Ghost, would he still be able to walk around the Immortals' capital in the future? Divine Lord? Sort of. Ning Qi laughed. You're too reckless today. We could have sat down and discussed if there's anything, but you've broken the rules by directly attacking. Shui Gui is someone I want to protect. You're going against me by destroying his opportunity to advance to the ultimate god realm. This matter isn't over yet. Qinlong said ruthlessly and planned to leave with Blood Ghost and the hundreds of rank 6 of the human clan. He had discovered that Ning Qi was much stronger than him and naturally gave up on the idea of fighting. However, with his identity and status, he could easily deal with an ultimate god like Ning Qi. Once he left the divine capital arena, he would settle the score with the other party. Wait. Ning Qi sneered and pointed at the hundreds of rank SXS of the human clan. You still want to take them away? Are you waiting for Shui Gui to recover from his injuries and arrange for him to advance to the ultimate god realm? If Shui Gui doesn't give me an explanation for the death of those 300 rank ethics, he can forget about advancing to the ultimate god realm. What do you want? Qinlong stared at Ning Qi. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so persistent. Did Ning Qi not know that he was a direct descendant of the Ocean King's bloodline? I don't want anything. I just want an explanation. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who has the same idea as me. Before I give you an explanation, don't take these rank SAXS with you. I'll help you look after them. Ning Qi sneered. That's right. Shui Gui killed so many rank SXS. How can he not give an explanation? Instead, he's given the opportunity to advance to the ultimate god realm. This is too unfair to those who died in vain. We, the Ocean Clan, value fairness. We can't take the rank SAXS with us. Shui Gui must give us an explanation. Finally, many of the Ocean Clan could no longer hold back their anger. They took advantage of Ning Qi's presence to express their anger and dissatisfaction. Qin Long's expression became even uglier when he saw that. Although the Ocean Clan in the Shen capital gladiator arena would not cause him any trouble if he forcibly took the hundreds of rank as excess with him, it was hard to say if the other members of his bloodline found out about it. They might take the opportunity to do something behind the scenes. Qin Long looked at Ning Qi coldly. "You're an ultimate god. Why haven't I heard of your name? What's your name?" "My name is Feng Sisi, and I will not change my surname." Ning Qi sneered. "I've told you my name. If you have any problems, come at me. I'll take it all on. Feng Sisi, I'll remember you." A murderous intent flashed across Qin Long's eyes. He then left the Shen capital gladiator arena with Shui Gue, Ling Keisai, and the others. He did not touch the hundreds of rank. He was confident that he could settle the matter within a few days. The ultimate God Realm Ocean Clan, who dared to humiliate him, would not end well. What are you waiting for? Come with me. You'll live another day if Shui Gue doesn't give you an explanation. Ning Qi's gaze fell upon the group of rank and snorted. Chai Qing and the others looked at each other and followed Ning Qi with bitter expressions. They left the Shen capital gladiator arena. Although they had temporarily escaped from Shui Gui's clutches, the Ocean Clan in front of them was obviously stronger. Their hope of escaping the Sea God Kingdom was completely shattered. The members of the oceanic race in the God's capital arena watched as Ning Qi and the others left. They were excited. Although they did not witness Blood Ghost's advancement, they had watched a good show. They were looking forward to what kind of explanation Blood Ghost would give them. On the other side, Ling Keisai carried Shui Gue, who had fainted, and said to Qin Long, "Master, those rank as access." They were Shui Gui's guarantee for his advancement. If he could not get them back, he would have to suffer together with Shui Gue. "I will get them back without missing a single one. However, before that, you and Shui Gue should go and reflect on your actions. Find out why something like this happened today." Qin Long said faintly. When Ling Keisai heard this, he hurriedly nodded and led Shui Gue in the direction of the mansion. Chapter 3992. Poseidon Kingdom. Shin Capital. The innkeeper's expression changed several times as he looked at the 100 or so grade 6 humans behind Ning Qi. He gave Ning Qi a flattering smile before saying awkwardly, "Sir, these grade 6 humans seem to be Lord Vampire's captives." "Don't worry, I'll take care of these captives for the time being. As for Vampire Ghost, he might be able to bring these grade 6 humans back after he gives us an explanation for the deaths of the 300 grade 6C clan members," Ning Qi said lightly. At that moment, a manservant rushed over and whispered a few words in the innkeeper's ear. The innkeeper's expression suddenly changed as he said enthusiastically to Ning Qi, "Sir, this way, please." Soon, he arranged a small courtyard with about 8 to 9 rooms. Although it was not enough for Chai Qing and the others, in the eyes of the innkeeper, Chai Qing and the others were just captives. It was more than enough for a dozen of them to squeeze into one room. "Sir, if you have any other requests, please let the servants know." The innkeeper said a few words in a flattering manner before leaving. "You guys are really lucky." Ning Qi looked at Chai Qing and the others with a faint smile. "It's just death. I've long been indifferent to it." Chai Qing smiled faintly. "Soon, you won't be thinking about death anymore." Ning Qi smiled. Before Chai Qing and the others could figure out what that sentence meant, they suddenly felt their vision go black and lost consciousness. Ning Qi lowered his head and glanced at his palm. Ever since his life form had advanced to the next level, many of his techniques had also improved tremendously. Now he could use the Buddhist kingdom in the palm technique to gather over 100 Tier 6 celestial realm warriors, and even hide Chai Qing and the others in his cosmic-like cells. Even if he were to face an ultimate god, the other party would not know where Chai Qing and the others were. "Sir, are you going out?" The manservant arranged by the innkeeper to serve Ning Qi quickly asked when he saw that Ning Qi was about to leave the inn. His eyes were a little suspicious as he looked into the courtyard. "I'm going out to buy some things. As for those human captives, I've already restricted them in the room. They won't be able to cause any trouble, but remember, when I'm not around, you're not allowed to break in. If you break my restriction and let those human captives escape, I don't need to do anything. I'm sure you'll end up worse than Vampire Ghost." Ning Qi sneered and left the inn. Hearing this, the manservant's expression suddenly froze. The incident with Vampire had caused the death of hundreds of rank 6C tribe members. If it were not for the fact that Vampire was a peak rank 6 advanced and had a backer behind him, he would have died long ago to atone for his crime. He was just an ordinary manservant. If this crime was placed on him, he might not be able to atone for it even if he died 10,000 times. Thinking to there, the servant immediately stood at the entrance with a serious expression. He decided that as long as it was not Ning Qi, no one was allowed to enter. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he would have to bear the blame. After leaving the inn, Ning Qi did not linger in Shindu for long. He left the city right away and headed for land. A few days later, Qinlong brought the pale-faced vampire and another sea race being whose aura was even stronger than Qinlong's to the entrance of the inn. "Guests, would you like to stay?" Lord Blood Ghost?" The innkeeper recognized Shui Gui, and his expression changed. He had already guessed the purpose of Shui Gui's visit. He then looked at Qinlong and the other oceanic race. Seeing Shui Gui walking behind them, he immediately knew that these two were existences with a higher status than Shui Gui. His expression became even more respectful. "A few days ago, was there a sea race being who brought a human captive to stay in your inn?" Qinlong said faintly, "Master, it's true." The inn owner quickly nodded. Shui Gui's face turned even uglier when he heard that. He was so close to attaining the hierarch realm, but it was destroyed by someone. The anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. However, the opponent was too strong. Even Qinlong was not his match. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge with his own hands. "Damn you! Not only did you ruin my advancement, but you also humiliated me. I, Blood Ghost, swear that I'll kill you with my own hands." Shui Gui clenched his fists tightly as he subconsciously looked at the Sea clan member beside Qinlong. This Sea clan member was expressionless. Even when facing Qinlong, he didn't have a good expression. However, Shui Gui knew that this Sea clan member had such an attitude because his status in the Sea clan was extremely terrifying. He was one of the Sea King's personal guards. Those who were chosen by the Sea King as a personal guard were all outstanding people. Even Blood Ghost, who thought highly of himself, did not think that it was possible for him to become the Sea King's personal guard in the future. "Bring me to him," Qinlong said faintly. Yes, this way please." The inn owner nodded. He was just an ordinary 4th grade sea race being. Even he had to bow down to Blood Ghost, let alone Qinlong and Blood Ghost, who obviously had a higher status than Blood Ghost. Not long after, the inn owner brought Qinlong and the others to the small courtyard where Ning Qi stayed. He saw a servant guarding the door and immediately said, "Go and invite the master inside. Tell him that there are 3 masters who want to see him." "I can't." The servant was slightly shocked. "The master has left for a few days. He's not even in the courtyard." "What? He left?" The inn owner was slightly stunned. Qinlong's expression changed, and he was about to barge into the courtyard. Seeing this, the manservant hurriedly stopped him. No. That Lord told me before he left that those human captives have been imprisoned in the small courtyard by a restrictive spell. If I accidentally break the spell and release the human captives, I won't be able to bear the consequences. You dare to stop me?" Qinlong's eyes flickered. The killing intent in his eyes instantly made the servant's legs weak. He could no longer stop Qinlong, seeing that Qinlong and the others had barged into the courtyard. The servant pulled a long face and followed the owner into the courtyard. The human captives are not here. There's no one here. Qin Long looked around and his tone became gloomy. How is that possible? The master clearly said. The servant mumbled to himself. Seeing that Qin Long was looking at him, he immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head. Brother Qin Long, there's something fishy about this. Blood Ghost's expression became solemn. An ultimate god sea race wouldn't care about your human captives. I think he must have found another place to stay. He didn't want us to find him so soon. At that moment, the Sea King's bodyguard who had been silent said, No, as long as he's still in the divine capital, he must solve this with me. There's no reason for him to hide from me. He interfered with Shui Gui's advancement and disappeared without a trace with the human captives. Qin Long paused for a moment, then his expression changed a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, That guy is most likely not from the sea race. Chapter 3993. Not the Ocean Tribe? How was that possible? At first, Blood Ghost felt that it was extremely absurd, but then his expression suddenly changed, and an extremely hateful face appeared in his mind. Brother Qin Long, are you talking about him? Blood Ghost's voice was trembling. It was not fear. It was not fear. It was anger. If not for Ning Qi, he would not have ended up in this state. More than 300 rank, 6 Ocean Tribe members were dead. Even Blood Ghost felt pressured by this. A human disguised as the Ocean Tribe and turned the world upside down. This was the first time something like this had happened in so many years. That was why the first person he thought of was Ning Qi. It's possible, but it's more likely that it's his elder. Qin Long's expression was solemn. The innkeeper and the manservant did not know what was going on, but they knew something must have happened. They were worried that they would be implicated, so they could only stand aside with their heads lowered. According to the information we received, this person's strength was between intermediate to advanced rank 6. Even Ling Keisai could easily suppress him, let alone you. However, this time, even I am no match for him. His strength is comparable to a second tribulation ultimate god. Do you think it's possible for that human to reach this level in such a short period of time? Qin Long analyzed. Impossible. Blood Ghost shook his head. If the human tribe really has a cultivation method that can disguise as our sea tribes, then this is not good news for us. How about this? Go and find out if this person has left a mortal's capital. At the same time, investigate his background and see if any of his relatives died at the hands of that human. At the same time, mobilize the forces on land and see if the human captives that were taken away have reappeared. Qin Long said. Actually, Qin Long wasn't very sure about his guess. Yes, Brother Qin Long. Blood Ghost nodded respectfully, turned around and left. At that moment, the Sea King's janissary beside Qin Long said, The Sea King has instructed us not to have any conflicts with the 3 holy kingdoms on land for the time being. Why? Qin Long frowned. Those humans are parasites in this world. Isn't the Ocean Tribe's goal to get rid of them? The Sea King only said that the world has changed and we need to work with the humans. The Sea King's janissary said, The world has changed? Qin Long pondered for a moment. He had actually heard about this a long time ago. His father was also an authoritative figure in the Sea King's faction. He had once heard his father discussing this matter with a few of his uncles, but his father had immediately chased him away when he discovered that he was eavesdropping. What do you mean? Qin Long said solemnly. The Sea King's janissary glanced coldly at the innkeeper and the servant. The 2 of them immediately said in a low voice, We'll take our leave. Please continue chatting. After they left, the Sea King's janissary then said to Qin Long, I don't know much either. You should know that other than this world, there are many other worlds similar to ours, right? I know. Didn't those demons come from the outside world? Qin Long nodded. He had also heard about the demons, but they usually did not appear among the Ocean Tribe. Therefore, the Ocean Tribe did not have a deep impression of them. Apart from the worlds that these demons live in, there are countless other worlds that are similar to this realm. The Sea King wants to ally with the 3 god kingdoms because these worlds that we don't understand might be dangerous. That's why, for the time being, we shouldn't cause too much trouble with the humans. The Sea King's janissary shook his head and turned to leave. Seeing this, Qianlong followed with a thoughtful look. Shui Gui mobilized all the resources he could and finally found out the identity of the Ocean Tribe that Ning Qi had transformed into in just 3 days. Brother Qianlong, the information is here. None of the 300 6th grade Ocean Tribe members that died were from the same clan as him. Shui Gui suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice. As expected, his target this time was the group of human captives. Qianlong's eyes turned cold. I didn't expect the humans to have such mysterious means. Even I can't see through his real identity. Brother Qianlong, I can't take this lying down. Shui Gui said in a low voice. He could have easily advanced to the ultimate god realm, and his status would be very different from now. He would not have to be so cautious even if he had to face Qianlong. However, all of this was ruined by someone. You have to accept it even if you can't. Qianlong sneered. I've been under a lot of pressure because of you. Since you failed to advance this time, you have to give me an explanation for the deaths of the 300 Ocean Tribe members. No matter what, you have to appease their anger. As for this matter, I'll deal with it in the future. Shui Gui's expression suddenly became very ugly. Appease their anger? How much would he have to pay to appease their anger? Brother Qianlong, I understand. Shui Gui said in a low voice. Qianlong saw Shui Gui's despair and said, Don't worry, at least you don't have to pay with your life. Ning Qi's departure from the Sea God Kingdom was very smooth. It was not as embarrassing as the last time when he was chased by a group of 6th grade Sea Tribe members. The reason was simple. No matter how strong the Sea God Kingdom was, they would not be able to send a team of hierarch experts to kill him. Moreover, the Sea God Kingdom would not be able to react in such a short period of time. The Hague City. At the port, because of what happened last time, the number of sea tribes in the Hague City had decreased by a lot. Even the human god realm warriors were fewer than usual. The sea tribes were afraid of the human race's retaliation. But the human race was disappointed by the attitude of the Hague City Lord. Although everyone knew that the City Lord of the Hague City had the bloodline of the sea race, they had thought that the City Lord would be more biased towards the human race in the past. However, after the previous incident, they had seen through the City Lord's attitude. I suggest that the sects do not come to the Hague City anymore. There are not many things that can be bought here. To think that this place used to be so prosperous. What a pity. 7 to 8 rebirth realm cultivators from the Shenluo world stood at the port. They did not look too good. They had traveled thousands of miles to reach this place. In the end, they realized that the number of Sea Tribe members setting up stalls had decreased. At a glance, there were only a few dozen Sea Tribe members. Let's go. The crowd shook their heads and prepared to leave. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, a figure suddenly flew out of the sea and landed firmly on the ground. When the sea folk on the port saw this, they didn't think much of it at first. However, when they saw the figure filled with the aura of the sea folk constantly changing its appearance, they were dumbfounded as they saw the sea folk in front of them actually transform into a living human. Chapter 3994. It's him, the one who killed hundreds of grade 6 Sea clan members. A celestial realm warrior exclaimed. He happened to be there the last time, so he recognized Ning Qi immediately. The rest of them had a strange look on their faces when they heard that. Would they attract hundreds of grade 6 Sea clan members again this time? A trusted aide of the city, Lord of the Hague City, had already secretly gone to report the news. The faces of the Sea clan members at the port darkened when they saw Ning Qi transform from a Sea clan member to a human. Elder Wu. The few rebirth state cultivators from Shenluo world were dumbfounded. Why are you guys here? Ning Qi lifted his gaze, and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although the few cultivators in front of him were only at the rebirth state and did not have much interaction with him in Moon Elephant Sect, Ning Qi had a good memory. He would not forget anyone he met once. These people were all rebirth state cultivators from Moon Elephant Sect. It's really Elder Wu. The group of rebirth state cultivators were in disbelief. They came to Ning Qi excitedly and bowed respectfully. The news of the burial site had long spread. Elder Wu of Moon Elephant Sect had obtained the true inheritance of Shenyuan Immortal Sect and was suspected to be a seventh step cultivator. This news was like a bomb dropped into the water. All the major forces in Shenluo world sent people to verify the authenticity of the news. The Moon Elephant Sect cultivators were very sure of the authenticity of the news. That was because after the 13 sects left the burial site, the other sects had sent all kinds of cultivation resources. This was enough to prove the authenticity of the news. Initially, some people did not believe it. However, when they heard that the sect master of the True Void sect was struck to death by the lightning tribulation summoned by Ning Qi in the burial site, they were convinced. When did you guys enter the creation celestial realm? Ning Qi smiled. Elder Wu, we just entered the creation celestial realm not long ago. This time, hundreds of people from our Moon Elephant Sect have the opportunity to enter the creation celestial realm. The person who spoke was a female cultivator. Her cultivation level was probably the highest among them. She was extremely close to the fifth step. Han Xiu was very excited. She did not expect that she would see Ning Qi, the legendary existence of Moon Elephant Sect, in the creation celestial realm. The seventh step. Normally, even a great emperor would not have the opportunity to face a seventh step cultivator. She was only at the peak of the fourth step, but she could interact with a seventh step cultivator at such a close distance. Han Xiu vaguely felt that the shackles of her cultivation realm seemed to have loosened because she was close to Ning Qi. 100 people? According to what I know, the Moon Elephant Sect isn't able to support so many people entering the creation divine domain, right? Ning Qi's expression was strange. Han Xiu hurriedly said, Elder Wu, ever since the bone burial ruins incident, the other divine sects have ordered people to deliver a lot of cultivation resources. In addition to that, the True Void Church has fallen apart. The surviving great emperors have all disappeared overnight. The sect master and the other elders have taken over the True Void Church. That's why we're able to send so many disciples into the divine domain of fortune. Ning Qi nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. The other divine sects were obviously afraid that he would settle the score later, so they deliberately tried to curry favor with the Moon Elephant Sect after leaving the bone burial ruins. This time, the Moon Elephant Sect had sent over 100 disciples into the creation divine domain. They were probably deeply affected by the words of the muscular man in golden armor. If there was a day when the myriad worlds merged together, the nominal leader of the myriad worlds, the divine Luo, would obviously not be a match for the creation divine domain. In that case, before the great calamity arrived, they could only make more arrangements in the creation divine domain. Where are the rest? Are they also in the Hague City? Ning Qi smiled. Reporting to Elder Wu, we've split up. Han Xiu said. What's your name? Disciple Han Xiu. Since we've met in the creation divine domain, it means that we're fated. Here are some Qilin fruits, profound sage, spiritual materials. I'll give them to you. Ning Qi smiled and threw an interspatial ring to Han Xiu. Han Xiu scanned it with her divine perception and was instantly excited. Although the others were not sure what profound sage, spiritual materials were inside, they heard the words Qilin fruits clearly. Thank you, Elder Wu. Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Han Xiu suddenly realized that Ning Qi, who was at the seventh step, could actually come to the creation divine domain. How many cultivation resources had he consumed? Even the great emperors of the Moon Elephant sect had never really set foot in this place before. This was because the great emperors of the various divine sects had once experimented and ultimately discovered that they could not send a great emperor into the creation divine domain even after using the entire sect's power. Since then, no sect had tried similar actions. All of a sudden, a figure streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Ningqi in the blink of an eye. "Greetings, City Lord." The human clan divine domain warriors on the port cupped their hands and bowed when they saw this figure. The City Lord of the Hague City had a gloomy expression as he looked at Ningqi coldly. "How dare you come here? I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the traitor." Ningqi looked at the City Lord of the Hague City with a faint smile. The aura on the City Lord's body became stronger. It was obvious that his cultivation level had improved a lot during this period. However, in Ningqi's eyes, the City Lord of the Hague City was no different from an ant. He could easily kill him with a flick of his finger. "I can try." Thinking of this, Ningqi couldn't help but laugh. When the surrounding humans heard Ningqi call the City Lord of the Hague City a traitor, their expressions turned strange. When they saw Ningqi suddenly laugh, their expressions became even stranger. This was clearly a provocation. "Last time, the divine giant ghost appeared and saved you. Do you think you can escape from me this time? My Hague City was supposed to be flourishing, but because of you it has become so desolate. Do you want to give me an explanation?" The City Lord of the Hague City said coldly. "What explanation do you want?" Ningqi laughed. The City Lord's eyes darkened. "Come with me to the sea race and apologize. The hatred between the human clan and the sea race will naturally disappear." What a joke! The hatred between the human clan and the sea race has been going on for a long time. What does that have to do with me? As expected of a mixed blood with the sea race's blood running through your veins. Your purpose in the human clan is probably to inform the sea race, right? Ningqi laughed. As soon as he said this, the City Lord's aura suddenly surged, and he slowly walked toward Ningqi. Ningqi stood there motionlessly, while Han Xiao and the others quickly hid behind him. They looked at the City Lord of the Hague City with a slightly strange expression. A mere 6th-stage cultivator dared to make a move against a 7th-step cultivator? Was he tired of living? "If you come any closer, I won't be polite anymore." Ningqi laughed. The City Lord of the Hague City's mouth curled up, and a faint trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. He approached Ningqi step by step like a cat toying with a mouse. Chapter 3995. That senior has really angered the City Lord this time. More and more people arrived at the port. Looking at the City Lord of the Hague City walking slowly towards Ningqi with a terrifying aura, everyone concluded that Ningqi would not be able to win this time. The City Lord of the Hague City was expressionless as he walked towards Ningqi. During this process, a trace of undetectable malevolence flashed in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to make the other party walk step by step into the abyss of fear. Only by doing so could he resolve the hatred in his heart. The City Lord's footsteps were getting slower and slower. In everyone's eyes, with every step he took, the aura on his body became more tyrannical. On the contrary, Ningqi, who did not reveal any aura at all, looked like an ant facing a mighty giant. The distance between the two was less than 3 steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The City Lord of the Hague City stood in front of Ningqi with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to speak, Ningqi stretched out his hand and gently touched his shoulder. "Kneel." Ningqi smiled. Thump. The peak advanced grade 6 City Lord of the Hague City involuntarily knelt on the ground after Ningqi's finger touched his shoulder. The originally noisy port instantly became incomparably quiet. The god realm warriors who rushed over from the city, Lord's mansion, all stood in the void, dumbfounded. Their faces revealed a trace of helplessness. What the hell was going on? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Some people rubbed their eyes and finally confirmed that what they saw was really happening in front of them. Their city, Lord really did kneel in front of someone. What kind of power is this? The city lord of the Hague city's face suddenly became deathly pale. He only felt that there was a terrifying aura that he could not stop, like a mountain pressing down on his body. At this moment, the cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years was completely useless. In the face of this terrifying aura, his cultivation was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Almost instantly it was destroyed, eliminated, suppressed, and imprisoned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The city lord of the Hague city raised his head and looked at Ning Chi, who was looking down at him with a stunned expression. At this moment, he saw a trace of mockery and disdain in Ning Chi's eyes. Han Xiao and the others looked at the city lord of the Hague city with schadenfreude. A mere upper rank. 6 dared to go against a 7th-step cultivator? If this wasn't courting death, what was? They were a little excited. Ning Chi's appearance in the creation divine domain meant that the Shinluo world's cultivators had a hierarch level backer in the creation divine domain. No matter how dumb a cultivator was, they knew what this meant. I've said it before. If you come near me again, I won't be polite anymore. Can't you talk nicely? Why do you have to kneel before me? Don't you think you're despicable? Ning Chi chuckled. Loli? The Hague city lord's complexion alternated between green and white. In his entire life, he had never been humiliated like this before. From the corners of his eyes, he could already see more and more warriors of the realm of the gods gathering nearby. Even many of his subordinates from the city lord mansion had appeared. At this time, these people could only watch helplessly as he knelt in front of an existence that he once regarded as an ant. The humiliation in his heart shattered the city lord's mental state, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, that mouthful of blood did not reach Ning Chi's feet. Just as it came out, it was rebounded by some kind of force and sprayed directly on his own face. This appearance was even more pathetic than before. You almost dirted my pants. I didn't expect the dignified city, lord of the Hague city, to be so sloppy. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. The city lord of the Hague city was so angry that he almost fainted. All right, you can kneel here first. I still have some matters to attend to. When I'm done, I'll deal with you. Ning Chi smiled. After that, he asked Han Xiao and the others to retreat far away, clearing up an empty space. The human and sea tribes present saw Ning Chi raise his hand, and figures immediately flew out from his palm. In just a few breaths' time, the empty space was filled with confused 6th-grade god realm warriors. Where? Chai Ching opened his eyes and looked at the scene around him in disbelief. The Hague city. This is the Hague city. We've left the sea god kingdom. A 6th-grade god realm warrior who was captured by Shuegui years ago suddenly looked around excitedly with red eyes. It's really the Hague city. What's going on? Why did we suddenly return to the Hague city? Could it be that some godly venerable saved us? The crowd was getting more and more excited. The humans at the port were already shocked. They had already guessed that Chai Ching and the others were the 6th-grade god realm warriors who were captured by Shuegui some time ago. However, why did these 6th-grade god realm warriors fly out from Ning Chi's palm? Could it be that Ning Chi disguised himself as a sea tribe and went to the sea god kingdom to rescue these 6th-grade god realm warriors? What they couldn't believe was that Ning Chi had actually succeeded. Even a 3rd or 4th-grade god realm warrior could imagine how difficult it was to bring more than 100 6th-grade god realm warriors out of the sea god kingdom. How is this possible? The city lord of the Hague city was at a loss. He had never thought that Ning Chi could actually rescue those 6th-grade god realm warriors. The blood of the sea tribe flowed in his veins. His understanding of the sea god kingdom's divine capital was not something ordinary people could compare with. There were 108 generals who maintained the order above the divine capital all day long. Each of them was comparable to a godly venerable expert. It was simply impossible to rescue people from the sea god kingdom's divine capital under such circumstances. The group of excited sixth grade god realm warriors soon realized that the atmosphere in front of them was a little strange. Many of them recognized the city lord of the Hague City. When they saw the city lord kneeling in front of Ning Chi, their faces changed. "Brother Wu." Useless Scholar gasped when he saw Ning Chi. Chai Ching and the others' faces also became strange. Which of these sixth grade god realm warriors did not know Ning Chi? He was the only human who had escaped from the sea god kingdom. "We meet again." Ning Chi smiled at Useless Scholar and the others. Everyone's faces were strange. Looking at the city lord kneeling in front of Ning Chi, they suddenly had an unbelievable guess. "Brother Wu, do you know why we are here?" Chai Ching cupped his hands and asked with a solemn expression. "Yes. We remember that there was an extremely terrifying sea tribe that stopped Shui Gui's advancement. Then he brought us to an inn. After that, we don't know anything else. Could it be that the sea tribe let us go? The sea tribe that you're talking about looks like this, right?" Ning Chi smiled. His figure changed and then returned to his original appearance. Although it was just a flash, everyone was a sixth grade god realm warrior. They saw it clearly. That sea race expert was actually Brother Wu. Chai Ching sucked in a cold breath. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand something. Chapter 3996. The Sea Clan at the port finally regained their senses and stared at Ning Chi in shock. The other party had transformed into a sea clan and sneaked into the Neptune Kingdom's divine capital to rescue more than 100 rank 6 humans? Did that not mean that the 300 rank 6 sea clan members had died in vain? The faces of the sea race gradually turned ugly. When the city lord of the Hague City saw the scene of Ning Chi transforming into a sea race member, his eyes were also filled with shock. "Brother Wu, no, Senior Wu, are you already an ultimate god?" Useless Scholar looked at Ning Chi in disbelief and asked cautiously. Ning Chi did not need to answer that question, as they had seen it with their own eyes in the divine Capital Gladiator Arena that day. Asking that question was just a way for Useless Scholar to express his shock. Not long ago, they were both rank 6 divine realm warriors. At that time, Ning Chi was also no match for Shui Gui. It had only been a short while since they last met, but Ning Chi not only knocked Shui Gui out with a kick, but also sent Shui Gui's backer, Qin Long, flying with a punch. That did not make sense at all. You can say that. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. After receiving Ning Chi's affirmation, the rank 6 humans present hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Their eyes were filled with awe and gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Wu, for saving our lives." Chai Ching's expression was agitated. "We were captured by the Sea Clan for so long, but no godly venerable came to rescue us. Only Senior Wu disregarded his own safety and went deep into the enemy's camp to rescue us. From today onwards, my life belongs to Senior Wu. If Senior Wu wants it back, Chai Ching will not hesitate." "You're exaggerating." Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. "Brother Chai is right. I've been captured by the Sea Clan for so many years, and no ultimate god came to rescue me. We will never forget Senior Wu's kindness." An advanced rank 6 Sea Clan member bowed. His words were filled with dissatisfaction towards the human race ultimate gods, but it was more of gratitude towards Ning Chi. For so many years, they were humiliated in the Sea Clan and were even used as sacrificial offerings to help the blood ghost advance into the ultimate god realm. If Ning Chi did not appear out of nowhere and rescue them from the Sea God Kingdom, they would have died with humiliation. The divinity's business is not something you can interfere with. Suddenly, a thunderous voice exploded in everyone's ears. Following that, a terrifying aura swept toward them from afar. Unbeknownst to them, more than a dozen figures were already standing in the sky above them. The person in the lead exuded an aura that far surpassed peak advanced rank 6. There were more than 10 people behind this person, and their cultivation bases were equally terrifying. None of them were below the advanced 6th stage. Hierarch Quicksand, the city lord of the Hague city, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. His backer had arrived. The leader was one of the 8 ultimate gods of Star Divine Kingdom, the Lord of Quicksand Prefecture, Ultimate God Quicksand. Yes, Hierarch Quicksand nodded slightly at the Hague City Lord. His gaze then fell on the advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior who had expressed his dissatisfaction with Hierarch Quicksand. You think that since you were captured by the sea race and no one went to rescue you, we were wrong. Hierarch Quicksand said calmly. After Hierarch Quicksand spoke, a terrifying aura swept toward the advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior. A trace of resentment flashed in the advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior's eyes when he saw that. He immediately unleashed his full cultivation base and pulled his aura to its peak, ready to resist. Chai-Ching and the others were shocked when they saw that. That was too bold. Although they were also dissatisfied with the 8 ultimate gods of Star Divine Kingdom, they dared not show it so obviously. The outcome of an advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior against an ultimate god was already decided. Just when everyone thought that the advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior who had just escaped from the sea race's clutches would be injured by Hierarch Quicksand, Ningqi took a small step forward and stood directly in front of the advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior. He looked at Hierarch Quicksand from afar. Hierarch Quicksand's aura did not stop and directly attacked Ningqi. However, the aura immediately dissipated and disappeared without a trace the moment it touched Ningqi. Thank you, Senior Wu. The advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior once again bowed and thanked Wu Yu. At the same time, he looked at Hierarch Quicksand fearlessly. After staying in the sea race for so many years, what kind of humiliation had he not suffered? What kind of big shots had he not seen? 108 generals roamed in the sky all day long. He did not even want to look at them anymore. This time, he was able to escape from the sea race. Even if he died on land, he did not care. Naturally, he did not need to fear Hierarch Quicksand anymore. The dozen or so advanced grade 6 God Realm Warriors behind Hierarch Quicksand looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Their gazes immediately fell on Ningqi. Hierarch Quicksand seemed to only notice Ningqi at that moment. He smiled faintly and said, "You must be Wu Yin. Let's get straight to the point. Aren't I wanted on your side? Do I need to tell you who I am?" Ningqi smiled faintly. Hierarch Quicksand did not get angry when he heard that. Instead, he smiled and said, "You killed a city lord under my command. It's natural for me to put you on the wanted list. However, since you already have the power of an ultimate god, I can naturally revoke that wanted list. I wonder if Your Excellency is interested in having a small gathering with my Quicksand mansion? It's over." The city lord's eyes flashed with despair. He did not expect Hierarch Quicksand to want to recruit him. If he succeeded, how could a mere advanced grade 6 God Realm Warrior compare to an ultimate god? "I'm not interested. These human grade 6 gods have just escaped from the sea race. You shouldn't make a move on them." Ningqi smiled and shook his head. The city lord of the Hague city, who was originally in despair, suddenly laughed maniacally in his heart when he heard this. Based on his understanding of Supreme Divinity Quicksand, Ningqi's rejection of Supreme Divinity Quicksand today was tantamount to standing on the opposite side. Supreme Divinity Quicksand would no longer try to recruit him. "So, you're going to make an enemy of me because of them?" Hierarch Quicksand smiled faintly. "Not a single one of the 8 ultimate gods of the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom has stood up for me. Don't you know the reason? You're wrong. I went to the sea race because Hierarch Giant Ghost helped out. Ningqi smiled. Hierarch Giant Ghost. Chai Ching and the others' eyes lit up. They were the God Realm warriors under Hierarch Giant Ghost's rule. Giant Ghost, that guy. Hierarch Quicksand muttered to himself for a few breaths of time, then changed the subject. Since you've saved them, there's nothing else for you to do. They can come with me, and the city lord of Hague City, he's my subordinate. No matter what he does wrong, I'll teach him personally. You don't need to do it for me. Chai Ching and the others' expressions changed. Hierarch Quicksand wanted to take them away. Thinking back to Hierarch Quicksand's attitude toward them, they felt a chill run down their spines if they left with him. They all turned to look at Ningqi. Chapter 3997. Hierarch Quicksand, I can't decide if they want to go with you or not. Ningqi shook his head and smiled. He paused for a moment. But I can make the decision for the Hague City Lord. He can't go. The Hague City Lord's expression changed. He knew that Ningqi was going to kill them all, but he wasn't too worried. Even if Ningqi became a hierarch, he couldn't compare to Hierarch Quicksand. This was a hierarch who had been a hierarch for many years. Among the 8 hierarchs, he was even more experienced than Hierarch Giant Ghost. I said it. Hierarch Quicksand's expression turned cold. He looked at Ningqi. They want to go with me. The Hague City Lord also wants to go with me. Can't you understand such simple words? The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be swept by a gust of cold wind and instantly froze. Everyone's eyes showed a trace of fear. Judging from the situation, a battle between ultimate gods was likely to break out soon. A battle between hierarchs could easily turn mountains and seas upside down. The entire Hague City would be reduced to nothingness. Some people were already quietly retreating. They were preparing to leave at least 2,500 kilometers away from this place. Only then would they be safe. Quicksand, you're so mighty. Are you planning to cause trouble in my forgotten river prefecture? A figure suddenly appeared between Ningqi and Hierarch Quicksand. Chai Ching and the others were pleasantly surprised when they saw this. Hierarch Giant Ghost, the real boss of the forgotten river prefecture. Although the city lord of the Sea-Tooth City was a trusted aide of divinity Quicksand, the previous city lord was a subordinate of divinity Giant Ghost. Therefore, the Sea-Tooth City was still under the jurisdiction of divinity Giant Ghost. We pay our respects to Hierarch Giant Ghost. Everyone bowed in unison. Dispense with the formalities. Hierarch Giant Ghost smiled. Then his expression turned cold. He glanced at Hierarch Quicksand and smiled again. Brother Wu, I didn't expect you to complete such a difficult task. You brought these 6th-rank humans out of the Sea God Kingdom. I have a whole new level of respect for you. You flatter me, Hierarch Giant Ghost. Ningqi smiled. But it's not an exaggeration. Merit is rewarded. This is the rule of our Heavenly Star God Kingdom. Although the Divine King doesn't care about national affairs, we still have to abide by his rules. The Divine Giant Ghost said with a smile. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Hierarch Quicksand and said, Quicksand, Brother Wu saved them from the Sea Deity Nation. Do you still plan on attacking a hero like Brother Wu? You misunderstand. I just want to take my people away. Hierarch Quicksand looked at the giant ghost indifferently. If it was just Ningqi, he wouldn't have to be afraid. However, the giant ghost's strength was only slightly weaker than his. Hierarch Quicksand wasn't confident that he could take on 2 godly venerables at the same time, even if he won. That was also a Pyrrhic victory. The city lord of the Hague City has attacked me time and again. Do you plan to punish yourself by drinking 3 cups of wine? Ningqi chuckled. Since the divine giant ghost is here today, why don't we use him as a witness? If you win, then you can take the city magistrate of the Hague City with you. If you lose, then whatever happens to him in the future will have nothing to do with you. When Chai Ching and the others saw that Ning Chi dared to challenge Hierarch Quicksand, their eyes flickered with astonishment. Many of them speculated that the Ning Chi they had seen earlier was actually a godly venerable expert and had only disguised his cultivation base. That would explain why Ning Chi had been able to escape the Sea Deity Nation's capital so easily. Otherwise, how could a newly ascended godly venerable dare to challenge a veteran like Hierarch Quicksand? Taken aback, the divine giant ghost looked at Ning Chi in surprise, then transmitted a message into Ning Chi's ear. "You're not a match for him," he said. "It's not wise to fight him here. Without fighting, no one knows who will be the final winner." Ning Chi smiled faintly at the divine giant ghost. Hierarch Quicksand looked over at the giant ghost, then smiled. "In that case, giant ghost, I'll have to trouble you to preside over a sparring match." "Of course." The divine giant ghost nodded coolly, then waved his hand and set up a warding magic in the air, which pushed everyone aside from Ning Chi and Hierarch Quicksand away. "Since it's a sparring match, whoever breaks my warding magic loses. Under that premise, the two of you can use whatever techniques you want." The divine giant ghost smiled. "It's a little small, but it's not bad." Hierarch Quicksand smiled and looked at Ning Chi. "What do you think, Your Excellency? I don't have any questions. Can we begin?" Ning Chi smiled. "As your senior, it's only right that I let you have a few moves first. But since we're both godly venerables, there's no such thing as seniority. So, I won't stand on ceremony." Hierarch Quicksand chuckled. His relaxed attitude infected many of the human god domain warriors. As far as they were concerned, Ning Chi couldn't possibly be a match for Hierarch Quicksand. "I should be the one saying I won't stand on ceremony." Ning Chi chuckled. "The first of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open." Ning Chi's aura instantly tripled. "The second of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open." Ning Chi's aura skyrocketed. "The third of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open." "The fourth of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open." "The 9th of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open." Ning Chi, who had opened all 9 gates and reached the godly venerate realm with his fleshly body, now had an aura that was 512 times stronger than it had been before. Ordinary cultivators would not understand what this meant at all. Only Hierarch Quicksand, who was standing in front of Ning Chi, could sense a hair-raising sensation from Ning Chi's aura. It was a feeling he had only experienced when facing the number one of the 8 godly venerables. But now he was experiencing the exact same feeling from someone he viewed as a junior. The relaxed smile on Hierarch Quicksand's face had vanished. Instead, it was replaced with a serious expression, as well as a look of surprise that was difficult to detect. Only the divine giant ghost could sense the change in Hierarch Quicksand. At the same time, he could sense that Ning Chi's aura was terrifying. Just standing there gave him the feeling that his warding magic was about to be broken. "What's going on?" The divine giant ghost murmured to himself. Could it be that all the experts who reached the godly venerate realm with pure, fleshly body power were this terrifying? At the same time, beads of sweat appeared on Hierarch Quicksand's face. In the next moment, Ning Chi vanished, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Hierarch Quicksand. Ning Chi's fist was only an inch away from Hierarch Quicksand's head. The scene froze. No one knew what was happening. All they could see was Ning Chi's attack, while Hierarch Quicksand seemed to be in a daze. He didn't seem to be fighting back at all. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system. For free? Baidu search. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3998. Danger. Extreme danger. Never before had Hierarch Quicksand felt so close to death. The hair on his body stood on end, and his eyes subconsciously focused on the fist in front of him. He didn't even realize he was cross-eyed. Although Ning Chi's fist hadn't really landed on his body, Divine Venerable Quicksand had a hunch that if he had been hit by this punch, his chances of survival would have been 0. How could a hierarch who had popped up out of nowhere have such terrifying means? I lost. Hierarch Quicksand suddenly said. Hearing this, Ning-Chi smiled and withdrew his fist. Hierarch Quicksand's subordinates looked puzzled. How could he have lost? Hadn't the two sides not even fought? They didn't know what Hierarch Quicksand had experienced. Your Excellency, if you have time, you should come to my Quicksand prefecture. Hierarch Quicksand put on a fake smile. With that, he turned and walked away. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight, as if he would be left behind if he was one step slower. Lord Quicksand. Hierarch Quicksand's subordinates exchanged glances, then looked at Ning-Chi with fear in their eyes. Bowing to Ning-Chi and Hierarch Giant Ghost, they hurried out of Hague City. Only now did the God Realm warriors in Hague City react. They looked at Ning-Chi with awe in their eyes. Even Hierarch Giant Ghost felt like he was seeing Ning-Chi in a new light. It's a good thing I didn't go too far when I sparred with you. Otherwise, that punch would have landed on me, right? Hierarch Giant Ghost smiled bitterly. You're different from Quicksand. I didn't use too much strength when I hit you. Ning-Chi smiled. With the 9 inner hidden gates gone, his aura returned to normal. Only then would he be able to get close to Ning-Chi without having to deal with the terrifying pressure that was weighing down on him. I was worried you would kill Hierarch Quicksand. If a hierarch from the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom were to suddenly die, His Excellency, the Divine King, would probably come out of seclusion. Hierarch Giant Ghost shook his head with a smile. Ning-Chi smiled. He had such a plan. If he killed Hierarch Quicksand, his cultivation level would probably break through to the Hierarch realm instead of the current situation where only his physical body reached the Hierarch realm. It was because of the consideration of the Divine King of the Stellar Sky Divine Kingdom that Hierarch Quicksand was spared. The gap between the God King realm and the Hierarch realm was probably bigger than the gap between the Hierarch realm and the 6-step Hierarch realm. Ning-Chi did not want to become enemies with the God Kings of the Creation Divine domain unless it was necessary. With his current cultivation base, ordinary ultimate gods would not be able to do anything to him in the Creation Divine territory as long as the 4 great Divine Kings did not make a move. It was a good opportunity for him to find out who had obtained the other godhead. The Silver Dragon had once said that there shouldn't be any God-King realm powerhouses in the Creation Divine realm unless someone obtained a godhead. Only then would they be able to break the most primitive rules and cause a God-King realm powerhouse to appear. If this person got ahead of him and became a Godmaster, there was an extremely high chance that the myriad worlds would return to 0 in the future. Ning-Chi had to quickly resolve this matter. I don't have any deep grudges with Hierarch Quicksand. Naturally, I won't kill him. Ning-Chi's gaze fell on Chai-Ching and the others. You're all free now. I think it's best that you leave the Sea-Tooth City as soon as possible. No one knows if the City Lord has any other means to notify the Sea Tribe. As he spoke, Ning-Chi looked at the City Lord of the Sea-Tooth City. The shackles on his body had not been lifted, and he was still kneeling on the ground. Someone just told me that Senior Wu was chased by the Sea Tribe. When he returned to the Sea-Tooth City, he wanted to attack Senior Wu. I think he's a spy from the Sea Tribe. Why don't we just kill him? Someone glared at the City Lord with resentment. They had been humiliated by the Sea Race for so many years that they now hated them to the bone. Just now, many of the God's Realm warriors who knew of this matter had informed Chai-Ching and the others about what the City Lord of the Hague City had done in the past. If Ning-Chi and the giant ghost divinity were not there, the City Lord would have been torn to pieces by Chai-Ching and the others. Killing him isn't enough to vent my anger. Ning-Chi smiled. Senior Wu, do you have any way to vent your anger? Everyone started asking questions, their eyes filled with curiosity. The giant ghost divinity also looked at Ning-Chi with a faint smile. He wanted to know if there was any way to make the City Lord feel worse than death. The City Lord's face turned green when he heard Ning-Chi's words. From the moment Divinity, Quicksand admitted defeat and left, He had fallen into despair. It's very simple. I plan to make him kneel in front of the heavenly court. He will be a negative example to tell everyone that colluding with the Sea tribe will not end well. Ningqi smiled. Heavenly court. Chai-Ching and the others looked puzzled. The giant ghost divinity smiled and explained. When they learned that the heavenly court was the force Ningqi had created, many of the grade 6 humans who were rescued by Ningqi were moved. Senior Wu, I wonder if the heavenly court is still accepting people, useless scholar asked nervously. The heavenly star divine nation had 8 ultimate gods, and each of them had a group of powerful grade 6 cultivators under their command. However, these grade 6 cultivators were usually high-level grade 6 cultivators. Someone like useless scholar, who was either an early or mid-level grade 6 cultivator, was not worth the ultimate god's attention. They should be. Are you interested? Ningqi looked at useless scholar. Yes, yes, yes. Useless scholar nodded quickly. Seeing this, the rest of the rank AXS also started to speak. Only a few advanced rank SXS did not say anything. They did not like to be tied down. Even if Ningqi saved them, they only planned to repay him in another way. They would not choose to join the sect or force that Ningqi founded. Soon, more than 50 grade 6 cultivators had decided to join the heavenly court. One of them was an advanced grade 6 cultivator, while the rest were mid and low level. The Sea tribe should have reacted by now. Let's go. Ningqi smiled, grabbing the Sea Teeth City Lord. He and the divine giant ghost flew toward the heavenly court. Useless scholar and the others hurried after them. The rest of the grade 6 cultivators dispersed. They had just returned from being captured by the Sea tribe, and there were still many personal matters to attend to. Senior Sister Han, Senior Wu has established a sect in the Fortune Dominion. Does that mean he can stay here for a long time? A Moon Elephant sect cultivator looked at the back view of Ningqi and the others with a dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, he thought of something shocking. In their eyes, a great emperor would need a terrifying amount of resources to come to the Fortune Dominion, not to mention the 7th step. Since that was the case, and Ningqi had established a sect here, it was better to believe that Ningqi had the means to stay in the Fortune Dominion for a long time than to believe that he had unlimited resources and could travel back and forth between the 2 realms. If you want to know that, why don't we just follow him? Han Xiu said. Can we? Of course. Senior Wu is an elder of our Moon Elephant sect. He won't chase us away, will he? Han Xiu hesitated for a moment, then said with determination in her eyes, Still looking for the most powerful dragon slaying system for free? Baidu search, speed reading pavilion. No waiting. =. Chapter 3999. This is the heavenly court. Han Xiu and the others arrived above a forest and looked at the boundless willow forest, as well as the buildings that stacked up like waves in the forest. They were shocked. They had never imagined that Ningqi had actually established such an enormous force in the creation divine realm. Over the years, cultivators from the various divine sects had been infiltrating the divine domain of fortune and establishing several fixed contact points. However, compared to Ningqi's contact point, those contact points appeared very shabby. Are you the juniors of Lord Celestial Arch in the Moon Elephant sect? A disciple of the Wang family appeared in front of Han Xiu and the others. Wang, how was a genius that had just risen in the past few hundred years? His seniority was much lower than Ningqi's, but in terms of cultivation level, Wang Hao had surpassed many of the older generation of the Wang family in a short period of time. He had already reached the 4th step at such a young age, and his cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period in the creation's sacred realm. He was now a 4th step rebirth realm cultivator. You are. Han Xiu hurriedly cupped her hands. I'm Wang Hao, and I have the same bloodline as Lord Celestial Arch. I'm now a deacon of the heavenly court. Wang Hao smiled, and there was a hint of pride in his words. So what if it was the Moon Elephant sect? The current strength of the heavenly court was something that the Moon Elephant sect could not compare to. Furthermore, he had the same Wang family bloodline as Ning Qi. Because of this, not only was Wang Hao highly respected among the younger generation of the heavenly court, the other disciples of the Wang family were also highly regarded. The Blood Mantis tribe, the War God Hall, the Wang family, and some ancient immortals. These four factions made up the current heavenly court. Lord Celestial Darch, Han Xiao, and the others reacted with a hint of surprise on their faces. After a few breaths, Han Xiao asked carefully, "Deacon Wang, is the Lord Celestial Darch you mentioned Elder Wu?" "Elder Wu? Oh, that's the pseudonym of the Lord Celestial Darch. His real name is Ning Beixian, and you can also call him Celestial Darch Beixian." Wang Hao smiled. Celestial Darch Beixian? Han Xiao and the others were a little shocked. But thinking that Ning Qi was now a seventh-step cultivator, it was normal for him to have the title of Celestial Darch. The heavenly ruler told me that a junior from the Moon Elephant sect would be here as a guest. So, please follow me. Wang Hao smiled. "Thank you, Deacon Wang." Han Xiao hurriedly cupped her hands. When Wang Hao brought Han Xiao and the others past the Soaring Sky Palace, Han Xiao's sharp eyes saw Lin Xan sweeping the floor in front of the Soaring Sky Palace. She was stunned. Lin Xan clearly exuded the aura of a great emperor. Even from afar, a fourth-step cultivator like her felt immense pressure. Even in Moon Elephant sect, an ordinary great emperor wouldn't be able to give her such pressure. This meant that his power wasn't considered weak among the great emperors in Moon Elephant sect. Deacon Wang, could it be that the heavenly court has become so powerful? That person is a sixth step. Advanced sixth stage god, realm warrior? Han Xiao almost spilled the beans. She hurriedly corrected herself. In the creation divine realm, he is considered a sixth grade upper stage. In the divine Lua world, he is considered an eighth transformation great emperor. Wang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. "Deacon Wang, you also came from the god Lua world." Han Xiao was in disbelief. The rest of the Moon Elephant sect cultivators also looked at Wang Hao with strange gazes. What's so strange about that? The heavenly ruler's remarkable abilities are unparalleled. Bringing us to the creation divine domain is just one of the most ordinary methods he has. Wang Hao shook his head disapprovingly. Han Xiao and the others were shocked. They vaguely felt that they might have discovered a huge secret. "Deacon Wang, how powerful is the heavenly court? Is a rank 8 great emperor only fit to sweep the floor?" Han Xiao asked with a strange expression. Perhaps hearing their conversation, Lin Xan looked up and swept a glance at everyone. When he saw Wang Hao, his expression changed slightly. He lowered his head again and swept the spotless floor seriously. "Now that you mention it, it's a little funny. The great emperor's position in our heavenly court is extremely high, but this person is a disciple of the Fortune Divine Realm's Eternal God sect. Have you heard of the Eternal God sect?" Wang Hao smiled. "Yes, it's one of the top 100 sects in the creation divine domain. It's not any weaker than the divine sects in the Shenlua world." Han Xiao's expression became even more strange. He once had a feud with the heavenly ruler. Later, he brought a few rank 6 god realm warriors under the giant ghost Venerable to the heavenly court to seek revenge. The heavenly ruler saw that he hadn't made a huge mistake, so he let him sweep the floor for 100 years as a warning to others. Wang Hao smiled. A mighty rank 8 great emperor was actually punished to sweep the floor here? Han Xiao and the others felt that their hearts might not be enough. This was too terrifying, too domineering. Even the Moon Elephant sect at its peak probably didn't have such methods. They also learned about the current strength of the heavenly court. In the Shenlua world, such a force would definitely be at the top of the top. Thinking about how Ning Qi had saved over 100 great emperors from the sea race, and how half of them were willing to join the heavenly court, Han Xiu and the others concluded that the heavenly court strength was probably on par with the supreme sacred assembly in the Shenluo world. Just as Wang Hao brought Han Xiu and the others to tour the heavenly court, Ningqi called all the higher-ups of the heavenly court out to receive the giant ghost venerable Chai Qing and the others. It was a carnival. It was also the first time the heavenly court was known to the public. What happened in the Sea-Tooth City had already spread like a plague, and the heavenly court had also appeared in the eyes of the God Realm warriors everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the entire heavenly star god kingdom knew that the ninth ultimate god had appeared out of nowhere. A few days later, Han Xiu and the others calculated the time and suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. It was almost time for them to enter the creation god realm. Once the time was up, they would be automatically expelled from this world and sent back to the Shenluo world. In just a few days, they had truly experienced what it meant to be a top-notch faction. What they had been eating and drinking were all natural treasures that were extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Not only were these natural treasures rare in the divine Luo world, they were also extremely expensive. However, in the heavenly court, they were able to eat as much as they wanted, and their cultivation had increased greatly. Before Han Xiu and the others left, they wanted to take another look at the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. But they discovered that other than the 8 Revolution Great Emperor who was sweeping the floor, they also saw the city, Lord of the Sea-Tooth City. Beside the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, the city Lord of the Sea-Tooth City was facing the wall, kneeling on the ground. Occasionally, cultivators of the heavenly court who passed by would stop and watch. This is too embarrassing. Han Xiu felt her hair stand on end. A dignified peak advanced grade 6 God Realm warrior was now imprisoned, forced to kneel and face the wall to reflect on his misdeeds. Moreover, it was done in public, under the watchful eyes of everyone.